got the roots, he let the beats build, bitch. And we never switch. Even if I'm rich, I'll be broke like I'm Mitch. Niggas talking down, but that's headed in the wrong direction. But I knock that shit out like the boxing section. Cause they can't touch what they can't see. All I gotta do is be the same me. All I gotta do is keep it cheap. Always be the same me. While I'm solid, boy, they can't change me. No.
We live from the boxing section, you dusty ass niggas. What's going on, y'all? What's going on, man? We live from the boxing section, goddammit. We back again, doing our thing. Y'all already know it's fight week for the young homie, Amari Jones. We had him on today, man. Shout out to Amari Jones, man, in the DNP camp, man. You know what I'm saying? DHP camp. You know, Devin Haney Promotions. Appreciate everybody coming on in, man. Listen, I want to talk about the vulnerability that Danny Garcia showed. You know what I'm saying? I think it's important, man, for people to know that just because you got money don't mean everything is perfect in your life, man. Sometimes the pressures of the world can get to you, no matter what you got going on. If you ain't, you know, grounded and rooted into something, it's easy to get off track and things like that. Mark Nash, salute to you, my brother. I know you live right now, but salute to you. Double A, salute to you, dog. And it says perfect. You know what I mean? Skywalker, man. Oh man, Skywalker, man, join the panel, man. I put the link in the chat. Go ahead and hit that link. But yeah, man. So that was very, very important, man, for him to do that. I think coming off that loss from Errol Spence probably put him in the funk. But I'm glad he was able to build out of that and constantly get out of it and fight and get that win, man. It's a great fight. I enjoyed the fight. Danny Garcia showed why he was once a world champion, two division world champion. You know what I'm saying? And so shout out to him and his victory. But also, man, the thing about it is I wonder what Errol Spence was going through after that car crash and things like that. Like, what was his road to recovery? Like, how was he feeling? What was he going through at that time? And that's something I would love to ask him about, man, for real. I don't think nobody really really dug in on that. I think that's something me and Fred would probably dig in on that, but I want to know the moments of darkness that he was going through at that time. You know what I'm saying? And that's like that was important though, man, that we got that out, man. You know what I'm saying? But it's fight week though. We got some good shit popping. We don't have a fight August 6th anymore. Fuck, man. That kind of fucked up my whole rotation because at the Amari Jones fight and then boom was supposed to come to Bam. You know what I mean? Y'all know. You know what I'm saying? It's Mental Health Monday, man. We got the great Cussing Deacon. You know what I'm saying? The ratchet pastor. You know what I'm saying? If you come, you better come at him right, cause he ain't fucking around. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm talking about? Mr. Deacon 305 himself. Deacon, what's going on, man?
Boy, you crazy.
Happy birthday, goddammit.
Thank you. Ain't God great?
Happy birthday, man.
Appreciate it, King. Appreciate it. Yes, sir. Man, what I got to say about the Danny Garcia thing, I felt him, and what I was looking at, I was able to recognize what I was looking at. And that is a man that was going through some things, And although he spoke to it in the past tense, it spilled over in the ring presently. So all of those things are not yet fully dealt with. And I don't know if he's being counseled or what have you, because I've watched through the years fighters who have been at the top of their pinnacle, who have lost and felt embarrassed before the world, and not just embarrassed before the world. Everything that they believed about themselves, everything that their trainer told them, everything that the people told them was shattered in one night. And you think about Arturo Gatti, who was found with a noose on his neck, hung to death. And there was many stories about how that went. You think about Diego Corrales, how when he lost that, I forgot what fight that was. It wasn't his last fight. It was a couple fights before that, and he didn't take it well. And then next thing I know, he's drunk as a skunk on the highway going God knows how fast until his death. You can go fighter after fighter after they've tasted a certain amount of defeats, or maybe just one defeat. Some of them, it's an accumulation of defeats that do it. Sometimes it's only one fight.
Right, right.
You know what I'm saying? So you never know what a man is going through emotionally behind the scenes and how that person is able to deal with it, because everyone is not built the same way internally. Some people are strong as a rock and take anything. Some people are so emotionally damaged on the inside and don't know it until something happens to them to trigger that emotion in them that they didn't realize that was in them.
Hey, Dick, keep it going.
Yes, sir.
Keep it going. I'll be right back. But just keep cooking.
Yeah. And so when I seen Danny, I seen a whole lot of emotions. Some that when I seen his facial expressions and the way he was crying and trying to hold it at the same time. When he was trying to hold it, what he was doing in that moment is trying to save some of his dignity. He didn't want to do what he did. He wanted to control that, but he couldn't because the emotions took over that moment. For all the things that he was dealing with and still dealing with, although he's come out of some of it, but in that ring that night showed that he's still dealing with whatever it was he was dealing with. And I thought about the Earl Spence fight, but guess what? It may not even be that. It may, like I said, it could be something internally that was already in him, but it took something to trigger it, to make it come out. And behind the scenes for a year and a half, him dealing with it, I just thank God he didn't do like a lot of people do. Take their life or go in such a bad funk till they can't hardly come out of it. But the encouraging thing was to see him from time to time on his IG posting things. But that's why you gotta also remember, just because somebody posting stuff and they appear to be happy, don't necessarily mean that they're happy. He was fighting demons. So he wanted to post and show people, hey man, I'm fine. But didn't nobody know that you was going through that. But in his mind, everybody know what he's going through. That's how mental health works. It makes you believe everybody's against you. Everybody know what you're going through. Everybody's picking on you. And it's anxiety that builds, that can burst. And once it bursts, it can go any way. And everybody don't survive it. And I thank God that I've survived episode after episode. I've gone through this for a while, you know, but by the grace of God, I'm still here. By the grace of God, I was able to be a good father to my kids. By the grace of God, I was able to be a piece of a husband to my wife. When I say piece of a husband, because you know what? I didn't even deserve this woman. This woman is a dream, right? Out of 30 years, I can't point to nothing that would tarnish her name. But I can point fingers at myself and say, you know what? I've done things to this woman that she should have walked off. Because I was still trying to find myself. I was still dealing with my personal issues, but yet through all of that, she stayed with me. Because that particular woman, I didn't choose her. By the prayers of my mother, praying to a God that she knew before I knew, but she instilled in all of her children. Prayed for a woman to come in my life because she knew that she was going to exit this world. And I've been with that woman for 30 years. God is a great God. We have different stories, albeit if it's bad in my life and it's bad in your life, they don't have to look alike to say, you know what, you didn't go through what I went through. So man, that little stuff you went through ain't nothing. I can't say that because I don't know what you're dealing with internally. A lot of us, when we do that, we discount what people are going through, and then we don't respect what they're going through. We don't respect them. And then we can begin to downplay their situation. And then when they see that, it put them in a deeper funk. So no, we don't want to do that. What we do, if we recognize it, and if we're in any reachable way to that person, you help raise that person up with encouraging words, or praying for that person, or let them know, man, I'm praying for you, brother. I wish you well. You know, anything that's encouraging. You don't want to ever let something get back to that person that's going through something like that, because it can set them back. Just a word. When you're dealing with mental health and dealing with anxiety, schizophrenia, all these things, just sometimes just one word can set a person back, can set a person off. So
the bell salute to you, brother. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Yeah, I don't mean to be long-winded, bro, but you know,
this your show, damn it.
I'm just saying, brother, it's a serious thing, man, and it should not be downplayed. And you know, and it is, you know, hard for anyone to come out and tell a person that, because especially in our community, we're shunned, we're looked down on, we're clowned, and people don't want to be clowned. And because, like I said, sometimes all it takes is one word to push a person back or make a person go off or whatever. People don't handle things the same. Like I said, you got some people so appear to be so strong, like nothing seems to phase them. But some people can look the part, can look tough and mimicking and menacing and all this stuff, but can be so damaged on the inside. But you looking at the physical, you don't understand that person really is a fragile person. And a lot of people sometimes can run into a person like that and lose their life because they looking at this person in a certain way and say something and be disrespectful. And that's why I say I respect everybody, because I don't know what this man's mental plight is. You know, and not just for that reason. I was taught to respect. If I got to show a dog respect, I will show a human being respect. And I don't care if this dude has the most reputation in the whole neighborhood for being a coward. I'm gonna show him some respect, because I done seen cowards raise up on a particular day with courage out of nowhere, because you never know what a person is going through and what it takes for a person to get to their edge, to the last, can't take it no more.
You know, they say this, the scariest person is the scary dude. The scary dude is the scariest person.
Facts. And I got a homie, man. I'm talking about bona fide in them streets, bro. Nobody really wanted to tap this dude. You know what I mean? And he had a habit of whooping on his old lady. But her brother was a known coward. And when he whooped the sister, he'll walk to the brother and slap slob out his mouth. But this real talk. And this one day when he did it, and when he walked off, the coward upped the fire and emptied the gun and killed my homie. He was a good dude, man. I loved it, my brother. But he had a habit of putting his hands on that woman and slapped the brother and dare him to do something. But that particular day, that coward got some courage from somewhere, raised up and took his life. That's why I say you got to respect people, man. You don't know what you don't know. And when I seen that with Danny, I just, I pray a simple prayer. God bless him. A lot of times people don't understand. You don't have to say a long thought out prayer. You know what a prayer is sometimes? And sometimes, anytime. Anytime you hear me say, God bless you, that's a whole prayer. I'm asking God to bless you. Whatever it is, God bless him. That's a prayer. I just prayed for him. I done did that many times when cats done cussed me out. Instead of me going back and cuss him out, God bless you, brother. But sometimes I can't handle it. And I get caught up, and then guess what happened? When they walk away and they just fine, I walk away, I'm all jacked up because they don't know what I go through. That's why I don't like to get angry, because it takes me a whole minute to calm down. You see what I'm saying? And then I'm trying to fight the anxiety that could come. And one anxiety, boy, I wouldn't wish that on my enemy, bro. It feels like an elephant sitting in your chest and you can't get him off. That means you fighting to breathe. You fighting for your life. Now that just happened just off an argument or whatever, whatever. You know what I'm saying? And that's why I don't like to get into stuff, bro. For real. You know what I'm saying? I try to avoid it at all costs, man. And right now, bro, I've been antisocial for a long time because of it. Because I know I can go from 0 to 100 real quick. That's why I don't try to be out in crowds, and I don't kick it with nobody. I don't let nobody fake kick it with me. And I'm not going, you know what I'm saying? Either you're going to be real or you're not, because when I come at you, bro, I'm coming at you on the real side, because I'm a genuine person, bro. I can't deal with that fake stuff. You know what I'm saying? I know we all, we don't supposed to trust nobody but God. That's facts. But I can believe in you. If I believe in you, that's the closest thing I can get to trust. I believe in my brother. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, like I say, I know we all are subjects to mistakes or whatever.
That's a fact. And,
yeah.
And the thing about it, man, when somebody has had enough, boy, they didn't had enough.
They didn't had enough.
And you don't want to be the person that they had enough on. You know
Ooh,
what I'm saying?
God, yes, sir. I pray about that all the time.
Yeah,
I pray about, man. Yeah.
Because I wasn't really the bully.
Right.
I used to, cat make jokes, stuff like that. But if I see somebody that couldn't defend themselves,
right,
I didn't like to just like get on them. I used to like to get on people that that cat back, or if it's a fight, they'll fight back.
Yeah.
I wasn't into just picking on people just to pick on them. You know what I'm saying?
Right. And ever since I was a child in school, man, I'm gonna tell you the type of person I am. And I always prayed about it, because I thought about it later. I didn't think about it when I was doing it. And after I thought about it, like, damn, that was dangerous. You know what I'm saying? But even when I was in school, if I seen somebody being bullied, or if I seen a cat it didn't matter if the person was white, Hispanic, black, whatever, I step in and put my pressure down and back them off. You know what I'm saying? The craziest thing I did, and y'all might call this crazy, call it whatever you want. I was in the 9th grade, and one of my homies was being admonished by the principal, and the principal was going in on him, pointing his hand all in his face. I snapped, bro. I grabbed that principal by his coat, his jacket, and threw him up against the wall and said, "Don't you ever say anything to my friend like that again, or you gonna have to see me, man. I look while I'm holding him up against the wall. I looked at my friend. I said, man, go to class, man. I say, man, don't you ever do that again. This man's face had them turned a whole different color. I let him go and went on to my class. Bruh, yeah, I got suspended, but I felt like my friend ain't had no more problems, bruh.
That's a fact.
Yeah. But you know, the older me, how I am now, I wouldn't have never did that. You know what I mean? I done been places in Miami, bro, in the gutters. I ain't gonna say where I was, but I was, where a lot of prostitutes and all this stuff was with my homies, and they was older than me. I was legit, and they was going and they was talking about how bad these broad was. They was going in there. I'm too young, I can't go in, but I'm standing on the outside, and I seen this rockhead woman. She's supposed to been tricking with this old dude in the car. I'm in late 32, right? And they were setting him up. So they got him naked. Well, she got him naked. Next thing you know, her crackhead boyfriend come out the cut. And they went to wailing on Pop in there screaming for his life. I ran over there and ran him off. And as I thought about it, every time I think about it, I think about how stupid I was, because they could have had a gun on him and I ain't had nothing on me, bro. You know what I'm saying? They fled. Thank God I ain't get killed, bro. That was just dumb, but I just wanted to protect the old guy from being beat to death. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, boy, you dance with death that way.
Yeah, yeah, I did. Yeah, I did. Man, God is great, man.
So what do you think is some coping mechanisms that could be used in those in that state where you feeling like there's nobody that can help you,
Right.
what I mean, and your back is against the wall type of thought.
Okay. Now, the first thing for me, like I said, I come from that cloth, like you. We come from the cloth, and when I say that, you already know what I'm speaking of. So, coming from the cloth, God was instilled in me before the womb, after the womb. So knowing how to pray, trusting God, no matter what I'm going through, that He'll walk me through it and bring me out. And by Him putting a family in my life that I can lean on, that can give me comfort when the world refused to give it to me. I know that if nobody else don't love me, that woman, those children, and those grands, they love me. And that gives me my peace. And I teach them and I teach myself that my peace is not for sale. My peace has to be protected. My peace is one of the most valuable things in my existence on this planet. Your peace is very valuable. So if I know that my peace is valuable, then I don't go and put it in harm's way. If I know that if I go here, that my peace can be interrupted, I got to back away from that. I'm going to give you an example. The last time I was on Fred's show, right? You remember the melee that happened? Cal? Oh, he done walked off. Well, anyway, it's been a whole...
I was muted. I was muted.
Yeah, you remember the dust up, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I pulled myself away from that because my peace got interrupted, and it caused me to darn near go into an anxiety attack, and I cannot have that. So, something told me to listen to the show tonight. I wasn't going to do that, but I heard the brother Troy talking. And I liked what he was saying and where he was coming from. But it was a lot of people not really, hearing what he was saying. But I get it. People got their own perspective about life and how they're moving and all that. But I understand what he was saying. And I wanted him to know, because I felt like he didn't feel like what he was saying was being received by anyone. And I wanted to let him know that that was not true. So I prayed before I got on I promise you, I did a real good prayer and asked God to protect me. You see, and I prayed and talked to God, then I went on the show. And you see, after I did that prayer, before I went on, I was able to go on and get off peacefully.
No, listen. You came on, you came on with a whole other energy I ain't never seen. You know what I mean?
Yes, sir.
I couldn't believe you agreed with him.
I agree with him. Listen, I like where he was coming from because, again, you know, like I said, we all got different experiences, but some similar. So the similarities I was able to identify with. So that made me, in that, understand a lot of what he was saying. You know what I mean? So that's why I tried to highlight some things real quick, like. But you know, I could have did a long tirade to let them know exactly. But I know I was limited, so I had to chop it up as quick as I could. I know that wasn't all quick, but you know. But
in your terms, that was quick.
Yes. Yeah, and you know, he was hitting on some stuff, and I liked it. What he was saying, and like I said, I just wanted him to know that I hear you, brother. I hear you. And he was to be commended, because you got a lot of cats out here, because the relationship don't work out. They say the hell with the children too. You know, you and the kids can kick rocks, and however y'all make it, he already was saying, you know that he had to really get on her to about seeing her own kids. So imagine if both of them would have stepped out of the kids' life. You see what I'm saying? How tragic that could have been. But he stayed the course and forced her to do the right thing. Not forced, but like encouraged her to do the right thing. And I thought that was to be commended, and that to me, I seen a man. I seen a strong black man doing the right thing, you know, and I want to give him his flowers, brother.
Yeah, it just caught me by surprise. Don't gonna lie. What's up, DJ? Hey, Sneed. What's up with y'all, man? Detroit, BC. Taylor Bell, of course. Juan Ortiz. If y'all want to join the panel, link is in the chat. I put it in there, and we put it in there one more time, because y'all don't like to scroll up. Y'all just like to.
Yeah, they probably want me to get off first because I'm pretty long winded. I respect it. But
nah. You on all night? You know
yeah, man. You know, what's up, brother?
What's going on with you?
Blessed, too blessed to be stressed. What's good?
Yo, what's going on?
All right,
man. Yeah, if you ain't hit me on Instagram, boy, you'd have never came in. What you got on the topic? You on mute?
Yeah.
Oh shit, my bad. Nah, man, I'm just tuning in, man. I heard Ryan Garcia, Tang, all those negotiations going on and shit, Crazy, man.
Hey, Dick.
Yo.
Can you hear him?
Yeah, I heard something he was saying, but it sounded smothered or muffled or something. I didn't quite get it.
Give me a second.
Hey, Dick.
Yo.
Check this out.
Mm-hmm.
If you can go anywhere in the world, where you going?
Well, I don't know. Africa. Certain parts of Africa.
Yeah. I want to go to Dubai, I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, but Dubai is not going to benefit me. So, you know what I mean? I would only be a consumer. I want to go where I can build and touch my roots and breathe some real air, if you will, some real black Africana air. You know what I'm saying? And also, you know, go visit the pyramids and do the whole Egypt thing, that the whole nine. It's a lot of things I want to go and visit the tomb, the whole nine. I want to do a lot of things, not just want to. These are things that's on my list that I'm gonna get to for sure, and I will document it so we can put it up.
Yeah, I'm trying to. What I need to do, man, I need to figure out how I'm gonna stretch this panel out this week of these other shows I'm trying to do. Shout out to Best Pugilist, man. Hey, Deacon.
Yes, sir.
How much do you think that Earl Spence changed Danny Garcia's life?
And feed me a little more on what you're saying.
Do you think the loss to Errol Spence played a part in his depression?
I think it played a part, but like I said, only a professional that he would be comfortable with allowing them to actually pull certain things out of him that can get, because you know what, again, think about it, a lot of fighters done took a lot of embarrassing losses, right? But they went on and kept fighting, and some came back and did great things, some didn't, and they never fell into depression. They may not have, they could probably have the normal, like everybody normally. All of us deal with some type of anxiety, right? Because of, when you're talking about finances, not being able to support your family, yourself, you don't put your blood, sweat, and tears into something, and it's not rewarded you like you see other fighters are being rewarded, and some of these fighters actually, and probably rightfully so, felt like, hey man, I'm better than a lot of these guys. Look at all the money these guys making, man. I'm putting in all these years, man, and I'm at the end of my rope, and they don't want to give me any more chances because I've had X amount of losses, but nobody never knocked me out, and I didn't get a lot of punishment, and I'm not getting any fight dates, and I can't feed. Those things are normal for any man or any woman to go through and be depressed by it, but to go through what they're claiming he's gone through could be attached to the Earl Spence fight. That could be a trigger. It does not have to mean that it was the overall factor that caused it all. It could be the trigger. Just like I said, I have an older brother that used to smoke crack, and beer was his trigger. If he got on some beer and started drinking beer and stuff, it's the next thing to come is some crack, because that beer was his trigger. He knew if he wanted to stay off dope, he had to stay off the beer, because that would trigger that emotion in him. And that, he could control it if he stay away from that. So I don't know if the fight that particular fight was his trigger or the whole thing. So I don't know what you think. I don't know.
Dude, I keep freaking muting my mic and then not
paying attention.
Yeah, man.
It's all good.
What's you was talking about a fighter, man. I had stepped back in where you said he had got drunk after he lost the fight.
Corrales. Diego Corrales. When he had we got killed on that motorcycle, they say he was drinking and driving fast on that motorcycle. And that can, to me, the first thing hit my mind that he was depressed. He was going through because why would a prize fighter get on a motorcycle drinking and ride at those speeds like that, you understand me? Either you're suicidal or I don't know, or just so dealing with so many emotions and dealing with anxiety and could possibly schizophrenic.
Dude, it always bugs me out when I see fighters on motorcycles, bro.
Yeah, I don't
It
like it.
always bugs me out. I seen my Tanner buy a motorcycle today. I'm like,
Oh
I
man.
don't know about that, man.
Yeah, man, because either they'll get killed, paralyzed. Think about Paul Williams, but he didn't smoke or drink or anything. But I just didn't like it, man. I don't like to see fighters. It's for some reason, it don't mix with them. It's like a tragedy almost waiting. I'm not gonna put that in the air but I'm saying the things I've seen to those ones that it's happened to. It was like a tragedy waiting to happen. I would advise them to do that. No, man. Why? They always gravitate towards the bike.
Yeah, Jay Dixon don't start no shit in here tonight, man.
Who was that, man? Who this
Jay
was?
Dixon said Spence versus Thurman next.
Spence versus I'd seen something on the feed today where they said Crawford's people reaching out to Garcia for a fight. Did you see that?
I didn't see that.
Yeah, I should have sent it to you, IG. Yeah, I'll check
man.
for it.
I ain't fuck with no motorcycle though. I tell you that right now.
No, man, it gotta have 4 wheels for me, bro.
Man, most 4 doors,
All of
4
that.
wheels.
All of that.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Who we got here at the bottom, bro? What happened? Your mic ain't working, bro. Chime in, brother.
I don't know what's going on with his situation. But he be in the chat all the time now. So I had to add him onto the panel.
Yeah.
Man. But yeah, so many things that you could be going through that you don't even share with people. And that could be the hardest shit ever. You know what I'm saying?
Yes. It was somebody else. You said Danny Garcia, and you said Danny and Spence, right? With the with what was the way he was dealing with coming back off the car accident.
Yeah.
And he too could have been depressed. But let me show you again. Think about it. Whatever's in him is far different than what's in me. That's what's in Danny Garcia. At least that's what he's shown. His will, not just his will, but it shows you that he's not really internally so damaged that he can't cope. That's why he's always smiling. Every time you see him, he's always happy. You know what I mean? And a lot of people can fake that, right? But to come back from the car accident the way he did, I mean, almost hit the ground running with the train. Soon as he could, he was back in the gym, right? Now, he's preparing for Manny Pacquiao. He's ready to go. Get bad news about his eye. Didn't go into a funk. Didn't get anxiety. Didn't get schizophrenia. Didn't get any of these things. Stayed positive. It just was different between those two, like night and day. He was able to deal with his tragic situations that was far more difficult than taking an ass whooping before the world. He almost lost his life and then almost lost his sight. You get what I'm saying? So that's why I say it could have been, had to be. I'm gonna say it had to be because I'm not a professional doctor. I think that losing to Spence could have been just the trigger to what was already internally damaged in him. Just like the beer to my brother to the crack. Because Spence had every excuse to go into a funk, to go into depression, to mentally break down and just give up, but he never did. He hit the ground running every single time, tragedy after tragedy. It's like it never happened to him. Man, that's incredible, bro. That's incredible. That's incredible. That is the power and the will of God that dwells in that man. Everybody ain't built that way. And I can tell you, bro, you know, I'm strong on a lot of things, right? But I've always had issues with dealing with my emotions, right? You know, because the way I came up, that's a deeper conversation. Dealing with grown people. I was a child fighting grown people, man. Adults trying to pick on me and my family, right? But my family is so big, so they used to do little sneak stuff, right? And they hated us so bad because when they dealt with us, they had to deal with us. And I'm talking about from a child, I'm fighting grown folks, going at them with butcher knives, the whole nine, bro. Ain't even 10 years old good. I didn't want my kids to come up the way I did, bro. So I had a higher purpose in my life. I had a reason to live. I had a reason to fight for life because God blessed me with family, love, family. God did this with faith and trust and belief in God. He put family in my life, and that's what held me together. Because God knows without this family that he blessed me with, I either be in prison for the rest of my life or in the graveyard. And I thank God for it.
Man, I'm telling you, I think that I think they need to have somebody on deck. That's what I think, and they need to have somebody on deck at every fight,
Yeah.
trying to see what's up because you know they do all the other shit, you know, the physical, but the mental, man, they need to do a better job on that. But I'm glad Danny Garcia came out and
Yeah.
told us his truth, you know what I'm saying, about what was going on.
Facts.
We was on Keon's show earlier, Everything Boxing and Sports, and they
Mhm.
was saying how, you know, maybe his dad was doing hella much. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? And the pressure of his pops kind of bled on him.
All that.
What do you say to that?
I say I could see that because at the press conference, right? He was like trying to calm his pops down. He said, "Man, I know I told y'all I couldn't let him get the mic. It's like he can't control his pop from embarrassing him on every corner. His pop is like a kid in a candy shop of embarrassment. He's guaranteed to embarrass his son, and his son can't. He love his pop so much, he don't want to hurt his feelings because he love him that much, right? But at the same time, he's embarrassing. He's embarrassing. The way he handles himself, the way he carries on, he act like, I heard some people, and I'm not saying this, but I've heard some people say the way he act like he's on crack. You know what I mean? He's just embarrassing. And I'm not saying that the man is on crack. He act like he really has a mental problem. So then that again, the fight could have been the trigger. And Danny could inherit the mental health problem from his father. If you look at and watch the behavior of his father, there's something mentally wrong with him. I'm not just saying this as a joke. I'm saying this because I recognize what I'm looking at. His daddy has mental health issues. His father has mental health issues. And he has passed that on to his son, but his son has dealt with it better as it pertains to embarrassing himself. He's not doing it like that, but something internal that was inherent to him, in him, was triggered by a loss to Spence. He was embarrassed before the world. His father always told him that he was the greatest thing since Ice-T. He was the greatest. The fans that he loved, that loves him, told him he was the greatest. And everything that was told to him felt like a lie. Now it sends him spiraling into depression. And if his dad, his father, had not been a mental person, a case, or how can I say this respectfully? I don't want to say. If his dad wasn't mentally dealing with some mental issues, respectfully, right, and pass that on to him, If his father wasn't like that, I don't think that he would have had that issue. And notice, he hasn't blamed his loss on that and say that's why he lost to Spence. He said, I was going through something, you know what I'm saying, after that, but his father takes the mic and say that's why he lost. So I don't fault Danny for what his father's saying. Danny is dealing with something, and his father is compounding it with his antics. He's out of control. It's like he can't help himself. He's out of control. He has a mental problem. I don't know if he's had that looked at, right? Because had he had it looked at, maybe he would be doing better and acting better and not embarrassing himself and his son. Because that's what he does. It's guaranteed. You put him in front of a camera and a microphone, he's going to embarrass his son and himself. Now, what you say, bro? I don't mean to.
Man, Dickie.
Yo, what's
man?
poppin'?
We got the original Dirty Deacon, Santos. We got
What's
my
up,
boy
Sin? What's up, fam? What's up?
And now we know why Danny was making them trash ass fucking suits, cause that motherfucker's mental was all the way fucked up.
God, yeah.
Yo, I mean, but that's what happens when you get punched in the fucking head for a living. You ain't never gonna have your shit right. Your brain is getting fucking concussed over and over and over again.
That's not true, Max. Those guys over in England are very well dressed brothers that fight. Chris Eubanks is always G'd up.
Yes, sir.
Always. You ain't never seen him not G'd up.
That's right.
Bruno was always G'd up.
Yes,
never
sir.
not G'd up.
That's right.
But they didn't design their shit though.
And let me tell you something. Ali was always G'd up when he wasn't in the ring fighting.
They didn't design their own shit.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's what is the man. If a man or a woman puts some articles on their body and they make it look well, that's plus in the eyes of people that look at them.
Yeah.
Your opinion of how they dress it may be that one opinion, but for hundreds of thousands or millions of people, you may see it different.
Right. If Sean Porter said
a lot of people don't like the way Sean.
You know that.
A lot of people don't like the way Sean Porter dressed. He's got his own style of dressing. That doesn't mean that he doesn't wear quality clothes. He just wear a little bit off tilt, a little bit. You know what I'm saying? He wear a little bit off tilt.
Motherfuckers out here in skin tight jeans and crop tops. There's a problem with how they dress. I don't give a fuck if they think that shit looks fly.
That ain't dressing. You said jeans. That ain't dressing. So you talking about dressing? That's a different thing. Jeans is just casual wear. It's just jumping in out the bed, jumping into a pair of pants and going out the house.
Being dressed is just putting clothes on.
When you dress, you gotta take your time, put yourself together, head to toe, front to back, like it's a Cadillac. You ain't just running out of the house any kind of way. I'm telling you from perspective. I like clothes. I like to dress. So I'm just telling you what it requires.
What it requires.
I mean, let me tell you something. Every woman I ever been with, they'll tell you, I take longer in the bathroom than they take.
Yeah.
I'm trying to be right.
Yeah.
So it is what it is.
Yeah.
But hey, let's just get this straight. Deacon 305 is the deacon in this atmosphere of boxing in this community when it comes to YouTube pundits about boxing. I know brother. They like to dub me the dirty deacon. I am a little dirty. I'm not saying I'm not. I'm a dirty. You know what I'm saying? But what I'm trying to tell you, I'm like Ali right now. What's my name?
Right.
My name is Side Nigga. Side Nigga. You can call me Central Box because I know you recognize it, but Side Nigga. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Hey, look here. I'm making it known. I just fired one. Over the weekend. Pissed me off. I had enough. You are terminated. You know what I'm saying? Your services are no longer needed. But so now that I got that one out the list, they've been a little cock blocking anyway. Now I can go into full term and full time side nigga mode. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Now I'm for the streets, ladies. Let y'all know now. That's all it's your boy. Anyway, back to boxing.
Hey, What's up, man? Hey,
Who
man.
else is on the
God,
panel,
God,
man? What's the other person on the
God,
panel? I can't see the name.
What the?
God has blessed me, Santos.
David.
52 today, man. What
Happy
another
birthday,
year?
my brother. Hey,
Thank you,
look,
bro.
we both Leos. I was the first.
That's right.
My
That's
brother.
right.
Man, look here,
Yeah.
man. My birthday's August 10th, man.
Happy birthday
The
before it
13th,
even get here,
you know,
because I know
great brother.
God gonna bless you to see it. Yes, sir.
Hey, DB birthday is either the 3rd or the 7th or the 11th or something like that. He's a Leo too, man.
Oh man,
He's a Leo.
I'm glad you told me. I got a DM him, bro.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Good brother. See,
Yes, sir.
See, being a Leo is the quality and makeup that a person needs. That's
Yeah.
feel bona fide.
Yes, sir.
If you're a player at the moment in your life, to be a bona fide player. If you're a
Yes,
pimp in
sir.
your life, to be a bona fide pimp. If you just
Yeah.
a straight up G and a straight up Mac, all
Yeah.
that, you understand?
Come on,
Or
man.
if you just want to be a debonair, a distinguishable gentleman, you know,
Yeah. All
got to
that.
be a Leo in there somewhere. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Either you or your mama or your daddy got to be a Leo.
Yes, sir.
Qualified. Other than that, you don't meet the qualification. I'm
Yeah.
just putting it out there.
You know what kind of what kind of tat I put on me, man, for that there, man. I put the lion head with the
Yes, sir.
with the incursive Leo right up under it. Man, it's bad, bro. I like it.
Yeah, I like to see that, bro. You know what, man?
Yeah.
I had a lion's head back in my day. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And it was a real thin joint, man, and I had it thickened.
Yeah.
You know, it was a gold piece, man.
Yeah.
I cannot find that joint to save my life, man. You know, when I went away on my vacation, you see, that was the only piece of jewelry that was left behind for me to come home.
Right. Right.
Man, my mama got rid of everything except that.
Right.
Got rid of everything, but I wasn't mad at her. You know what I'm saying? I understood the circumstances, whatever.
Yeah.
And man, I had that thing all the way up until my marriage and everything. And when we moved from my last house to the current house I live in now,
Yeah.
misplaced that joint somewhere. I don't know where it is. It might be buried in some stuff that's in storage I never pulled out. I don't know, man. But
Yeah.
I need that lion's head in my life. When I put that joint on, my ego changes, bro. For real. I'm talking about, man, I'm a different dude, man.
Yeah, I had one with. You remember what they called them chains, man? Them flat. Remember them flat gold chains that was in style? They were white. What they call it? Hermit. Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
You had them on the thick, joint.
Yeah.
And you know they don't came back strong, man.
Oh yeah.
The thick herringbones, they don't came back strong.
Man,
you know, a lot of them going to the I guess platinum, either silver or platinum, but they got the diamonds all encrusted.
Yeah.
What do you call them? You know, the barrette. I mean, what is it? Start with a B. I can't. Well, they doing it.
The briquettes.
They ice the briquettes.
The briquettes.
Yeah, they ice them joints out, man. Ice them out.
Yeah. If I get another one, I'm gonna get it just like the one I had. We're gonna be straight up gold. You know what I'm saying? With nothing on it but that head on it.
You know, it had some powerful meaning behind that back in the day.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
It gave off to anybody looking at you that you had a certain level of clout with yourself.
Yeah.
And I think it still prevails to this day. I could be wrong.
Yeah.
But to me and you,
yeah,
that's what it is. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I like that joint, man. Yeah, they were nice. They were nice. I always wanted to give me one, man. Never did, man. Because I always wanted to make sure I got one thick enough.
Yeah, that's right.
Strong enough, but wasn't over the top.
Right.
This thing, I wanted one so elegant and nice that it, no matter what venue I walk into or what crowd of people I was amongst, I got respect with it. That's what I wanted.
Yeah. And that's how it make you feel too when you're walking through. But if you know you clean, you whip clean, that thing on. You know what I'm saying?
Man, I'm telling you, man, I put my lion's head on, man. Whole different dude, man. I remember time, man, I would wear my chain and my lion's head, man. I always had like a 24-inch rope I wore with.
Yeah.
When I would wear them joints, man, I if I was going to church, man, I wouldn't even wear a tie.
Right.
I wanted to make sure that chain and that lion's
You
head
got to stand out.
and stuff. You already know. You already know. I said,
Yeah.
this is my tie today. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, right.
That was my thing, man.
Yeah.
Man, that joint, I used to love that joint, man. I used to wear a lot of silk back in the day, man.
Yeah.
And, couldn't tell me I had my silk
Yeah,
on.
that was the thing. That was the thing, bro.
Hey, hey, Deke, what you know about the Bold Man Stacy's?
Oh man, the Madams.
Woo, man, I
Man.
kept me a pair of them joints, man.
Yeah, man. Yeah, we all had to have, but I'm telling you, man, those were the days, man. I don't know what they got going on now, but let me ask you, you remember them Bally's?
Yeah, I never did own any though, but yeah, I remember the Bally's. Yeah,
Ooh,
absolutely.
woo. Boy, you step out with a pair of them Bally's on, bro.
Yeah,
You
I know.
top level. You know what I'm saying?
You know what they said, fresh dress.
Yeah,
like
ready to impress, bro.
Put on my fly gear, my fly green socks.
Yeah.
Out the door, stop short. Oh no, I ran back. My cane go.
That's right. I had every color KG out there, bro. I had them, bro.
Yeah, I never did have. I used to. A lot of my homies had them, man. I just never did get into them, man.
Love them KG.
I'm gonna tell you real talk, man. I probably was too tight. I was a tight dude, man. I would spend some money on some clothes and some shoes.
Yeah.
If I valued it. You see what I'm saying? If I liked it, I valued it. But if I didn't like it that much, I didn't see the value in it. You see what I'm saying?
Man, let me tell you something. Ain't nothing like them fur KGs coming through, bro. Oh my goodness. And especially, man, I used to kill them blue ones, them black ones, but oh my God.
Hey, sometimes, man, I be trying to imagine you, man. Back in the day, man, I said, I know Deke was out there just giving a pill.
Oh man, next level with it. You know what I'm saying?
You know what I'm saying? Hey, look, I remember I was this is something I've always had a thought of, man. There was a brother I did a little bid with, right?
Right.
He's from Atlanta.
Right.
And man, he showed me some photos of a store that him and some partners of his owned.
Right.
It was more of a men's exclusive store, right?
Right.
Upscale all the way.
Right.
Nothing but the fly gear in that joint.
Right.
Classy stuff, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But and you know, you knew if you knew what you knew what you were looking at when somebody was wearing certain things. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That type of thing. It might not always be that loud brand name that a lot of the folks like to, you know, have in their mouth and eyes, whatever. But if you knew. Right. Man, ever since that brother showed me that, man, I said, man, now that store at that time would do well in a city like Atlanta.
Right.
It wouldn't have flew too well in Nashville at that time.
Mm-hmm.
But now, I say ever since the Titans came, you know, ever since we got a football team,
right,
a store like that could make it in Nashville. And I think a couple of cats tried something like that. And there's some stores on that level, but they ain't the flavor you and I like. You know what I'm saying? Right. You know, they're owned by the other side.
Right.
I think that's one thing I've always had a hunger for, man, is getting with a couple of cats, man, and starting up with men's exclusive store like that, fly gear. It have something for the ladies too, but there's a lot of ladies stuff back home though. Right. I'm more impressed with trying to do something for the men because
listen, I may get with you in the near future, man, and we can chop it up, man. And,
absolutely, bro. Absolutely.
You know what I'm saying? And make something happen on the
record. You got my phone number anyway, though, right?
No, but I get it from Kyle. Oh, okay.
I put it in the ground chat.
Yeah,
man. It's I think it'll go well, man, because we got enough people there, enough money there,
right?
And they got enough people coming through,
right,
now to support it. You
right.
know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And it'd be so anytime. Look here, I remember back in the day, you couldn't buy no Rolls Royce out of Nashville.
Right.
You can go buy you one now.
Come on, man.
Know what I'm saying? So, what's up?
Yeah,
so, man, it's on and popping. You know what I'm saying?
I never been to Atlanta a day in my life, bro.
Oh, real talk.
Real
Man,
talk, man.
a lot of cats out of Miami used to fly through Atlanta a lot.
Yeah, man. I got folks up there. I got family up there,
Yeah.
the whole nine. But you know, I just never been. And you know, a lot of places I never been. I never been to Daytona. That's right
You
around
know
the
what?
corner.
You know what, Deacon?
Yeah,
Same here, bro. There's a
yeah,
lot of places I haven't. You would have expected and thought I would have been. But
right.
I was one of them cats, man. Back in the day when I was running the streets, man.
Yeah, I ain't
I
had
was
time
real,
for that.
I was a low key quiet type of dude, you know.
Yeah,
Had a great reputation amongst everyone. Didn't have an enemy one, you know.
right.
Closest enemy I might have had is a broken hearted chick or something, you know. Other
Yeah,
than that, I didn't have any enemies.
facts.
And man, let me tell you, man. Every time everyone's getting together and hitting the road to go out of town somewhere, man, to kick it,
Right,
I always stay back, man. Figure out. I said, shoot, if they gone, business got to come my way. You know what I'm
right.
saying?
Yeah,
That's what I was looking at. But at
yeah,
the same time, I never was a highway warrior, man.
right.
Then as I get a little bit older, I think about all the opportunities and all the situations that I missed out on. I turned down. I said, man, I said, I got to start, you know, spreading my wings a little bit more, you know. And I'm
Yeah,
slowly but surely doing that here the past decade, you know. So
yeah,
when them towers went down up there in New York,
yeah.
that's when it really hit home for me.
Right,
Because I'll never get to see those. Never saw
right.
them, never get to see it. And I've turned down several trips to New York. Several.
Yeah, yeah.
But I used to have some me and a partner, man. Well, it was my partner's connect.
Right,
He was connected to some guys, some white guys in particular.
right.
They used to take a private jet to New Jersey once or twice a week. A month
Right.
on the weekends just to gamble.
Yeah.
Atlantic City.
Right.
And they wanted me to join, man. Never did, man. I wish I had, man. That's when Atlantic City was popping, man.
Yeah. But you know, yeah, you know what though, family? We don't live with regrets. Everything is by design. You know what I'm saying? Everything by design. You know.
I think I've been living as long as I have because some of the decisions I've made.
There you go.
Turning
There
down
you go. Right.
Good times.
Right.
When I could have made them, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
Because,
right.
Who knows? Could have got out there, got robbed, hit up side of hit a kill,
All
whatever.
that. All that.
The bill.
Yeah.
You know, anything could happen, man. So could have I've been out of town, caught a case on a hump.
Yeah. And
that was one of my biggest fears to catch a case out of my city. You know what I'm saying? I didn't want to do that.
And that's one of the reasons why I never ventured out to Daytona, because they got a saying about Daytona. They say you go there on vacation, but you leave on probation. No, sir. I don't want none of that. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to get money. I ain't got time to be on nobody else's probation, bro. You know what I'm saying? In a whole other city. You know what I'm saying?
That's right, man.
Yeah,
right,
man. I ain't trying to get jacked up, bro.
Absolutely. Absolutely. But yeah, man, I laid back a whole lot of times, man. Shit, that's just who I was, man. And
yeah, man.
You know, I'm telling you, man, I'm enjoying life these days, man.
Right. Yeah, man. That's a wonderful thing, man. Live life, man. As long as God allows us to keep breathing, you know, we got a shot to do anything that we want to do in life, man. You know, we just got like you say, we got to make these choices be the right ones. You know what I'm saying? And make sure when we leave here, man, we can leave a legacy for them babies we created. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, Cal, if you can hear me, man, Pittsburgh T is backstage, man. Bring him in, bro. Bring him in. If you can hear me, Kyle, bring my man's in. Hey, I put that number in the chat, D.
Okay.
It's,
okay. I see it.
Just text me. Just text me, and I'll lock you in, and vice versa. You know what I'm saying?
All right. Whenever I get off the panel, I'll text you.
That's what's up. But yeah, Kyle, I'm go ahead, dig it. I'm gonna mute and I'm gonna try to get Grace Cal up. I'm gonna send him a text.
Okay. All right. I'm putting this in my other phone real quick. Yeah. What I was saying about the brother Danny Garcia is that the Earl Spence fight could have been nothing more than the trigger for some internal things that he was already going through.
What's happening, fellas? What's happening?
What's happening, fam? Everything good with you?
Okay, he's in. All right, cool.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm in here. Good. What y'all rapping on?
On the go
We
ahead.
supposed to be talking boxing. Deacon get ready to
Right.
bring you up to speed. We were talking Pimp City, you know, back in the day, you know. But
Yeah.
we get
Oh,
back to boxing.
y'all talking about pimping. Y'all talking about that book what's the book that everybody read?
No, I know what you're talking about.
He
Yeah.
talking about Donald Goins, no, Iceberg Slim. He probably talking
Iceberg
about
Iceberg
Slim.
Slim. There you go. There you go. There you go.
what's the name of
All the
Yeah.
young
Can't
folks.
think of the
Yeah,
name
all
of
the
it.
young
I know what
people.
you're talking about.
Yeah, all the
Yeah.
young people need to read that book. That's an easy read.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna tell you,
That
Iceberg
teach you about
Slim
some life.
and
Yeah,
Iceberg Slim and Donald Goins is
yeah.
them
Must
two
read
authors
these.
to check out.
Yeah. And if I'm not mistaken, this brother was an absolute poet that wrote things and he was taken advantage of monetarily by the people who was supposed to been I don't want to get, you know what I mean. I don't quite remember
Which one you talking about? Iceberg
who
Slim or the other one you talking about?
who it was, what man yeah,
Probably Donald Goins.
Iceberg Slim, the old.
Iceberg Slim.
Iceberg Slim.
Yeah, him too.
I think he was.
They both
They was beating him out a lot of money for all the material that he was writing for.
Yeah.
I forgot who he was writing for. He did a lot of writing for somebody.
So,
He wrote a
And
couple
and they
books.
would.
they did a documentary with him in it, a few spots.
Yeah, I
About
seen
Iceberg
that, but
Slim,
y'all know
life
he did.
years ago.
If you check it out, he did a lot of writing for. I'm gonna find that again, and I'm gonna put it on this show, Fred's show, or whatever, for y'all to.
Yeah,
I
you're
haven't
right.
looked at it.
You know what? I forgot about that. You're right. He wrote for some shows
Yeah.
or was it some books? He wrote for somebody.
Yeah, I just can't. Yeah, I just can't remember. Yeah, and they messed him over.
Yeah. Go ahead. We'll get back on that boxing. People over here want to listen to boxing, man, and I came over here at Rec Shop. My bad.
No, it's all good, brother.
Sometimes I go down memory lane. Y'all know how I do.
I want him to speak to it's supposed to be titled Mental Health Monday, and talking about the breakdown of Danny Garcia in the ring. What say you to that?
Oh, let me say this about the mental health. I think all of us, all men, including myself included, I think we got to do a better job of checking on these young folks.
Right.
That means our nephews, our
That's
younger cousins,
Yeah.
our brothers, our sons, our daughters. I mean, we all have to do a better job. 'Cause I went to a wedding this weekend up the road in Detroit, and I seen some of my younger cousins, and I got to do a better job of staying in contact with them, because sometimes you might be able to reach somebody that the mama, daddy, somebody might not be able to. You might be able to give a little word of encouragement to help a person in the situation. So I think we all need to do better when it comes to mental health. As far as Danny Garcia, that stuff right there, I don't know about that. That seemed like something that seemed like something else. That don't seem like no mental health. I mean, maybe he was going through some mental health at the time, but the way that they was just jugging at him, that was something else that they was trying to do. That's not speaking to him personally. That's just the way that they was trying to set that thing up. So if he was going through some mental health issues, that's him. But it's the way that they was trying to bring that out of him. You know, it's almost like you at a funeral, your wife down or your son down, and somebody sticking a microphone in your face. That's how I felt about that.
Even if I mean wait 1 minute, sister.
Go ahead.
You know, sticking a microphone in his face is not going to bring out that. I mean, that's a given. At the end of every fight, they're gonna get a camera and a microphone put in their face. I don't know about that, but I get your point. But
just drilling it down. Not the fact that he got the microphone, but the fact that okay, so he's a fighter, right? That reporter is trained in the art of interviewing, right?
Right.
So, so just like anything, right? If you do anything and somebody's professional in that, you might have an idea of it, but you're not going to be able to keep up on that level. So I will say that that was guided. You know what I mean? I'm not saying that.
Okay.
I don't know what the intention was, but I know it was guided. And he answered the questions honestly, and he answered what he answered and said what he said. But that was guided. That's all I would say about that.
I think that his speaking about what he spoke about and then breaking down came out before Jim Gray spoke to that.
Yeah.
Jim Gray spoke to that after he did that. So
Right.
I don't know if he guided him on that. You know what I mean?
No, but I mean the interview. I mean
That's
his
what I'm saying.
breakdown is his breakdown is separate from what I'm saying the interview. It's two in the same. I don't even maybe I'm saying it wrong. What I'm saying
I
is,
mean, I get what you're
yeah,
saying, but what I'm saying is to that, I get what you're saying. And
yeah.
you know, I respect what you're saying. But what I'm saying is his breakdown and his explanation of that was before Jim Gray responded to it. So I don't see how Jim Gray could have coached that out of him when it came out before he even addressed it.
Yeah, it seemed very surprising when he
Right.
spoke about it. No one
Right.
expected it.
Well, remember, Jim.
I think what may have happened that the promotional company as well as the network he probably spoke to them saying that he was going through some things, but probably didn't elaborate to them about it ahead of time.
Mhm.
And you know, he probably told him he'll speak on at the end of the fight if he wins or whatever. I don't know, but it seemed like it was pretty genuine to me. Because I'm gonna tell you something.
Right.
When they come down to emotions, and a person crying like that, and barely can get express their words, I can relate because I mean sometimes I get emotional on the panel at night here.
Yeah.
You know, and you
No, but
witness
what
that.
I'm saying. No, but what I'm saying is, I'm not saying what he didn't say was genuine. What I'm saying is what you just said. That reporter might have talked to his people and knew that and stood on that point, so they got a reaction. That's what I'm saying.
But
that would be true.
He gave a reaction. He gave his action was way before Jim started asking him directly about that.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
That's what I was seeing.
Yeah. That's what I saw. You know. And to your point, brother, that's Finesse I'm talking to here?
Pittsburgh T.
Okay. I don't know why
he fell off.
He done fell off. Oh, listen, I was just going to say he made a great point because when he said your nephew and all this, I have to agree with him because I got a text 3 days ago that my nephew was in the hospital. You know, he played football and all that, so they was trying to see did he have some type of concussion or did he have air in his head or whatever. They did all type of things. They did EKGs. They did everything. They checked his whole body, and he's fine. But he's been in a situation where he's sleeping a lot. He's not eating right, barely eating if any, and he can't get his words out. And my niece say they thought it was a stroke. He's not having a stroke or none of this, right? So they brought in today. Today it's like the third or the fourth day, because they had him at one hospital. They shipped him to another. What deal especially with kids, young teenagers. You know, babies on up, but you know what I mean. But what they did was they said we did all that. He's fine. He's healthy. So but he still can't get his words out. So they said, is there any mental health in the family? My niece told him, yeah, it is. So they're supposed to be bringing in today. I don't know. I'll get the results of that probably in the morning. They're supposed to be bringing in some specialists in the mental health field to try and deal with him and try to help figure out why he's the way he is. He's not talking. He's slurring his speech. It won't come out. He's withdrawn. And we've been praying pretty hard for him, and I know that God will bring him through this. But he's right. We have to, you know, I check on them every now and then, but not like I should. Like I said, I'm kind of withdrawn myself. I don't move around, especially with all this stuff going around. They study coming up with different diseases every day, and I definitely try to stay out the way. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
but
you're right. Pittsburgh did say something powerful there.
Yeah, and I want to let him know he was on point with that. You know what I mean?
He might be able to hear you. And I'm gonna say this, man, because that touched me personally when he said that, because this has been on my heart and mind for a few months.
Yeah.
Going through this divorce, I think my wife. I know my youngest stepson has been diagnosed as having some mental issues.
Right.
And
God bless.
I'm hearing that is hereditary. That is goes from one
Right.
person family to the next or whatever.
Right.
And me not me being so in love with my ex-wife, I didn't think about it.
Your phone, you're chopping up.
Yeah, I'm in the area. I'm about to get cut off actually.
Oh,
Can you hear me? Can you hear me at all?
yeah, I can hear you now.
Yeah. But I think my wife was suffering from some mental issues, or some depression or something, and I ignored it. And she wasn't talking about it, so I didn't think nothing about it, And then
Right.
her granddaughter, which is the girl that we were raising, who called the police on me for no good reason. But the way she reacted, she called the police before they got there, after they got there. I noticed she has to be suffering from some kind of mental issues as well. As bright as she is,
Right.
she's a very intelligent young lady.
God
but
bless her.
I that after the fact, and I said, man, I've been living with people with mental issues all this time. Didn't know it. I knew about my stepson, but I didn't know about the mother and the daughter.
Yeah.
Which the daughter is my stepson's daughter.
Right.
Hey Cal Lamar Pittsburgh T is backstage. If you can hear me, Pittsburgh T is backstage. I'm about to get knocked off, and I'm gonna come. If you can hang on, D, I'm gonna come in on the other side. If Cal stays awake, I'm gonna come in on the other side from the highway after I get knocked off. But yeah, man, we gotta pay attention to people with mental issues, man, because we in the black community a lot of times we want to label it crazy.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean they're crazy, you know what I'm saying? It means they have an issue that that's a little different from the next person. And I like to say this before I get cut off. I think each and every last one of us have something that's different, that makes us different from everybody else, no matter if it's positive or negative.
That's right.
But we see things a little different than the next person. And but sometimes we want to call it crazy, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And we got to stop doing that as a people.
That's fact. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Well, yeah, man. I think Danny legitimately has been going.
You might have to do what you did to get him on. What you did? Text Cal. You done went out, brother. You done went out. Yeah, man. I do think that Danny Garcia has had this problem passed down to him from his father. I think that's a possibility on the way that I see his father behaves, and it's like he can't help himself. I don't think he wants to deliberately embarrass himself and his son. I just think that he can't help it. And these are problems that are probably being going unchecked.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, brother. Go ahead and speak.
Oh, right, yeah, bro. Yeah, no, that Danny Garcia stuff, man, it's crazy, man.
Yeah.
I don't know.
So what you think?
It's like some of the only times you see it really when a fighter breaks down in the ring, especially during the post-fight interview.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man, it's crazy.
I believe it was real, and I believe that it was something that was probably triggered from the Spence fight that was already in him, that he probably didn't even know that it was there. A lot of times people can be walking around with this and don't even know it until a trigger. You don't know what the trigger is until it happens. And the trigger could have been losing his identity in the ring, his identity of being great, being the best, being unstoppable, being the absolute best at what he does. He's been undefeated for all these years. He's beat all these champions. He beat everybody who they said he wouldn't beat, and he got beat. So everything that he was told became a lie on one night, and that could have been the trigger to cause those emotions to happen.
I hear you, man. Yeah, some people just don't bounce back from it, right?
That's
Unfortunately,
true.
you say.
Yeah. And that's, we got to thank God that he did. He have somewhat of his sanity. He's not all gone. And speaking when you speak out like that, that's a part of the healing process. Because it's hard to do that. That's why when somebody speaks, notice now when he spoke about it, he wasn't crying. As it began to come out of him, the emotions came behind it. It was a release. You know what I'm saying? Because it's hard to do that. And then once he released it, and then the emotions came out, you could see that he wanted to try and stop it. He was doing his best to stop it because he didn't want to embarrass himself. But those emotions came out, they needed to come out, and then he needed to control it all at the same time.
Nah, it is true, man. Getting beat by another man is not some way to bounce back too quick, especially how he did it. He went fight after fight, kept on going up in competition, even after a loss.
Yeah. And that win, what he got the other night without a knockout, is a part of the healing process. You can be that. You can win. You have won again. That's a part of the process. So he got to keep building and also be able to deal with defeat. If defeat is the trigger, like the beer is to my brother for crack, control that, find a way to deal with it. I'm in a profession where I can lose and I can win. Okay, I lost. I came back, I won. If I lose again, which is no fighter puts in their mind to go in there to lose. But if I lose again, there's a possibility that now I know I can lose. That aura has been broken around me. Sometimes that's a healing thing for fighters because the ego is so high they don't get the best out of themselves until they lose. Some fighters come back greater than ever. You know what I mean?
Man. I know.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Another point I want to make, man. Like I don't like Danny at 54. I don't know. I just don't see him beating Jermell or Tim Tszyu.
Right. I agree. Yeah. And I forgot who made this point, and I don't know what show I heard this on, and they spoke this weeks before the fight at 154. They said that they believe that Danny is taking the fight at 54, 55 is because it's like he's overweight and he needs that fight at that weight to come back down to 47. And just like clockwork, after the fight, who he calls out, Keith Thurman and Laura. So when I heard Keith Thurman, I thought about that video I heard with somebody. I just can't remember who said it. I say, man, they were spot on with that because that's what it is. The fight at that weight is because he was too high in weight, and that was the excuse so it wouldn't be looking like Danny's out of shape. He came prepared. He's unprofessional. He didn't want to hear none of that, right? He's already was dealing with other stuff. So to cover that up is to take the fight at 155, come back down because he already working out now. So he's on the road to recovery as pertains to his weight and abilities to get back down to 147. Yeah. What's up, brother? I see you came back in.
I came back in. Let me add what you just said. I think taking the mental aspect to it, and I think it's kind of hard to do with individual fighters. But like when we say that he's not being disciplined, he can't make the weight. Those are all factors that go into all of that, and we just don't know what position these guys are. I mean, he spoke out.
Your mic just went out, fam. Did you hit pause?
Now you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
You hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Yeah, I was saying we just don't know how many of these fighters are struggling with mental health issues or what's going on with them. So you just never know with anybody. But I think when people do speak out, you got to take a step back and try to reconsider some things that you might have thought about somebody that could be completely wrong, and you can kind of attribute all of that to that situation. and unknowing to you, you wouldn't know it. You just think, man, this dude is a damn fool. But he really probably got some mental stuff. When you really sit there and really talk to some of these people, you'll figure out some things that, because I work in a different environment, and some people really spaz out when they have to talk to people of authority. Like they really shut down, or they get in front of public speaking. Really does things to people. They can be sitting there shooting the breeze with you, talking all the trash they want, but you put them up there as the only person talking, then they shut down.
Yeah.
And the shutdown might not mean that you're not talking. The shutdown mean you might react. You might have a reaction behind that where you're just saying and doing some crazy stuff.
Right.
So I mean, everybody has a different reaction to that. So when he's like in Danny Garcia's situation, when we're saying he can't make weight, maybe he can't make weight.
Right.
Maybe he really can't. Maybe it's a mental thing where he really, the stuff that he used to be able to do, maybe he really can't. And that's just what he got to deal with. I mean, ain't nothing nobody could do about that. He just got to deal with that.
Right. I agree.
That's the situation that we just don't know the depths of it. But like I say, that's the situation that he got to deal with it, him and his family, and they got to figure out a way forward with that. But that's one of those unknown risks when you start boxing, I would imagine.
Yep.
That's not talked about. That they don't want to talk about. Because they don't want that NFL lawsuit, that NFL money to be rolling around. They don't want that kind of problem.
Right. Yep. And
you're not going to talk about that.
And like Deontay Wilder said, man, getting hit in the head, bro, is a serious thing, Fighters are concussed all the time, bro. And then, they get put in the ring because they want to make a few dollars, and the people's that's in power want to make money. They want to run this show, and they throw fighters in, and I done seen fighters be knocked out unconscious and got a fight within the same year.
Yep. Well, look at the fighters that's doing the replacement fights when the fighter can't make weight, or for whatever reason the original fighter couldn't do it, and they got a month notice, or they got a couple weeks notice, like all of that kind of foolishness. That happens a lot. It happens a lot because the guy's gonna come in, he's gonna have to drain himself down unless he was already in shape, which most people are not gonna be in that kind of shape. So he's gonna have to drain and starve himself down to get into that fight. He had a disadvantage to begin with.
That's right.
Dehydration, when you get down dehydrated, that create all kind of problems.
Yep. And I heard on the Hasim Rahman call press conference that he did yesterday, I think, talking about the cancellation of the Jake Paul fight. And the young female, I forgot her name. She's a young white girl that she be at a lot of these guys' fights, and she be behind the scenes with a lot of these guys. And she said she was with Devin Haney in Australia, and he lost 11 pounds in 2 days. I see, good God, you know how dangerous that is. But I guess they got a way to do it. But man, 11 pounds in 2 days is insane.
But remember how old did Devin Haney? What, 20? Was he 23, 24?
Yeah, something like that. 23, I think.
23, 24. So he's a young man. That's different than doing that than you 30.
Yeah, I'm just like, God damn, that's a lot of weight, man, in 2 days.
I mean, but then you got to think too. Like the thing with Jake Paul that kind of threw me off. Both of them have culpability of that, right?
Yeah.
So Rahman have culpability for taking that fight, knowing that he never been down to that fight, and God knows when. So he probably not gonna get to that level.
That's
Number
right.
two, Jake Paul and them, they're doing the weigh-in before the official weigh-in and calling the fight off, which is ridiculous. Because at worst, even if they would seem like they were just trying to find a way out of that fight. Because they wanted to get that fight sanctioned in New York City, and New York City told them, we're not going to do no more of that exhibition crap. You got to fight a real fighter.
Right.
So he should have what he wanted to do. His only way he could have did what he did and save face was once he canceled that fight, he was supposed to get a replacement fighter in there to keep that fight going. That's what he was supposed to do, not completely cancel the card. Because all those undercard fighters are losing money. The venue's losing money. The TV's losing money.
Man.
Jake Paul made a mess of that. Now he think he's getting away with some posts and all that, but the people he got to do business with People he
Right.
got to do business with. He just pissed them people off by making them throw all that money away. For whatever reason, he should have. I mean, realistically, what he should have did is he should have just fought him at a catch weight. That's what he should have did, and should have been done.
Do you think any type of lawsuits can come behind this or not?
They can sue Jake Paul.
That's what I'm saying.
Remember,
That's what I'm
his
saying.
promotional company, MVP, is the one that called that fight out. That wasn't no sanctioning body.
Right.
That wasn't nobody else. That wasn't whoever the TV network was. That wasn't a venue. That was his promotional company that called that fight off.
Yeah.
So they got some contractual obligations to deal with. Not to mention the people on the undercard that's been training for months. They paid fighters. They paid trainers. They paid nutritionists. They went to training camps. They did all this stuff, and now there's no fight.
Right.
So I think they get money. I think they get money when they're training like that. I think they get some funds to support the training camps and things of that nature. And I think all that stuff is going to be taken care of. And me going by the track record that Jake Paul him and his brother has shown here of late this past year. They want people to get paid. They don't want people to lose money. So as far as the supporters, as far as sponsorships, network obligations, stuff like that, I think they probably still got something in the works. They're just probably going to do it at a later date. I'm sure they probably have it within the contractual agreements that they can do without a fight at that moment or whatever. We've seen fights put off and people come back and make a fight later. I don't think he's going to be have to worry about any lawsuits. They pretty smart business guys, is what I'm getting at.
They can still get those centos. Because think about it. Me as a fighter, right? Think about this. Like, if you thinking about Jake, think about it like this. If I'm an undercard fighter, right? You probably don't know who the hell I am. This was my shot for people to know who I am, to get on this platform, right? Some of these guys that are like undercard fighters who got a couple fights in, they might be 1 or 2 fights from watching that shit, and it could be the end of it. Because they ain't getting paid no bunch of money to begin with. And you getting them on the network where people can see them, and you taking the opportunity away from that person. So those folks are the people that's more likely going to sue him. Like you say, the networks, they'll probably work another deal with him. The venue might make another deal with him. But I mean, individual fighters. Remember when what's the UFC dude that Floyd fought? Conor McGregor. Remember when he threw that shit he threw something through the window and it messed up somebody's eye and this and that. That person ended up suing Conor, and then they sued the UFC. I'm pretty sure they settled out of court because you never heard nothing about it. But they messed up the earnings for that particular person during that fight. And that was an undercard fight. That wasn't a main fight.
See, that was a situation where the card itself went on. That fight went on, but that fighter was not able to produce. Was not able to fight because of the negligence on Conor and him being, per se employed, connected with the UFC and whichever way he is. So I think that was a different scenario. But when it's like a whole fight card, it has to be postponed or put off. I would think these guys are smart. Jake Paul and Logan Paul, man, they just seem like smart business guys to me.
Well, let me ask you something.
And they seem like they want the best for the fighters. So it's just hard for me to imagine that they're going to jack off the money. I could see them, if that was a problem, I would see them put money in the pockets of these people just to hold them.
They can't, though, Santos. But they're not. No, they don't. They're not the network. They're not putting on that card by themselves out of their pocket. They're the biggest network.
I understand that, but the biggest fighter that was going to collect is himself. Everybody else,
but they still need a network.
They got money in their pocket to pay these other fighters. I promise you.
They're not paying.
I promise you that.
Santos.
They don't pay for training camps though. They don't pay you for training camps.
Well, see, I've heard that. I've heard that too. I've heard that too, Cal. But I've also heard that they get a supplement for training camps.
That's maybe a stipend.
Listen,
that's what I'm saying.
Listen to what I'm telling you. Everybody don't get that, bro.
I didn't say that, man.
I'm saying so. He's saying the people that didn't get everybody. I'm telling you, the only man you don't get paid for training camp, bro. So that's why fighters get so upset when fights get canceled because You know, it's like, damn, man, I done spent all this time on training camp. Then they probably got some bills.
I think it's what you said a minute ago. I think some do, some don't, because I've heard fighters actually talk about the money that they were given for training. They went through it. I've heard that out of more than one fighter's mouth.
Well, let me ask you a question
maybe
about.
All of them don't get it, but some do.
Right. Let me ask the question about Hasim Rahman and his ability to sue, whether he can or can't. He said that they gave him until 11:30 or something, but they canceled the fight hours before the deadline. I think that would be cause for abuse of contract. What say you guys?
The commission said that the fight got to be off, not Jake Paul.
Yeah.
Jake Paul
Right. He said he didn't even get official paperwork, but they done counsel him out.
But that's not the commission. That's Jake Paul. That's Jake Paul saying that. The commission didn't cancel that fight.
So the fight is still officially on.
No,
it's canceled. It's canceled via Jake Paul.
I think the commission was saying that they couldn't go down on that date. They didn't cancel the fight. I think they said they couldn't go down on that date.
Right.
Jake Paul and his crew, I think they're the ones that pulled the fight.
They're the ones that canceled the fight. Exactly. They're the ones that canceled that fight.
Hasim Rahman's Jr. lawyer was on the call, and he said that they canceled the fight before the 11 o'clock, 11:30 deadline. They canceled hours before. So they didn't give them a full chance to agree or disagree. They said, well, give us an answer by this time or we canceling. And you know what? Even that verbally is not in the contract. You know what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is them saying, hey, man, do this or do that was not in the contract. So if all this stuff, that these stipulations that's coming up out of nowhere is not in the contract, therefore, hence abusive contract.
Well, I think, like what I say, Jake Paul, he suffers liability because he didn't have a replace. They got a replacement fighter that's training.
That's what he said. That's what Hasim said.
They don't just out of the blue. They have to keep one. So they could have had that card. By him canceling the entire card, that's where he's negligent.
Mm-hmm. So I'm just trying to figure, I don't know. So I'm asking questions. I just figured maybe he got some wiggle room to force him into this fight by threatening to sue him. And okay.
Oh, snap. Taylor Bell. Shout out to Taylor Bell. His birthday August the 9th, man. Same day.
Hey, man. Happy birthday, family.
That'd be a weird conversation.
My bad. I don't think he's talking about my bad.
I don't think he can force him. I think he can sue him because it wasn't an official weigh-in. Unless they had something in the contract where he had to hit a certain weight by a certain date, then it's hard for them to get off of that. I don't know what the contract said as far as those weigh-ins were.
Well, he was failing on the weight loss progress according to what the commission wanted to see.
Yeah, he was at 215.
The commission was wanting to see but that was checking with him on that stuff, and he wasn't on pace.
Yeah, I don't think that's true though, since the commission can't think about it. Like dudes lose weight all the time in weeks of fights.
But listen up,
all the time.
But he's talking about he wasn't losing the weight in time himself.
Yeah, but still, like, look, unless his camp came out and said, hey, we can't now, if his camp, because he did a lot of double talking, so who knows what conversations they had. He might have told them, hey, I can't lose this weight. I can only go to this weight, and you have to let me fight at that weight. Now, if he did that, that's the problem. That'll come out.
But that's what I'm
more
saying.
likely what happened. That's more likely what happened than that. That's more likely than just they did a weigh-in and he didn't make the weight. And now we finna cancel the fight. That don't make sense because they got an official weigh-in date. To me,
listen,
I could be wrong.
You couldn't get down to 205, bro. Hey,
he was trying to let them. He was trying to get a fight at a higher weight.
There you go.
Bro,
there you go.
Said he couldn't get to 205. He was trying to have a fight at 215, and they said no. So whose fault is that? That's not Jake Paul's fault.
Hold on now. Hold on. He said with his lawyer on the call that he had fighters, current fighters and champions reaching out to him saying that getting that weight down to 205 before the weigh-in would be no problem. they could get it off. So he said he would agree to it, and he still will agree to it as of yesterday, that he could get down, and they know how to help him get down to that weight. Now, if that weigh-in date come and he failed to wait, and then they cancel the fight, that's one thing. But to don't even give him a chance to see if he can do it, that's the problem.
But he double talked though.
But still got to give him a shot to see.
No, but he said it out his mouth. Listen, what I'm telling you. He double talked during what I heard. On one hand, he said, "I can't get down to 215."
He did say that. He said that.
He said. He said that came out of his mouth. And then so now what I'm saying is, if he came out of his mouth and said, "I cannot make the weight," then now he canceled the fight his damn self. What I'm saying, I don't know what he told them.
So I agree with you that he double talked, because he said that first, but then he came back later and said that he has champions reaching out to him, telling them they can help him get the weight off at the proper time of weighing. You heard that too, right?
I heard that too, but you can't say that like if you hire me to paint your house, right? You give me 2 weeks to paint the house, and a week and 3 days to pass, and I tell you, don't worry, I ain't started yet, but I can still do it. Like, come on, man, what we doing right now? We ain't doing that.
Yeah, hey man, I can't. Hey, I ain't got a dog in the fight.
They both, but that's why I say they both. Like, really and truly, Jake Paul, neither one of them without blame with this whole situation.
Hold on,
right.
215 wasn't the problem, fellas. 215 is what he got down to.
That's right.
He was at 216 and he got down to 215 like a week or so later. That was the problem.
Yeah,
it was the 205 he was saying that he can get down to.
Yeah, that's what I said.
No, but that's what I'm saying. During that interview I watched, he said he could only get down to 215, and they'll just have to. First he said he said he could only get down to 215.
But like you said,
I was correct what was said earlier, because you said he couldn't get down to 215. I know he didn't.
No, he said that. He changed it and said he could get down to 205 with the help of these champions.
He said both things at the same interview. Yeah, he said both things.
I wanted to make sure the people heard you right, because it sounded like you said that he said he couldn't get down to 215. That's where he was at. That's what I'm getting at.
He did. Yeah, he did say that. He said both things. He said
both things.
He said both things.
That he couldn't get down to 215 when he was already there. That don't make sense.
He said he couldn't get down. He said, "I can't get down to 205. They trying to deplete me at the weight and trying to put me at a disadvantage." But then he came back and said that he got champions reaching out to him, telling him that he can get down. He at 215 right now, and he can get down to 205 by day of the weigh-in, and they can help him. It would be no problem. And that's when the young chick came up and said Devin Haney lost 11 pounds in 2 days. She know damn well that Hakeem Rockman can lose the 10 pounds.
But he said he couldn't. That's the problem.
Yeah. He said both. Like you said, he said both things.
He is his own problem. He said both things. What he told the people. That's what I'm saying. We don't know what he told the commission. We don't know what he told Jake Paul. Maybe he told Jake Paul, "Hey, let's fight at a catch rate." He claimed
he never spoke to nobody. That his people, his lawyers and the managers, they speak with them. He didn't speak directly to anyone. Not Jake Paul.
Maybe his
not to Noah.
Well, if he tell his rep, if you tell me and I'm your lawyer, you tell me, "Hey man, I can't get past this weight," then I'm gonna go and turn around and talk to his people. I'm your rep. So now I'm speaking, even though you didn't say it, you said it because you told me and I told them.
What the lawyer said on the call when they got the paperwork about the new weight, because he said that they didn't ask for it. It was contracted at 200 pounds. I mean, 200 pounds. Right. But they moved it up to 205, right? And also he said they couldn't answer that without looking over the paperwork. As he said, any lawyer with common sense know that you have to go over this and study what they sent you and then go over it with your client. You need time for that. You're not just gonna give an answer in an hour or 15 minutes or whatever. He wanted to do a proper job. That's what he said. You feel me?
Right. But remember that fight was scheduled within that wasn't like no fight that was supposed to be given like no months and months of promotion. He was originally supposed to fight Fury. He couldn't fight Fury. That's how he ended up with Rockman. And that was a month and a half, 6 weeks, 8 weeks. It wasn't like he was given a bunch of damn time to
And it
begin
wasn't
with.
like he
That
was
was
giving
all.
no bunch of damn money neither. You heard 250,000. You go down from 2 million that you was finna give a Fury. Hell, both of their fathers were heavyweight champions. Both of them, you know what I'm saying, got bloodlines of champions.
Hey,
Why not give offer that man at least
hold
$1
on real
million?
quick. Hold on real quick. Hey, Dash, you gotta show you gotta show your face, bro. Oh, you got it. Yeah, you got it out of here. Shout out to my
Must
boy
want
Ben
so.
Israel, man.
Oh, he in the building?
Nah, yeah, he in the chat.
Hey, salute, Ben. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That brother they'll be cooking. he be getting to
But
him.
if you sign up for it, that contract stuff, whatever you agree to sign for, I mean, you can't complain about that later. You agreed to
Yeah,
fight for that.
yeah,
So I ain't even gonna go down that road. Whatever he offered you, you said, okay, cool, I'm gonna do it. So that's
yeah.
on him to negotiate what he agreed he felt like he was worth. He felt like he was worth it. He felt like he could do it. He couldn't do it. Now
Yeah.
that's his fault for taking that fight. Now Jake Paul, like I say, if he canceled the complete card, that's the problem. That's the
Okay.
problem. That should
What
be
you
a problem.
what you think about the drop from 2 million to 250,000?
I mean, every house ain't worth the same price. Every car ain't worth the same price. I mean, it is what it is.
So both fathers are champions. So I mean, that's the only thing that he was hanging his hat on, that these guys' fathers was champions, right? So at least pay the man $1 million. You didn't offer him that. You offered him 250 because from listening to Hakeem Rockman Jr., you really ain't want to fight me, bro. Look, you thought I was gonna turn these crumbs down because you've been telling the whole media you was willing to pay this man $2 million. You handed me 250.
Okay, but then here go my question to you, Deke. If you sign up for this fight, right? It's like if I get a job and I know people don't want me to work here. Why would I come late? Why would I come high? Why would I give them any excuse to get me out of here? You see what I mean? Like
Yeah,
that's
I mean that's factual. I mean, that's not debatable right there. But you know, I mean,
do what you need to do. Do
yeah,
what you need to do on your end to make that stuff happen.
But think about it. His father came out and put him on blast. He said, you know what he said? My son don't live up to his expectations. He don't work hard. I guess he felt like, hell, that his bloodline, his namesake, can go in and win the fight for him. He didn't have to really put in the work. Well, Tommy Morrison, God rest his soul, Jr., showed him otherwise. You know, he looked like he crashed out. I forgot what round he crashed out in before he got stopped. You know, come on, man. And that was a winnable fight. He was winning that fight that he got stopped in. Yeah. If you can't breathe, you can't fight. I don't care who you is. You can't breathe, bro. You can't fight. Gotta be in shape, man.
Facts, Deacon, facts.
Yes, sir.
I think this finish is on both ends.
He fucked that bag all the way up.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's his own fault. He got to fault himself for everything that he did not do that he should have done, that he agreed to, and then this shows that basically he realized that those things that he agreed to was going to be. I think he agreed out of personal conviction because he wanted to get at. You know, he got mad at Jake Paul and wanted to get at him so bad.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of thinking about the situation in an intelligent way.
Right.
And then he realized that this is too much. You know what I'm saying? And fighters got to think about that stuff first. Don't go for the okey-doke just for the person and just for the fact you want to knock somebody's block off.
Right. Yeah.
You know, I think all of us have bit off more than we could chew at one time or another in some aspect, not just in fighting, but in some aspect or another.
Right.
Before we realize, say, yeah, I do it, you know, and then next thing,
Yeah.
say, why did I agree to this? You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So you got to think twice, you know. I've accepted some lows and some jobs that because I was excited about the fact of getting the jobs and loads and other jobs as well before I realized how much I was cheating myself. You know what I'm saying? And then you get in there, you get to doing a job, and you feel, man, this ain't worth it. But then your integrity, if you have any, kicks in.
Yeah.
You don't want to quit the job. You don't want to stop, doing the job. So it's one of those type of situations.
And like the brother said, man, listen, I had called into a television show, and when I was staying in Tampa, and they loved my conversation so much, they invited me in the next week to open the show up on live television and do the show. And I was on fire, calling in. And when I had to open the show up, and man, I crashed out on live television. Man,
hey, it happens to the best of them, bro.
Yeah, man, I froze up in the moment, bro.
How's that pressure, D? Hey, that's what they said. Can you perform under the lights?
Yeah,
that's why.
Froze.
That's why you don't have camera on. See?
Yeah, I froze, man. I ain't gonna lie. I froze, bro. And bro, I couldn't. That thing never. I was embarrassed.
I probably do the same thing, man.
But that was your first time, though, D. So
yeah.
That's not this brother's first time. He self-sabotaged himself, and that payday that he was gonna get. He probably not gonna get that payday like that. Because Jake Paul, say what you want, he was gonna get paid probably the most money at this point. It looks like he gonna make it his career unless something change.
Yeah,
because he is what he is as a fighter, and that's why Jake Paul and them picked him. So he needed to embrace his challenges and not use them as a crutch. He needed to embrace them.
Yeah,
he used them as a crutch and way out. Don't be looking for no way out. We all come into situations with crutches, and nobody cares. Nobody want to hear your excuses.
Right.
Nobody cares about what happened to you as a kid. Don't nobody care about your parents. Nobody give a shit about none of that stuff because we all got situations going on. That's part of you standing up. Like,
and I was rooting for him, man.
Like saying, being having some integrity. You agreed to that shit.
Being a
you need to get in there and do it.
Being a professional.
Yes.
Yep.
You agreed to it.
I was rooting for him, man. And not only was I rooting for him, I really was going along with his excuses and until, like my man said, he was devil talking in the interview. I'm like, is this man listening to what he's saying? Come on, man. Then I still was trying to go along with him till everybody went to coming out, like wasn't having it. I was like, boy, I can't come out here and embarrass myself when this man sitting here making an ass out of himself. I cannot allow him to make an ass out of me too. Because I was rooting for him. I really wanted him to go in there and win, bro. He didn't want himself to win. No, he didn't, man.
He didn't want it. Because look, when let's say, when you get that, you either get a good job or you get a good business opportunity, you're gonna do more in preparation of that. Be it a job interview, be it a business meeting, you're gonna prepare for that, like your life depends on it.
Right.
And those are the situations where you shine, when you don't have the proper preparation and you just think you're gonna roll out the bed and everybody's just waiting on you. Like, nah, man, it don't work like that. Right. There's I don't know how many other people behind you that's bigger, better, smarter, and faster.
Right.
That's just the reality of the situation. Right. And people don't realize that because they be in their own bullshit. But when you start traveling, I'll give you another example. When you get in the military, that's the best example. When you get in the military, whatever you was at your local high school, you get your ass in the military and they take your ass through boot camp and y'all got to fight and you think you can fight. And you got to do that shit every day.
Right.
And they ain't really with that weight limit and all that shit. You pissed the wrong drill instructor off. You'll see what the rest of the world got to offer. And your idea of what you are as far as your level of where you are the best at, it's always somebody better than you. It's always somebody faster than you. So when you get opportunities, you can't act like if you don't take the opportunity, it won't be taken. It'll be taken by somebody. It just won't be your ass.
Right. And that's how I came up, bro. No, brother, I apologize. You just came in. Salute to you, fam. Come on in and rep.
No, go ahead, man.
I love to hear you. I love to hear you talk, brother. Go ahead and cook. Salute to you, King.
All right. Hey, Centos was, I think Kyle's Kyle on here.
Yep.
Yeah.
Kyle, man, I was surprised to see him here this late. Brother Pittsburgh T.
What up? What up, Mike? What
You got it. You got it. I'm excellent. Got it. Yeah, you know, I was actually snoozing, man. I got up and heard you guys in there talking, so I wanted to come in, and I definitely wanted to catch you, Deacon, because I
Yes,
heard,
sir.
I heard the other night. I guess you got into a little spat with somebody.
Right. Yeah.
They helped to bring the dark side out.
Yeah, man.
You know?
I prayed and backed off, man. You know, I gave some time off. You feel me?
I hear you.
Yeah, my peace got troubled.
Right. You know, and that's part of being human. That's part of being human. And a lot of these young cats, man, they don't know anything. They're ignorant. They don't respect life experience, wisdom. They don't respect that.
Right.
Which is foolish. Right. Which is very foolish.
Yeah.
But anyway, you guys were talking about this Rockman guy. I think what was interesting that you mentioned that they offered him $250,000.
Right.
When they offered Fury's relative $2 million.
Right.
And I think we really need to, like, okay, there's a lot of different things going on.
Don't make this a race thing, though. Please don't.
Oh man, how could you not, bro?
Right.
I knew this. I knew this shit.
That's not a race thing, brother. That's what he works, man.
So? Okay.
That's what he signed for. That's not a race thing, brother. You know, I ride with you with
they told
knowing
him
the details of our culture, but that's what he signed for, man. That's what.
Listen,
what was
they gave him 1 hour to agree to the 250, or he can't get. They out of here. They're not going to give him an opportunity to negotiate the price. Nothing. Take it or leave it. Come on, man.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you one question before. Let me ask you one question. What did he make on his previous fights?
That's not the fact. Listen, hold on. Hold on. No. What I'm saying was, if you remember what I said, and this is a fact, he was fighting those two. He chose those two names with professional fights. Hold on, with professional fights that had championship lineage, who had fathers who was world heavyweight champion. He wanted to hang his hat on that, so he should pay for that. You're gonna pay this man $2 million. Hold on.
He paid $250.
Come on, man. Yeah. We already know what that. Come on, I promise you. I promise you.
If he wasn't making that kind of money,
I'm gonna tell.
That kind of money. If he wasn't making that kind of money, he can't demand for that kind of money. If you hire an electrician in your house and he used to getting paid $50 an hour, he can't come to your house talking about no $150 because the last dude that you had, the quote you got was $150. That's him. That's not you. You get paid.
How much did Tommy Fury get paid in his last fight? Do you know?
Hold on, let me say this.
He's not Tommy Fury.
No, oh my God.
Let me say this.
Well, you can't bring that argument up if you don't know what Tommy Fury got paid.
But Dick, let me say this.
But he's not Tommy Fury though, Dick.
Hold on. Let me say this. I gotta say this.
That's funny.
That's $250,000 coming off a knockout loss, my boy.
It don't matter. You chose me. You chose me because of my father being heavyweight champion. You can't, and that's all you was bragging about. That this man's father was heavyweight champion, just like he was saying about Tyson Fury. You know what I mean? He wanted to hang his hat on one of these heavyweight champions' son, saying that he knocked him out. That's why he said, Hasim Rockman Jr. said, this man wanted to drain me and deplete me at the weight so I could be the next knockout victim.
Why you accept the contract? Those are all excuses. Those excuses.
No. If it was an excuse, he wouldn't have accepted the contract, brother. He accepted the contract. He accepted
it. Shouldn't be saying that. That's after the fact, though. After you're not able to do the task.
He complained. Listen, he complained about the $2 million. But he said he was not allowed to do any of no negotiations, but he could not afford to let that opportunity leave because he said, I'll take the 250. Hold on. He said, I'll take the 250 because once I knock his ass out, then I'll shoot to stardom. I'll be able to make some calls and make some shots where I can make $2 million. I can make the millions. Right?
Well,
if I beat
the lost, he should have lost.
Hold on, let me say this.
He should have lost.
Let's take the skin color out of it, right?
Mm-hmm.
and they look at this. As far as those two fighters, neither one of them have a big name as far as themselves in boxing, period. The difference is Fury is from another country. Rockman is a United States born and bred person. Now, the other part is we have to ask ourselves, regardless of another country or not, is Tommy Fury really worth $2 million?
Absolutely not. But to him,
But that's
you know what I mean?
negotiated though.
Here's
but
the
that's
thing.
we can't say that if Rockman agreed to that, that's what he felt like he was worth. Forget what he felt like
you didn't hear me, brother.
He agreed to that.
No,
he felt
brother.
like he was worth it because he signed the contract.
Hell, that Mike. Go ahead.
Let
Mike
me
say
bring
it.
a bit of perspective to it, bro.
Go ahead.
Let me bring a bit of respect to it, because as soon as I start talking, the first thing y'all said, "Oh, don't bring race into it," you know. But what I think a lot of us don't understand, man, that race is the foundation of this shit.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all don't understand that. But anyway, I'm gonna move on to the next one. If we can't bring race into it, this is what I'll say. Let's do numbers. Can we do that? Can we do a little math?
Let's go, brother. Let's go, brother.
Okay, let's do a little math on it. Let's do a little math on it, okay? Because math is objective. All right. What's 250,000? What percentage of 250,000 is, or 2 million is 250,000?
I knew you were gonna get that.
10%.
Yeah, it's about 12.5%, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what you're telling me is that Rockman is 10 to 12% of the man and fighter that Tommy Fury is, bro. That's less than 3/5. 3/5 is a good number. Hold on. 3/5 is a good number, bro. 3/5 is a good number because that's the number that we were classified as.
There you go.
In the Constitution when it was written, 3/5 of a human being. What I'm trying to tell you, man, when it all comes down to it, this whole thing, I don't give a damn how you slice it. It's about race.
Let me show you. Let me just do this. Let me just.
Everybody can't understand that.
Hold on, I'm about to.
Can you understand the math at least? The math says
that's bad man, bro.
Not true, though. But that's not true, brother. Remember,
that's bad man, bro.
Off with $2 million. He started off with 0 and he worked his way to 250. He agreed to
what?
That's what he worked.
That's not true, brother.
He didn't have what fight was he fighting before that?
That's not true, brother. Listen, man, even his lawyer said the only offer that boy got, that young man got, was $250,000, and he had 1 hour to agree to it, yes or no, or they're moving on.
They kept saying it was a taking a leave deal.
That's right.
So before, but what I'm talking about is before that fight, right? Forget this fight. Before this fight, where was he fighting at, and how much was he making? So he had 0.
If you can't tell me what Tommy Fury made, that's a non-starter, brother. If you can't tell me what Tommy Fury made, we're not going to discuss what happened Rockman Jr. made.
Hold on. There ain't no fair in business. It's what you negotiate. You work what you get paid, and you negotiate. Right. That's how things work.
Hold on.
Well, he told him it wasn't going to be no negotiation, brother.
All right, listen. Let me nip this in the bud real quick, fellas. Real quick. Just let me do this. Okay? What that say right there?
We can't see it. Too small.
264,000 subscribers. I mean, Instagram followers. Okay?
Who we looking at?
That's Hakeem Rockman. This is Tommy Fury. 4.2 million Instagram followers. That's why he got that $2 million. And that's why other bro got the $250,000.
Oh my God. We all know that does not turn into buys. Those numbers don't necessarily follow the fight. We all know that.
How we don't know if he
arguing about something he didn't argue about. He didn't argue about that.
Could have bought some of those subscribers, man.
But forget that. He agreed to the fight at that price. So you can't come back later and be whining about it. You agreed to it. That's like if you pay a contract and you be like, well, man, I ain't making no money. That's your damn problem. You shouldn't agree to be contracted.
I don't remember him saying anything until they were saying this fight was off. That's the only time I heard the numbers come up.
So exactly.
I don't. He wasn't complaining about the money before because he was.
Yes, he was, brother. You can go watch interview after interview.
He said he was saying. I was hearing him say that he'll take this fight and parlay that.
Right.
Something
He
better,
said that.
You know.
Yep.
So I always figured that he wasn't getting no serious money.
Yeah. And in that interview, the actual money came out when the female said it was too how much I don't think he really wanted people to know how low it was, you know. But she said
that's what it seemed like.
Yeah, he didn't want to know, folks to know that.
Let me ask you. Wait, let me make it. Let's make it a little bit more personal, right? If you work at a company, does everybody get paid the same relation to their skills? No, that doesn't happen.
That's got nothing to do with this, brother.
That is.
No,
Nobody
man,
gets
you can't
paid
compare that
exactly
to this.
what they're worth. So let's make another one. You think LeBron James he's the highest?
That's boxing and basketball is two different sports, brother.
I'm talking about your worth. You think that brother's getting paid what he's worth?
I can make a dog and a cat make sense. I can say
I'm talking about his worth. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the worth of a person.
You making statements that's guaranteed to be something that's we can all agree with, that has nothing to do with the conversation at hand.
It does.
You know,
it does. What's his worth? We're talking about the worth of one fighter versus
I want you to tell me how much that Tommy Fury got paid in his last fight.
What, that ain't got nothing to do with nobody else.
Listen, by what you said. Hold on. If that doesn't matter, then what Hakeem Rockman Jr. got paid last don't matter.
It don't matter because that's for him.
How does it matter for him? It don't matter for man. You come on, brother. Come on, man. You're going off the rail on me now, bro. You're going off the rail. Mike, I need some help.
If I get paid $1,000 last week, I can't expect to make $4,000 this week. I only got paid $1,000 last week. I can't expect to make $4,000 this week. You go based off what you made.
Come on, I'm serious, man. You're going off the rail, man.
What you're saying doesn't make sense, brother. What you're saying doesn't make sense. What you're saying doesn't make sense. For instance,
he made hold on, guys. He made $1.2 million his last fight.
That doesn't matter.
That do matter. What the fuck, man? He got 500,000 just in endorsements alone, bro.
Okay. What I'm saying is this. When you hire someone to do something, you don't hire them based on what they got paid the last time they did a job.
Come on.
You hire them for the job that they have to do, the scope of the work. Right?
There you go.
You hire them for the scope of the work. How much,
okay, well, that's the
hold on.
Scope of the work.
How much is that job worth?
That's what they said the job was worth.
Fee, right?
How much is that job worth? Hold on.
You negotiate that fee, right?
Let me say this though. If Pittsburgh got a business, Pittsburgh is a customer, I got the business, right? He said, listen, man, I got $250 for you, man. That's all I could do for you. You got an hour to tell me yes or no. And if I say hell no, then it's hell no. But if I say, yeah, I got to finish the task at hand and do what the fuck I got to do to get my $250.
That doesn't make it a level deal. That means he's in a that does not make it a level deal. That could be a situation where he had to take
everything can't be raised every fucking
or
time.
He thought
bro.
it was
like,
dude, you know why you say that? I'm gonna tell you why you say that, bro. I'm gonna tell you why
he made that business on for himself.
Hey, y'all hold on. Let the brother speak real quick.
Yeah,
please.
You might learn something. Okay. I'm gonna tell you why you guys say that. And I know you don't like me saying it, but I'm gonna say it anyway. The reason why you say that is two reasons. One, you don't know your history. That's the first thing. Okay. The second thing is that you don't understand your enemy. And the reason you don't understand your enemy because you're not interfacing with them because you either not a threat, you're not a threat to your enemy. Because if you're a threat to your enemy, you're constantly challenging the system. You're not making excuses for it like I hear you making now, Pittsburgh. You're not making excuses for the system. You're constantly challenging it, and you know the nature of your enemy.
Hold on.
Come on, man. The man ain't interrupt nobody, man.
Hold on.
You don't know them kind of statements, Mike. That's not true, brother.
Mike,
hey, hold on, P, hold on. Let me say this. I gotta ask you this question, not to cut you off. How much money did Tyron Woodley make off this fight? Off the fight with Jake Paul?
He was not a boxer.
Oh, here we go.
I mean, y'all. I'm going by y'all's logic, right?
He's still black. He was black though. So
no, I'm going by y'all's logic.
If he got that paper, it's about dollars and cents.
He got paid more than they offering Hasim Rahman Jr.
Because he's a bigger name. What are we doing? This is the same thing y'all arguing about with Terrence.
No, what I'm saying is, brother. No, listen. If you're promoting this fight, listen. This brother was being used in more than one way in this here. He was part of. Hold on. He was part of the promotion as the son of a heavyweight champion, just like Tommy Fury was the brother of a heavyweight champion, right? For that namesake should be worth the $2 million. If not the $2 million, cut it in half, at least $1 million. Now, now imagine if he would have knocked out Hasim Rahman. What you think that would have did for his legacy moving forward, his bragging rights, his promotion, everything goes through the roof for him. You been tell me that's not worth at least $1 million, knowing that it would shoot through the roof. Listen, that's like digging for gold and finding it.
Brother, he said he wasn't worth that. What you saying he worth?
That's not true, man.
He worth that.
That's
he
not
signed
true,
the contract, man. Once you sign the contract, that's it. All that other stuff is conjecture and feeling and emotion. It don't matter. Like David Haney signed that contract he signed because that's what at the moment that's the leverage and what he felt like he could get out of that fight. That's what he had to do at that moment. That's
what I'm trying. Listen, what I'm finna say is this right here. Jake Paul essentially was telling this brother, I don't respect your black ass. Exactly. And this is what you gonna get offered. And nigga, you gonna take this or get out my face. We'll find another nigga to do this too.
There you go. Thank you very much.
But listen,
there it is.
But
there it is.
But he respected
point blank period.
But he respected Tyron Woodley.
Come on, man.
Tyron Woodley has a name. Listen, and then too, let me say this. And I just looked it up. It's 500,000. So I don't want to hear his shit. That's more than what he got in the other fight. And I tell you that right now.
I'm gonna tell you guys, man. I'm gonna tell you this whole thing that we're dealing with. It's obvious in this case right here. This one example we're talking about, but it pervades. It goes through every aspect of society and life. And until we actually get in touch with that, we'll never overcome it. And this is a team sport, man. This is a team sport, bro. What we're going through is a team sport. What I mean is
everything can't be about race, though. We gotta separate some shit.
Man, I don't walk blind. I don't walk blindly through this world, bro. I listen. I'm gonna tell you something. I don't know if Dick Gregory said it.
Race, though.
No, listen, man.
Listen. If you don't
listen, bro. Listen to me, man. Listen, bro. Listen.
It's fault if you don't do what you need to do. That ain't nobody's fault.
The man said once he took off his blinders and seen the world as it really is, he was never able to put them back on again because he could never unsee what he's seen. So he tried to teach us and help us unlearn this condition of being blind and accepting this and accepting that and understand the world that we're in ain't fighting us, but it is the system that's in it, that's built and been created by evil people to destroy, like the words say, to seek, kill, and destroy. Listen, well, who is these people who are being sought out to be sought out to be killed and destroyed? It is us. When you look at us as people in this country, in this world, we are the most hated people on planet Earth, and that's a fact. Don't fool yourself like your enemy loves you. I wouldn't care. I would give a damn if he give you a trophy, a platinum ring, a platinum job. Understand what he's doing.
What does that have to do with
what I'm telling you? Listen, bro. Listen, understand.
It has nothing to do with the situation, man.
We are the most destroyed. Listen to me. We are the most destroyed people on the planet Earth. We don't have not one sense of self. history, don't have sense of language, our original language, our original faith, the way we should be practicing God. Understand, anybody else can come into this country and speak their languages. Their identity is intact. We're the only one who is without identity. We wouldn't listen. We didn't come in birth without identity. It was taken. It was stolen. It was destroyed, and a new one put in us. That's why when Dick said when he took those blinders off, he was able to see what they didn't want him to see. See, when you get to that point where you can see and understand the things that you didn't before, it's hard to undo that. It's hard to then go back to accepting things as usual. You're not going to be able to do it, no matter how much you try. You get what I'm saying?
That's real talk. That's real
Yes,
talk.
sir.
And I think a lot of these young fellas, you know, I say young fella, I'm 53. But I'm trying to tell you guys, man, you just don't know. That's all I'm gonna tell you. You just don't know. And so, you know,
listen,
massive denial, man.
Listen, I'm with
Massive
y'all.
denial.
The black
I will
man
tell you,
deserve a lot of shit.
I will
but
tell you,
listen,
Kyle, this is what I'm gonna say, man. There's no way in the world you can justify whether he took the money or not.
Facts.
To offer that man 10%, 12.5% of what you offered his opponent. When his name is just as prolific in the boxing realm as Fury's. His dad was a knockout artist.
That's right.
So I mean,
that's his dad, it ain't him.
I'm saying the namesake. That carries. That's what makes the fight. Man. But it doesn't matter, man. The bottom line is we're gonna get we're gonna get these individuals that make
that don't listen though. That don't carry $2 million coming off a knockout loss, and this is his highest payday of ever.
Okay, so it may not carry $2 million, but you got to at least pay the man half.
How the fuck we gonna say that? This ain't our money. How the hell we gonna say that? This ain't our paper. Listen what I'm saying though. Listen, Tyron Woodley got what? How much Tyron Woodley get?
Y'all understand?
Tyron Woodley got that bag. They both he black. What's the difference? It's namesake, man. It's business, man. Business is business. It's not personal. It's business.
You think it's business?
That nigga don't deserve, bro. Listen, let's keep it a buck, man. Black people deserve to get paid.
Let me tell you what. Can I take? Okay,
listen,
go ahead.
Black people deserve to get paid. Yes, we do. But that black nigga don't, and it's obvious that he don't because
a hell of a thing to say, brother.
To get that paper, he fucked it up.
And I say this. I say this. I say that fight with Whitley, had Jake Paul stepped more into his whiteness at that point, he would have got the same or less than what Hakeem is getting offered. He's just done step more into what his privilege is and the knowledge of he's getting smarter as he go. This devil gets smarter as they go. So he understands better moving forward how to deal with certain folks that looks like you and I. No matter what the namesake is, this is what I'm gonna offer you. You can take it or leave it. I thought that was outright disrespectful, bro. I mean, didn't give him no opportunity to negotiate the price. Nothing. The way they was talking to him, the stipulations, everything that they put in was pit against this brother. You cannot tell me that the things that was put in.
Did you hear the phone call, Deacon? Was you on the call?
I heard the whole thing.
Where is this at so I can look it up?
Go to Fight Hype.
All right.
The way that's being described, though, that parallels the situation that we experience here in this country.
So you actually heard Jake Paul's voice?
No, brother. I told you, Hakeem Rockman, Hakeem, and his lawyer. You think the man lawyer gonna get on there and lie?
Man, hey, listen.
My bad.
He lied to Jake. He lied and said he's gonna make 205. How about that?
How about getting the man to the deadline? How about getting him to the deadline before you pull the plug? So if you know, it is what it is. I mean, like I said, he got to the weigh in and missed the weight. then oh well, he missed the weight, he don't get the fight. But you pulled the plug before the man even got to the scale, bro.
Dog, you know what? You know what? A lot of times, man, the perspectives we have, the differences in perspectives is it comes down to what have you done to challenge the system? Because see, you're not gonna really know the system until you challenge it. If you just a nigga, to just accept whatever, you know, everything is you keep turning a blind eye to this shit,
right?
Okay, then you'll never understand your enemy. You'll never understand the system. But when you challenge the system to ante up and give you what you deserve as a man, okay, when you challenge the system to do that, then you learn its nature, its true nature.
But he didn't do that though.
Until then, he lost.
He lost because he didn't do that. He went up in there and let them.
I'm not talking about him. I'm talking about every one of us. This is a collective thing. This is a collective thing, right? If you a safe nigga, that means you don't challenge this system,
and you're not a threat.
And you're not a threat. You'll never know its nature. So you're coming from a perspective that's just blind. You don't understand what's going on. I'm talking real facts. I'm talking about real life experience, bro. And I can go through the examples, but I won't. I'll spare you that. I'm just trying to tell you that that's an insult. To offer a man 10% of what you're offering his opponent. And that has all types of racial undertones.
Facts.
And exceptions and ideas about your humanity as a black man.
Yeah.
You guys don't understand, man. We at war. Y'all don't get it. Y'all don't get it, man. Y'all don't get it. And that's why if you don't get it though, we're gonna be destroyed, bro. Because I mean, you know, because when it comes down to it, this is a war. You don't fight a war individually. You got to do that collectively, just like you being warred upon collectively. This is a system.
Right.
This is a system that's looking to destroy us, man. Y'all don't get it, bro. Y'all don't get it. Y'all don't get it.
Yep. I agree. And that makes it very dangerous for us as a people. Very dangerous. We deal with it from every side, from every level. No one get it from every angle like we get it.
That's right.
And you have to wonder why we are the intended target on this level.
Hey, it's spiritual, bro.
There you go. There you go. There you go.
You know, and then you know it's spiritual. I mean, you look now, man. We can go into this deep. I'm gonna spare you guys.
I love to hear you chop it up, bro. You and Brother Cinto, you know. See, the wiser heads always prevail for me. You know, them elder heads, man, that live life and experience life, and not. You know, I respect the youth, because I can learn from them too. You know, I'd be a fool to say I can't learn from somebody younger than me. I'm not saying that. But when a man has gone through some things and lived some things and understand and got some understanding, some teachings from his path, from his walk, then he got something to tell you. And then you should be quick to listen and slow to speak. You know what I mean? And that's why I love to hear wise heads speak, man, because I suck it in. I suck it in, man.
For me, man. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Well, for me, brother, it's just like, you know, I think a lot of times the young fellas, they look at us and they go, "Oh man, well shit, you just been defeated, you know, so you just bitter, right?"
Yep.
But man, I've been at this game, man, since I was a young pup.
Yes, sir.
I joined the military at 17 years old, man. I retired at 40. I retired.
You done seen some things
at 42. Yes, sir. I've dealt with the system, bro.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to tell you guys, man, we at war.
Yeah.
If y'all don't understand that, man, you don't understand nothing. You don't understand nothing. I don't care how I don't care what you think you know. If you don't understand that fact, you don't understand nothing.
Yeah, it's way too real, man.
Well, first of all, we're not at no war, because then we would have to have some kind of something to challenge them. We had to have something to challenge, and we're not at war because we don't even have anything to fight with. What are we fighting with? We don't have any resources. We don't have anything to fight with. So there is no war.
You start with what God gifted you with, brother.
I get what you're saying, brother, but you got it. Like, if you
hold on, brother. When you say that you don't have anything to fight with, it's insane.
No, you don't. Your people, our people.
Let me tell you something.
Sitting there to fight. Who's fighting?
Listen, the fight starts within you. Your mind, your brain, your heart, your spirit, your soul. That weapon is more dangerous than a missile, than a nuclear bomb.
Brother, I fight every day. I go to work.
The ability to think your way through any battle. Just like, think about this. Hold on. I'm gonna break it down to a low level. I just want to say it like that. I'm gonna break it down to me when I've been in fights on the street. Anytime I got into a physical fight, I'm fighting for my life. Because I understand that one blow can take my life.
Wow.
And in that fight, this man is not going to outthink me. I don't give a damn how big he is, how small he is, how muscular, how slim, whatever. You're not going to outthink me, man. Because I'm playing to live. That's your weapon. The ability
but we
to
gotta
think.
Fight. So how are we fighting the system with that weapon? How are we going to fight the whole system with that weapon?
He just told you, brother. We fight it collectively. This is a team sport, like the brother said.
Collectively.
But we need to get to that. That's why if you listen to this brother, anytime he get a chance, anytime I get
wait a minute, time out. I don't need, first of all, let me say this, because I think this is what we're going off the rails.
Yeah,
I don't need to be classifying. I don't need to be classifying how black I am. You don't need to classify how black you are.
Brother,
how much you understand with the black race. I don't need to do that.
Man, brother,
we don't need to do that. We don't need to do that.
Listen,
we don't need to do that. Let's be respectful now. We don't need to do that.
What a disrespect coming in at, brother?
No, I'm saying when okay, now you might say, oh, I can teach you some things. You ain't never lived it. Those type of statements, brother, we don't need to classify how black we are. Just because I don't agree with you.
You know what?
I do not agree with you on this particular subject doesn't mean that I need a history lesson of the black race. I don't need that. I just think that this brother blew the bag. That's him individually. I don't agree with you.
I'm disappointed, brother, to hear you on that. I respect you and I love you, but I am really. I
love you to death. I just don't agree with you guys.
I am disappointed to hear these conversations erupt when we can have a simple understanding, because we're not talking in a foreign language. We're not talking,
Hey, shalom, Deacon. Shalom to the brother Pittsburgh. Shalom, Michael.
Hey, peace, brother. Peace, my brother. Peace, brother.
Shalom to my mentor, Sento. Shalom, Kyle. I'm loving this energy I'm hearing tonight from y'all brothers. You feel what I'm saying?
Man.
I'm somewhat understanding. I don't agree with Pittsburgh, but in our community, though, Deacon, we got that person.
Yeah.
We gonna always have him.
That's right.
You feel what I'm saying? So I'm loving. I never heard Michael Fuller. Pittsburgh, there's nothing.
See what I mean?
There's no stones to you, my G. My G. There's no stones to you, my brother.
There we go.
No.
No, you're taking that the wrong way, bro. That's probably.
We all black, like you just said. I'm gonna make a point that you just made, though, Pittsburgh. I don't have to prove my black to you. You feel what I'm saying? You made a great point. But this not about that, Pittsburgh. You got some more brothers up here. Only thing they doing for me is breaking bread. They doing that for me. I was quiet the whole time. I'm loving what this is an all-star panel tonight. Kyle, you should keep these brothers up here all the time. Michael Fuller, I ain't never know you was scrap with them swords like that.
Ooh, man, I love him.
But Deacon, I already know you come with the smoke, Deacon, in Pittsburgh. We all found, bro. Don't take things the wrong way, Pittsburgh. You feel what I'm saying? I'm honored that you here. I never met you, my G. You feel what I'm saying? But I'm honored that you here too. And you are in my house, you're gonna always be welcome. But you better understand this here first and foremost. I'm black. I'm a dark-skinned brother. You feel what I'm saying? So what these brothers talking make a whole bunch of sense to me. I'm younger than all y'all, and I love this shit. Because at the same time, what Deacon was talking about, I can agree to that 100%. Put your hands on me, I'm gonna break your neck, bro. I don't care how little, big, or whatever, bro. I can understand those teachers. Because those the same teaching that sustained me when I was growing up. Because I couldn't disrespect none of y'all growing up. You feel what I'm saying? Because my old boy gonna break my neck for one. You feel what I'm saying? But I'm loving the energy. I'm gonna go back on mute. I just don't want y'all to go left because you know I'm good for that bullfoolery. You feel what I'm saying? I'm loving the energy. And Mike, well, hey man, I want you to keep this shit up though, man. I'm shocked that you've been holding them swords like that, bro.
He always
I
come with
appreciate
it, bro.
Hey, but you know what? Here's what I'm gonna say, bro. We underestimate our potential because we all come from the hood.
Right.
You know what I mean? You know, I got to deal. I mean, we all come from the hood, bro. So you had to be able to scrap coming up. It wasn't about all that talking.
Right.
It was about can you get down? Right. Okay. So really, if you take that ability to come against opposition, overcome your fears, and protect what's right, what's yours.
That's right.
If you take that and you bring it and you put some intellect with that and some knowledge with that, man, we're a threat, bro.
That's right.
They don't have to grow up like that. They
That's
don't have to grow up like that. They don't. I mean, if it ain't tailor made for them, laid out, they don't survive. They don't thrive. That's why they running this game on us, and it's a collective game.
Yeah,
it's a collective game. They work together, bro, and they work together through state lines, country lines. They work across international lines to keep this thing running.
That's right.
Okay? So what I'm saying is that until we learn this is a team sport and we start dealing with this system in a way that we're working collectively and bringing what we got to the table, what we got is enough. What we don't have to, to come together is that, that unity factor. But the bottom line is where we come from, man, and what we have to put up with just to survive, to get to this point in our lives. We're a threat by definition.
Yep.
We just need to combine that with some wisdom, some knowledge, and and some unity. And then, man, this system is it's overcomable. I mean, what we have in us from a spiritual standpoint, they know.
Yep.
They know.
They know,
bro.
Yeah, they know.
Yeah.
That's why they want us to be in a position where we just either live a blind life, turn a blind eye to this stuff. I mean, you take it back to what we're talking about, this boxing thing, man. I mean, it's no more. I don't think there's a better example. When you take a man and offer him 10% of his opponent, man, that's an insult, bro.
Yep.
That's something that talks about his state, not as a boxer, but as a human being.
Yep.
Hey,
let me say this real quick. Let me say this real quick. What everybody's saying something valid and not maybe not realizing, but I think we're speaking in different aspects. I think our brothers of wisdom are speaking about the facts of life and what it entails for a person, a minority male in this country. Minority is speaking especially about Black men and how we're affected not only in this country but around the world. What the disdain is for us out there, and what we have to do to overcome and survive in this world, and how we can win from an intellectual way, a spiritual way, and in physical brute of strength way. And I think my brother Pittsburgh. First of all, let me say this about Pittsburgh. I don't know how well y'all paid attention to this brother, but this brother is just as militant as the rest of us. You see what I'm saying? And he deals with certain things on his job as well as in their everyday life, where he has to have a certain mentality he has to keep in mind, but he also has to think with a level of intellect and use their rules and regulations to fight with against themselves. And so I think what he was saying was a little bit different than what you guys said. You guys are speaking truth. He's speaking the truth. And the reason he was speaking in the aspect of what are we fighting with as far as weapons or whatever, as far as tangible things, I think, as far as weaponry and things that they have the edge on that because they own the factories and so forth and so on. I think that's where he was coming from with that. But as far as like what you guys are speaking on is profound and right too, because you're speaking from talking about intellect, spirituality, and unity and brute strength. You know, as far as we put all that together, along with our resources, we are a powerful team. But he was speaking in behalf of a little different source. I think both y'all, both parties are saying something of truth, but just in different aspect of what we deal with in this country as black men, black women. But let me don't get it twisted though. That brother is just as militant as either one of you guys. I promise you that. And you'll see as you listen and pay attention to him. You know.
Yeah, I don't think that we was challenging his intellect or anything like that at all. You know, I don't think
his blackness is real.
Yeah.
Your blackness is real. Every one of us is black to the core. And I just want to make sure we all understand that, because I mean,
yeah, we on the same page with that.
I think what he's trying to spill out, when you two were talking, he was trying to spill like a certain aspect, and you were speaking another aspect. I think that's what things got a little mixed up. But trust me, all love here.
Oh yeah.
And the brothers are definitely about their people, which is our people. You know what I'm saying? So
can this simple man chime in amongst you scholars though? That's
shalom, my brother.
It's an honor for me to be in y'all presence. I told y'all this like a school for me. I just woke up an hour ago and I just said, man, I came to the section, and I'm grateful that I came here. Centos.
Well, let me say this for you, Ben. Ring a ling a ling. School bell ring.
And this is what I'm getting tonight. I never heard Mike talk. This is my first time being on the panel with Pittsburgh. You know, I'm loving this. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I'm loving the energy I'm getting tonight, and it feels good for me as a young black man growing up.
Yes, sir.
You know what I'm saying? I feel as though we all don't encounter racism at its deepest core. You feel what I'm saying? When I hear a deacon talk, I hear like my grandmama almost talking. You feel what I'm saying? Because it's almost, I can see them trees. I can see them. You feel what I'm saying? Because it's so motherfucker, that shit be heartfelt. And I want y'all brothers to keep that energy, man. Thank y'all. Cause without y'all, a brother like me could talk shit in 2022.
Right.
With no repercussions. Cause y'all couldn't talk shit back in them days. Motherfucker going to jail for some simple shit. What about your First Amendment? Was that not
one none of that?
For us though.
Before you went to jail, if you went in the hood and them folks came down on you before you went to jail, and it didn't even matter if it was a black officer or a white officer. Real talk. But if you went to jail back where I'm from, you went to jail back in the 70s, man, you ain't even really done like what these kids are doing today, and some of these men are doing today is nothing. I mean, it's way bigger than what some of these cats went to jail for back in the day. And them cats went to jail with their head open, blood all over.
And you know, Cinto, not to cut you off, I'm finna jump back in the chat because I love the energy I'm getting tonight. And this is why I promise you, Cinto, my weaponry, I'm like Peter though, Deacon. I'm like Peter when he was standing with Yahshua. You feel what I'm saying? He knew that Peter was scrap all them days though, Deacon. He knew Peter was scrap. But my weapon ain't for my brothers though, Deacon.
Right.
I told you, Santos, my weaponry so I can see my future grow. You feel what I'm saying? That's all that's for. You feel what I'm saying? I know the evil of this world. Pittsburgh, you feel what I'm saying? You probably was raised in a good back. You black, my brother. I don't even know you. Just your conversation, bro. I ain't no stone with you. With these brothers, if I had a cape on, I'd take the bullets for you, my G. Don't even feel like that way, because it's like a school. You coming with it. And Cinto, you make me look at things in a different perspective, bro. And I tell you, be safe on the road, Cinto. Deacon, whatever you doing, keep doing it, Deacon. Hey, Michael, talk your shit, my G. You gotta stop letting brothers know, man. You can't keep that to yourself. Only way we survive if y'all give us the game, though, bro. You feel what I'm saying? I know some of these brothers, you know, Deacon, forgive me when you catch me on them panels, I be all reckless and you be telling me, nah, Ben, what is you doing, bro? And I tell you, I don't live in a glass house. You talk about my mama one time, you open the doors for all your cross-eyed kids and everybody else.
That's right.
You know what I'm saying? You got one time.
We all fall short of the glory.
Life. I don't know if I'm gonna be reincarnated. I heard the teachings about reincarnation. I don't know if that's real. It was brother like
y'all
y'all
something
taught me
beautiful.
the difference. It was brother like y'all taught me the difference between heaven and hell. You feel what I'm saying? So I know if I'm gonna live that life, I gotta be for real about that though, bro. I was living it on the streets. So why can't I transform like I'm telling you, Santos? You know how I talk to you off the screen. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's the same thing, bro. So I want to thank y'all brothers again for having me and for being amongst y'all though, man. I'm in the chat. Thank y'all again. Shalom to you, brothers, and man, keep up this good work so I can live though, bro. And if I'm living, y'all got other little brothers that don't think none of y'all work Pittsburgh, Santos, Mike, especially you, Deacon, Kyle. Don't never think y'all words going in vain, bro. Because I'm not a deaf brother. You know what I'm saying? Sit on my heart. It don't go out the other ear. That sit on my mind and my heart. So shalom to you, kings, and as always, peace, love.
Peace and blessings. Love you, brother.
Hey, let me say this real quick. Let me say this real quick, and I just want to recognize something real quick. And I'm shut up. We got we're gonna say 5 brothers on this panel, right?
Yes, sir.
We got a retired military brother who's very intelligent and probably got some corporate experience with, the opposition. We got my man Deacon, who's has a doctorate degree, he has a PhD. Now listen, he got a PhD in streetology.
There it is.
Then we got my man Pittsburgh, who can swing with them all, corporate, hood, whatever, but he's very intelligent brother. He's on top of his everything he needs to know about himself to get along in his life. Very educated. And we got me, the side nigga, who has I got like a bachelor's degree in the streets, you know what I'm saying? I got like an associate's degree corporate, you know what I'm saying? So we got some intelligent love on this panel, you know what I'm saying?
Yes,
and we got our brother Cal on the panel, you know what I'm saying? And what I'm getting at is the mix of us brothers, whatever walks of life we've shared and had in our lives, man, we come bringing all that together, man, fusing that energy, that intellect, that love, and these resources that we've gathered over the years together, man. Man, I'm telling you, man, that's power, bro. That's straight up power, man. You know what I'm saying? Sir. I just wanted to get. I recognized that a minute ago by being, so I just wanted to get that out there. But y'all go ahead and handle the business.
Well, let me say this now. As far as like where we are in the situation right now, like, look, I work on the corporate side, and I think I spoke to Mike before about this. I work on the union side, making sure folks like us, people ain't getting fired. But for the most part, it's people like us, right? So that's one part of it. So I understand the monster corporate beast, how I try to run you over and try to get us out of there and unfairly leaning on us with rules that they not leaning on nobody else. I understand all that. And I protect people more than often than some people deserving and some people undeserving. Some people just gonna be protected because that's just what it is. That's just what it is. So I understand. I'm not to the point where I'm oblivious to racism. I just don't think this particular situation is, because I've seen other parts of that too. I've also seen people get hired and folks try to run up on them and try to give them some little game, and they kick you down the road. And then when the monster comes too big and swallow them up, they want somebody to come save them. When brothers that had the experience in that field was trying to help them, and they don't want to hear it. So I think what I'm saying is all of us, including myself, have made mistakes and not listened to people that are my elder in different situations where that person might have had the experience. And this ain't got nothing to do with a degree. It's just the field that I'm talking about. Like, for instance, if I wanted to do anything in life, if somebody is my elder in that position and they know what's going on, and by my own arrogance, I kick that person down the road, and I go down the road and I find out shit is a dead end, that's on me. That's not on nobody else. I made that bed because I didn't want to listen, and I didn't want to prepare myself for that situation. That's on me. All I'm saying is some situations we get ourselves into, yeah, there's a system against them, obviously. Is it unfair? Absolutely, it's fucking unfair. I fight that system more than anybody on this damn panel. And it's fucking frustrating to fight that shit. And it never stops. So it's an ongoing battle. I'm never gonna stop fighting that battle. It's ongoing. It's not gonna fucking stop. And it's very fucking slanted. It's very fucking unfair. But one thing I'll tell you, no matter how slanted that system is, Right now, if I go in that building where I work at, where it's over 200 employees, tell them, hey man, we're gonna file some paperwork on these people about racism, discrimination. I guarantee you, I won't get 20 people to sign the paper with me. I know because I've done it before. So I'm not telling you nothing that I don't know. Now we could talk about why we have that mental status, but that's just what it is, and that's a huge problem for what Mike was trying to address. So I think by us having that mental status, we have to take culpability for it. It's because of the system that we have the mental status, but we also have to. You're not going to change anything until you recognize you have a fucking problem, and we have a mental problem. We really do.
Here's the I appreciate everything you said, bro. But what I'd add to that is I think this thing about like what Deacon was saying, when the veil is removed from your eyes, it happens in significant events, but it's almost like an onion layer, right? There's layers of the onion, and as you live and experience life, things become more and more clear to you what type of situation you're dealing with. And when you talk about an unfair system or slanted system, bro, that's I understand what you're saying, but that's minimizing what's actually going on. This system is satanic, bro. It's satanic. I mean, there's just no other way to describe it. When you catch it in its rare form, it's satanic, and it's run by Satan himself. That's just a fact. This is a spiritual thing that we're dealing with. It's a lot deeper than the individual discrimination things that we experience. This is a system that has a plan to destroy us. It goes in. I'm in corporate America. I could tell you, I don't give a damn about all the different degrees and all that crap I have, man. Those are weapons of warfare in order to survive in this system. And what I found is, even with all of that, what do they call like Malcolm said, what do they call a black man with a PhD? A nigga with a PhD. Okay. So that's the system we live in. And I got a PhD from Southern Cal, Trojans, University of Southern California, USC Trojans. So, I mean, I'm in corporate America. Okay. And I'm telling you the facts, bro. We have war. This ain't about, little discrimination cases here, that, and it is spiritually based and it's universally fought. Now, you say that we don't have the resources, we don't have the unity and all that, but that don't stop them from waging war on us. The slaughter is on. Okay. I mean, whether you fight back or not, that doesn't matter. They're waging war against you to destroy you. You said you see it, examples of it in the environment you're in. Okay. So the reality is, man, it's a spiritual thing, and I can get into some stuff, but I won't. I'm gonna spare you guys. But I'll just say this. I challenge you to do this. The next time you pull a dollar bill out of your back pocket, look on the back of that thing. Look on the back of that dollar bill and look at that pyramid. That pyramid represents ancient Egypt. Ancient Egypt was a place that our people were enslaved in, right? If you look at the top of that pyramid, it's got 13 levels. Look at the top of that pyramid is the all-seeing eye. That is telling you the fundamental unit of currency for this country is that its wealth will be based on the enslavement of God's people. Okay. And on top of that, who oversees it all is Satan himself. I'm done.
Hey, let me say something real quick, guys, and I'll let you have it back. This we got a super chat. It hadn't been highlighted, but I want to recognize it's by LV Slugger. They know the black race together is too powerful. LV Slugger sent in $2. He deserves to have that red.
And I agree.
And Cal may be asleep, and again, he may not, but I want to make sure the brother get his just due. All right, y'all got it.
I don't think we know that. That's the problem. We don't know that. That's as a whole. When we start glorifying BMF as TV shows and all those power spinoffs and all that foolishness and the rappers that we idolize, we don't know. And it's more so the men than it is the women, because we're the leaders. We're the ones that when it's going to war, it ain't no woman going to war, it's men. So you don't have the men that's present and able to do that. That's what I'm telling you. I work with a bunch of men from ages from 20 up to 50, and it doesn't matter the age.
Well, let me say something, brother. Let me say something.
Go ahead.
If you don't understand, and please spare me, and please just for a moment to say a few things. This enemy is greater than you can imagine. This enemy is greater than what you see, what it allows you to see, what it allows you to eat, smell, and taste, or whatever, or hear. This enemy destroys the air that you breathe. This enemy are creating insects of war. This enemy have weapons that could be right in your face and you will never see it. This enemy is on a different level. This enemy has told us who our enemy is. Now that's a powerful weapon. When the enemy can tell you, I'm not your enemy, but that is your enemy.
Yeah.
And you focus your attention on the wrong damn thing.
That's
and when we focus on it, we can listen to the enemy tell us that's our enemy. And then when we soak that in, we can find some truths wrapped around whole lies.
Wow.
So go ahead, brother.
That's the key to it all, bro. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. No, go ahead, Mike.
The key to it all, deception.
That's right.
When you talk about wrapping a little bit of truth against around lies like that, that's the key to it all. It's deception, bro.
That's right.
That's it.
And that's how we get thrown off. And that's why we don't understand that we are the change that we seek. We are the weapon that we desire. We are everything that God made us. But the enemy told us we ain't shit.
That's it. And they tell us that every day.
Every day.
Every time you turn that television on, that's what they're telling you. That's
what Jake Paul told Hakeem Rahman Jr. You ain't shit.
But Hakeem Rahman got to value himself not to take that contract.
And you know what? I shouldn't allow that. I shouldn't even put that in because I didn't want that to throw me off because I didn't want you to fight that.
No, that's real. That's bringing it back to what we were talking about. That's real, and that's the fact.
Yeah,
and the basis that he had to do that, the basis that he had to say that to him, is everything we talking about. The system,
facts.
Everything we talking about laid the basis for him to tell Hakeem Rahman by offering him that 10% that you ain't shit.
You ain't shit.
He wasn't saying that.
That's business. That's business, though, brother. Business always gonna
that ain't business, bro. That is business. Okay, is that business? What you talked about with those black folks getting discriminated against and fired because they're not following certain rules that white folks don't even have to worry about. Is that business?
Yes, absolutely. When you have a group of people that it absolutely is, business is going to do as much as they can get away with. So when there's a group of people that they can't move, they don't fuck with that.
That's not business. That's evil. That's wickedness, bro.
That's what?
That is wickedness. That's evil.
That's how business works.
When you mistreat a person, when you mistreat somebody and you treat them unfairly and you don't give them the same benefit of the doubt as you give others, that's not business. How's that business?
Man, business. Listen, you want me to explain it to you?
You don't. Okay, go ahead. Explain to me how when you mistreat somebody, that's business. Explain that to me. Okay. So business is always going to try to get you to do the most for the least, right? They're going to lean on everybody they can, and they're going to lean till they can't lean no more. Now, there's going to be a group of people, no matter what, they're going to come in an hour early. They're going to work for free. They're going to skip their lunch. They're going to do more than everybody else. Then you're going to get that group of people that's not going to fucking move at all.
and they not after a while, you know what's gonna happen? They're not gonna waste their time on those people, so they're gonna keep on leaning. And the people who keep on running, they keep on skipping their lunch, they keep on coming there early because the business is making more money off of you. They're gonna keep leaning on your ass. So if you're bending on every corner, on every aspect, you're giving up all your leverage. That's business. You're the one. That person is making a conscious decision not to use the rules, not to fight back. Asim Rahman had the advantage of a lawyer. He had the advantage of a manager. He made that decision. That's on him. The same thing within the union or within any contract. When you don't use the leverage you have given up your leverage. That is business.
You're not speaking to anything, bro. I mean, that sounds like it sounds, but that's not the reality. Listen, man, they didn't give a damn about his lawyer. He told him, take it or leave it. Take it or leave it. And you got 1 hour to accept it.
Wait a minute.
They didn't care who advised it.
He didn't have to take the fight. That's what I'm saying. You can't take the fight and then complain about it. Is what I'm telling you. Like, that's an excuse.
Listen, bro. All I'm saying to you, listen. I don't know what to tell you, and I'm not trying to convince you because you ain't finna be convinced about anything. All I can say, bro, is right. That's that. I'm done. I'm just gonna chill and listen.
Yeah, I would just say that in order for you to say something like that, bro, I'm not trying to attack you or anything like that, but I think you need to reassess that. Look at that harder. You know, you don't call mistreating people because they're of a certain ethnicity, a certain demographic as business. That's not business.
No, it's by groups. It's by groups. I'm not saying it's by ethnicity. I'm saying it's by a group. They're leaning on and getting who they can. Businesses try to get as much as they can out of their machinery and as out of the people as they can.
You said black people.
No, I did not. I never said black people.
You said on your job, bro.
I said initially when the statement I just made right now is in business. In business, they lean on every fucking body. The groups that do not lean back, that do not fight back, that are coming to work early, that are skipping their lunch, that are doing more, they're gonna keep on getting more because they know they can keep on pushing your ass.
I heard when you made the switch, brother. But your initial statement on that was that your blackness is not to be questioned, that you fight this fight more than anybody on this panel, that you fight for black folks. No, hold on. You fight for black folks on your job, even if they deserve it or not. And some of them don't. And if you was to call a meeting and say, hey, let's protest this, ain't 20 of them gonna show up or whatever you said, right? And then
I said that happened before.
Right. You said that, right. And then when the question get posed to you, you try and flip, and what you do, you try to morph the conversation into something else, and try and meet a narrative that you trying to grow into. That push further away from what we're talking about, and it sounds like mumble. I don't know.
Okay, so to slow down,
you specifically said.
Let's slow down. What did I flip? Let me understand what you said.
You specifically said that you experienced that the black people in your company that you have to protect, that a lot of them are getting railroaded, put out of the job, fired as a result of.
No, they're not getting fired. They're not getting fired.
Okay,
that's not true.
Or challenged, whatever.
They're not getting fired.
You know, whatever you talking about. You talked about someone being released too. You said that they are getting treated that way for not abiding by rules that others, whites, don't even have to worry about. That's what you mentioned. I'm summarizing what you said.
Right.
But it was it was very color and ethnically specific.
Right.
The mistreatment that you talked about along ethnic and color lines, right? About specifically doing with black people. Now you're talking about business. And
see why you tried to morph
what you mentioned before about the mistreatment of people based on their demographic, their ethnicity, their background. That's not business.
Brother, it's both. Trust me, it's business. You see,
let me ask him a question.
It's business and it's hatred.
Let me ask you a question, Pittsburgh.
Before slavery.
Yeah, both.
Yeah, let me ask you a question, Pittsburgh. Listen,
Go ahead.
do you believe in black pay versus white pay?
Oh, Deacon, before you get started, I'm sorry to cut you off. But
Salute,
hey, if
DJ.
anybody want to, first of all, shout out to everybody, man. Y'all doing
Salute,
a great
man.
job tonight, man. Keep cooking.
Yes,
If
sir.
anybody want to join the panel, the link is in the chat, man. I'll be able to let everybody on for like the next 10 minutes that I got to get back at it, man. I've been swamped at work tonight. I've been wanting to chime in so bad, man. Y'all been doing a great job at this tonight. Man, y'all just keep doing what you do, man. I'm just here to let people on, man, whenever y'all can. What's up, everybody?
Salute to you, King.
What up, DJ?
I'm about to get off here though.
Yeah. But I just want to ask him that question. Do you believe that whites get paid more or less than blacks? Or do you think they all get paid equally?
No, white people generally get paid more in the workplace. That's a fact.
Say it again.
Nothing to do with white people get paid more generally in the workplace. That's a fact.
Now, do you think that's fair? Do you think that's fair?
No, absolutely not. I never said it wasn't racist.
But how you gonna make the argument that it's the minority's fault if they're allowing themselves to be pushed upon, right? You want to finish that thought, Mike?
Yeah, I mean, my point would be, I mean, how could you justify that obvious difference in the way of treatment and really discriminatory treatment and oppression of those people who are given just as much effort, if not more, within that work environment? How could you contribute that to business, man? That's outright racism. That's racism. That's hatred. That's evil.
Of course.
That's not
Of
business.
course. I never said it wasn't
That's
racist. That's racist. That's
not
business, Mike.
Okay,
Mike,
business. Okay, so if that's business, if we say that it's okay, well, let's do some math here. We go back to math because it's objective, right? so we say that treatment that we talked about equals evil, discrimination, oppression of a certain group of people, right? We say that, and then you say that treatment is business. So that means business equals evil, discrimination, and mistreatment. That's what you said. That's what you said business is. And that's not the definition of business. That's not the definition of business. No,
corporate environment, when you get somebody working there long enough, I guarantee that's what they're going to tell you, because you know what happens? With any business you work at, unless it's a union job, the white people getting paid more. The promotions are done at a higher clip for non-blacks than it is for other groups. They don't even have to be white. They're just non-black. So they could be African, they could be Cuban, they could be Puerto Rican, it could be any fucking thing. That's business. That's the production of business. That's what business looks like.
So I'm gonna expand that argument a little bit further. So that means what our ancestors went through here: chattel slavery, rape, murder, castration, not being able to read, write, they'd kill you if you needed, if you knew you can read and write.
Mm-hmm.
All the different things, the horrific experience, the really unspeakable lifestyle that they had to live, watching their children and women and men be raped by these devils. You saying that's business, bro? Because
that's not what I just said. You said that. No,
you just said. Hold on.
No, I didn't. I said that's not what I just said, brother. That is absolutely what I just not just
Hold on. What you just said.
Wait a minute. You said slavery, rape. I didn't say nothing about that. See, you're bringing in some other stuff that's very emotional triggers.
Hold on a minute, brother. Is that not equal to oppression? Equal to mistreatment of someone based on their ethnic background that we talked about? Is that not oppression? Is that not evil? You said, hold on a minute, bro. Hold on a minute. Let me finish what I'm saying.
You asked me a question. You want me to ask you? You asked me. Okay.
No, I'm not done asking you the question, though. Let me finish.
Okay,
Let me finish asking you the question.
Go ahead.
You just said that which is wicked, unfair, oppressive, mistreats a group of people based on their ethnicity, right? You said that that equals business, correct?
It does.
Is not slavery defined by all those things? Is not chattel slavery defined by all those things?
No, it's not. That's not the same thing. Slavery is a whole nother level of that. Slavery is where you're working for no wages. Slavery is where you can't go home at night, where you can't be with your family. You don't have any fucking choice. That's a whole nother level of that. That's not the same. It's in that realm. It's not the same thing. We can go home at night. We can
What I'm
choose
trying to do, bro, is I know that doesn't equal business. I know it doesn't. What I'm trying to do is let you know that your justification of what you've seen and what you're a part of, that is not business. Your justification of that is wrong. It's fact. That is a false justification. What you've seen and what you're involved in, what you experienced, that's not business. That's just mistreatment, brother.
But let me ask you something. How many black Fortune 500 CEOs do we have? Out of 500 companies that are mega companies, how many black CEOs do we have?
You tell me. You tell me. Go ahead.
Less than 1%.
Okay.
Less than 1%.
All right.
That's what business looks like. We got to start at the top and we got to work our way down to the low man, which will be us. We're not CEOs of companies. That's the head man, the man on top that's leading the company. We're not represented on that level. So at the top, they're making those decisions. Go ahead.
As long as you justify that reality and the other injustices that we experience as a people.
I'm not justifying anything. I'm just calling it how I see it. So wait, don't say
so you equating to all the what you just mentioned, that statistic you just mentioned, and the injustices that we receive as black people in corporate America or in this society as business, bro, you lost. I'm what I'm trying to say in this particular area, you wrong, bro. That's not business.
So who makes the decisions? Wait a minute, ask you a question. Who makes the decisions?
I think that's a misunderstanding, guys.
The CEO that makes
Pittsburgh, hold on a second. I think there's a misunderstanding. I think what Pittsburgh is saying is that's what is current time in the workspace in corporate and in the corporate world right now. He's saying that's what business looks like. Is what he's saying. And I understand what you guys are saying, that that's not right for business to be that way. We know it is, but business the way it's set up, the way Pittsburgh explained it to us, we all know it is that way. But
that's the way it is.
What the brothers are saying is that's a form. All those ideologies are coming from slavery and things of that nature.
What I'm trying to say is that is not for you to call those realities business is to minimize the responsibility, the personal responsibility of each person that participates in that, not to participate in it. That's not the way. That is not the way that minimizes what that is. And that's not, when you mistreat someone, that's not business, bro. That's not business.
Let me speak to the mistreatment. Hold on, let me speak to the let me speak real quick.
He's been saying all this. Let me say this now. When you start, I mentioned the CEO because at the top, that leadership is what dictates all of that. If you look up each of those individual companies out of the first 500, go look up their discrimination lawsuits. Go look at how recent they are and what they are being sued for. And remember, a lawsuit would have had to been a class action with more than one person, not just one person. And you go look those up and you tell me what that looked like. Because I know what it looked like, because I done seen it. Go read some of those lawsuits. That ain't had nothing to do with either one of our personal opinions. That's what the new business looked like. Now you can say what it is. That's what it is. I'm not justifying. I'm just saying that's what it is currently.
Okay. All right. I mean, I will tell you, I think that just because, just because that's what it is does not make it right and does not make it it doesn't make it better. It defines, I don't think, I would say a better way to say that.
You're just saying that's what it looks like.
A better way to say that.
Right.
A better way to say that is the way that they are defining business based on trying to justify what's going on. But that's not, when you look up a definition of business, the mistreatment of others is not included in that definition, bro. So what I'm trying to say is that's the way business may play out now under the system of white supremacy and racism. That may be the way the business is playing out now, and it's the way it's always played out to some extent, and worse extents in the past, in this country. But that is not a valid definition of business. That's racism, hatred, discrimination, and white supremacy playing itself out within that particular arena or within that environment. That's not a solid definition of business. That's the way that they are conducting business, which is based on wickedness and racism.
But who's running the business though? You only prove my point. They run the businesses. The white folks, the people who make these laws don't look like, who make the laws within the company, the rules within the company, they do not look like us.
What's your point?
My point is that the people that are running the business, they don't have a problem with it. That's why it's so widespread. That is the new business.
Oh, of course. We're not arguing that.
Yeah, but that's what I've been saying. You're saying it like I'm justifying it. I'm not justifying it. I'm just saying what it is. That's what it is. I ain't make it like that.
Well,
that's just what it is.
Yeah, it sounded like you were justifying it to me, bro.
No, I never justified it.
You took it and minimized it to. You took all you took all the statements that we were talking about, and you remember to minimize it to that's just business. Isn't that what you said?
It is business. Yes, it's business.
That's just business.
Up, but it's business.
Let me tell you what else was just business. Since freshly coming out of slavery, right? Remember, black folk start being paid for their labor, right? Okay, but here's the trick. You had store credits, you had taxes on their homes, on their land, you had debt accumulated where they still was working for nothing because everything that they earned, they owed to the white man. Whether it was for food, for feed, food to feed the animals, or whatever. They would triple and double. They would never allow them to come out of debt. That too was business as usual. And that practice never went away. They just modified it, and they got better ways of doing it today to keep us oppressed. And what is oppression for us? As a whole, when you're talking about more of us than not who are not making it, but are very few at the top, but the rest are starving, and a starving people become a desperate people, and a starving, desperate people become a dangerous people. And it's said that you kill where you live and where you're starving and where you're desperate at. All of these are weapons against us where it looks like we are destroying ourselves, but in fact, it is a system in place that's been in place to do these things. And we're talking, so understand where we're coming from when we're speaking on this, that it's bigger than the little things that's going on at your little job.
Oh, my job ain't little, brother. Trust me, it's not little.
It's little. Can I say, hold on. It's a very small company in comparison to what all of your folk is going through. Can we agree that your company cannot house all your people?
Of course.
I'm saying that to say that so that you don't minimize the pain of your folk and what we're going through in this system.
Where did I minimize what we're going through? Tell me where I minimized. I want to know.
When you took the fact that we mentioned these things and you said that's just business.
That is business. Tell me about what about that is wrong with this 2022. What's happening within businesses? Name me a company in the Fortune 500 that doesn't happen to. All the things that mistreatment and stuff that's happening. Name one.
I'm talking about of black people. I'm talking about
black people get mistreated on every job. That's what I'm telling you. Every job that's the Fortune 500, that's a Fortune 500 company, large companies. Name one that doesn't have mistreatment of black people.
And for you to say that that's just business, that's
how they're conducting business. That's how they are conducting business. That doesn't minimize it. It just calls it out for what it is. You don't like it, but that's what they're doing. I don't like it. That's
I
what they're
know that's
doing.
what they're doing. I know that's what they're doing.
Of course,
I
that's
know
business.
that.
That's what I'm saying. That's what they're.
Not
That's
just
the practice of business in
That's
2022.
racism.
The tone in which you use, brother, had an undercurrent to it.
No undercurrent.
No. Let me just speak, brother.
I'm telling you.
You know, hold on, brother. I'm not mind reading. I'm responding to what's coming out of your mouth, brother. Let me just say this. The way we started this conversation off, when Mike said whatever he said, he was immediately damn near cut off. Oh, don't bring race in it. It's like, nigga, shut up and stay in your place. Know your place, boy. That's like the scared nigga. Hold on, let me just say this. That just sounds, hold on, brother. That sounds like some of them scared folks who had reason to be scared, but should have showed more courage in certain areas, that told their own people, shut up, boy, know your place around these white folks. You know they're going to hang your ass. You better know your place. Know my place. My place is to stand upright and die upright if necessary. But not on my bending knees, brother. So when you tell your brother to shut up and know your place, and no, that's how I'm telling you how it sounded. I'm telling you how it sounded because Mike didn't even say 2 words before it. Don't bring racism. Oh, there you go again. I mean, come on, bro. Like, that's nothing more than saying, nigga, shut up, man. Know your place. You better know your place when you talk about these white folks.
Because I don't agree with you in this situation doesn't mean know your place and nigga sit down. That don't mean none of that. That means I don't agree with you.
Okay, then I apologize. If it don't mean that, brother, I apologize. How about that?
That's fine. That's fine. But I'm just telling you, this situation, I just don't agree with you guys.
Okay. That's cool. That's cool. That's cool.
There's nothing else to read into that. We don't have to even go down that path.
Right.
Here's what I'm saying. Here's what I'm saying to you too, bro. What you talk about your experiences in that. I'm assuming you're in human resources. Is that what you do?
No, I do the union stuff.
Oh, union stuff. Okay, so you deal with those people. Yeah. Okay, so when you do the union stuff, you're a union steward or something, right? Is that what you do? Okay, so you seeing everything that you've seen, and the disparities of what you've seen along racial lines. You mentioned that. Now, there's obviously there's a imbalance in the way that Black people were treated and processed in that system, in comparison to how whites are treated or processed in it. You seeing all that, and somehow just calling that just business. That I mean, there's some questions, real questions that I mean, if you cannot internalize that as anything other than just business, I got some serious questions about where you're at mentally and spiritually, because that's not business.
I'm telling you, listen, I'm telling you on a day-to-day basis, that's what business look like. I'm not agreeing with it. But
that's what racism and discrimination. That's what racism, discrimination, and white supremacy looks like.
But it's operating inside of business. It's not operating inside of the scope outside of business.
So if I take a pig,
outside of any business.
So if I take a pig and dress it up and put makeup on it, I don't call it a dressed up and makeup up woman. I call it a pig. I call it what it is, a pig. It may have clothes and makeup on it, but it's still a pig. What I'm saying is that racism, that white supremacy, that discrimination, that hatred, that wickedness, it may happen within the guise of a business or within the confines of a business, but it's still racism. It's still white supremacy.
I never said it wasn't.
Okay, I never said it wasn't. Call it what it is. Call it just business.
It operates. Tesla just got a lawsuit right now that they're fighting for
call
racism.
It what it is. Don't call it just business.
Wait a minute, time out. Let me say this. Tesla is a fairly new company, probably less than 10 years old, very immature as far as company-wise. They're not a 100-year-old business. And they got some major problems with racism, with some major lawsuits as far as dealing with Black people. So that is a very immature business. Where you think they learn that shit from? Where do you think they get that from? That's what business look like in 2022. I'm not saying that's the way it should be. I'm saying that's what it is.
That's what white supremacy. That's what white supremacy and wickedness looks like.
There you go. There you call it what. That's why he told you. That's why he said you can put lipstick on a pig. You can put a dress on a pig. He's not going to call it a woman. He's going to call it what it is, a damn pig, brother. Don't dress it up and try to call it something.
I'm not dressing none of. I'm not justifying racism. I'm not justifying it or dressing it up. I'm telling you, when you say business, that's what business is. The way business is being conducted in 2022, that's what it fucking look like.
That is how white folks is conducting business, and that is how they're. Hold on. That is how white. Hold on. That is. Listen. That is.
Who own the major businesses?
Let me talk.
Folk, right? Don't the white folks own all the
so hold on. Now we come in full circle. Now we got you where you're supposed to be. Hold on. Listen, white folks is doing this, right? It's their system.
Right.
They created it, right? And this is how they treat black folks. There's no difference in a white Jake Paul treating a black brother the way he did.
He didn't mistreat that dude. That dude signed the contract, man. He had an option of not signing the contract, man. That's not the same. You're equating apples and oranges, in my opinion.
Okay.
I don't think those two things are the same. Those things are not the same.
Just like he took that, just like he took that $250,000 because that's what he was offered.
Why did he take it?
The same reason them black folks in your job that you mentioned.
Right.
They're taking what they take, and that they won't stand up against it when you put out your petition for them to do something.
That's their business. That you're only proving my point. You have an option to use the tools that you have for whatever job or whatever contract you have. You have tools that are available to you. If you choose not to use those tools and you get ran over, what you want somebody to do about that?
So you are, and that's what I think. And that's what I think I'm in corporate America. I've used all that. I've used all that. And you know what happens? It gets swept right under the table because you just like you said, right up under the rug. That's what, like you said, it's top down. It starts from the top down, right? So the people who make decisions at the top, there is no place to go. There is no place to go. Okay, so here's what I'm going to tell you.
Putting up a fight is what I'm telling you. We're not even putting up a fight.
Man, this is what you don't understand. We are prisoners of war, man.
Yep.
We are prison camps.
We have tools that we're not using, brother.
The reason why you don't, and you don't understand that. See, that's why we don't understand each other. You don't understand that in this regard. You still my brother, but at the end of the day, you don't see what's happening. We're prisoners of war here. That plain and simple. You cannot describe the realities of our people in this country from the time we got here. Some say 1555, some say 1619. But from the time we got here to this very day, bro, just looking back 2 months ago, when the white boy went up there and murdered 10 black people while they was grocery shopping, and he was in the middle of the carnage, and the police showed up and took him without a scratch, bro. He wasn't on the road fleeing. He was in the middle of massacring those people. In the middle of it, with the weapon in his hand.
Facts.
And they took him without a scratch.
Yep.
You don't understand that as war, brother? That's war.
Facts.
And anytime you cannot take that and extrapolate it to what's going on in them people that you work with.
Wait a minute, time out. Connecting the dots. Wait a minute. I don't have no problem connecting no dots. I don't need you trying to connect no dots for me. No thank you.
Wow.
I'm fine with playing connect the dot. I don't play connect the dot. The reality in the world that I live in, I don't need to play no damn connect the dot. And the situation that you see it that way and you're trying to connect one thing to the other, I think what you're saying is true. It doesn't comport to this situation. This brother negotiated a contract. It didn't work out for him, and he want to blame everybody in the world. And that's another problem that we have. Like, there's certain situations that we get ourselves into that we have to say, I fucked up. That ain't had nothing to do with nobody else. Maybe you just weren't ready for it. That's just what it is. We make mistakes.
So
we can
even if he accepted a jacked up contract that he should not have. Let's go. Hold on. Let's go with what you're saying. He shouldn't have signed it, right? He shouldn't have signed it. He also shouldn't have been assaulted, disrespected with this type of a contract. That's the point.
There's no respect.
Listen, he showed no value, no worth, no respect to this man. None. He essentially spit it in his face. Even if he say, man, no, I ain't signing that. The idea of his approach to this black man was foul. His approach to him was foul. Let's forget him accepting it. His approach to him was foul. Can we agree on that?
I think companies and I think people try to get
No, I just asked you, can we yes or no? Can we agree on that?
His approach was wrong. No, trying to get lowball him. No.
Okay.
No, you're gonna offer the lowest price you can offer to somebody. I look at it as a contractor, and I think that's where we differ.
When he said take it or leave it, he said take it or leave it. Ain't no negotiating. He said if you try to negotiate it, we walking off. So you can take it. You got 1 hour to accept it. If you don't, we moving on. Ain't no negotiation.
But if you accept it now if you let's say you say I just said
we're not worried about him accepting it. We're gonna go with you. He shouldn't accept it. We're throwing that away. His approach to this black man. Do you think what he did was foul? Yes or no?
No, I don't think it's foul.
Okay, that's cool.
No, I don't think it's foul.
I'm
I think
done
you
with
as
it.
a contractor have to negotiate your worth, man. That's how
I just told you there was he wasn't having it. Jake wasn't. Okay.
So if we negotiated and I didn't negotiate with you and I accepted the contract, then I can't go back later and say I'm disrespected and all this stuff. Negotiating is an art about respect. It's about me negotiating what I feel is worth and what you're willing to pay. That's negotiation. They got shit to do with respect.
Right.
He just said that there were no negotiations. They didn't leave that.
Well, then he didn't have to take the offer.
Okay, so this is what I'm gonna tell you, bro. This is what I'm gonna say to you. When I talk about making the connections, I'm talking about seeing the same spirit, the same mentality show up in all these different scenarios that we talked about. I think you can condense all the different scenarios that we talked about down to a particular spirit and a particular approach and mindset. And if you don't see that spirit throughout all from the worst circumstance that I mentioned in chattel slavery to that massacre of those 10 people up in Buffalo, New York, and the cops took that devil without a scratch on him, okay, to what's going on your job. If you don't see the same spirit that pervades all those different circumstances, and obviously it reveals itself at different levels and different levels of intensity based on the confines or the situation, like you in corporate versus chattel slavery versus that murder up in those murders. But it's still the same spirit revealing itself at different levels or different levels of intensity. If you cannot see that, that is the mark, in my opinion, that is the mark of intelligence. That's the mark of wisdom. When you can connect the dots, because everything is connected. Everything has a cause and effect. We're just like every human being on this planet. We're all connected, whether we understand it or not. When it's all said and done, and here's the dangerous thing, bro. For you to be in the position that you're in that union, and to see the things that you've seen and how it's impacted unjustly and unbalanced in an unbalanced way. It's impacted Black people more than any other ethnicity or group. For you not to be able to come and make some of these connections we're talking about, very scary. Very scary. And then, I would think, they actually need someone in that union that sees the big picture.
Yeah.
So you should strive to get that.
Brother, I got the big picture. Just because I don't agree with you on this particular situation, one thing ain't got nothing to do with the other. Like that's people real jobs and how they feed their family. I've always fought for people. There's plenty of people that, like I said, people that should have been fired, I made sure they didn't get fired. So that one thing ain't got nothing to do with the other.
Well, how you gonna say that? And then you make up all these different scenarios, and I say, well, one thing ain't. I say one thing ain't got nothing to do with the other, and then you say yes, it do. But now you're saying it doesn't. So which is it?
Well, people on my job and me fighting for people on my job and me agreeing with you about this brother with his situation with his contract. Those are two completely different things. Those are leaps and bounds different. I know a couple people that I should have that should not have their job. They have their job because of what happened. It sounded to me like you just stopped yourself from saying that you should have fired. So they got you doing the firing? No, I don't do the firing. I'm the one that's fighting for them to keep their job and make sure.
But it was on the edge of your tongue, but you pulled it back in that you should have fired. You stopped that. So how many brothers have you fired for real, brother?
I don't have the power to fire nobody, and you can't be putting words in my mouth. So I know that's what you're trying. I mean, you can't put words in my mouth. Number one.
No, okay. I'm just trying to see what I'm trying to make sure. You know, hey, I'm gonna check. I got look, bro. I got to check on you because I thought I heard something. Now I just got to check on you. I got to check on you now.
I'm telling you what I'm saying. What I'm saying is me fighting for somebody in their real life, for them keeping their job, completely different situations than me and you guys talking on the phone.
Right. Hey, man, I listen. I want you to walk away with this, brother. Know that
I love you guys. Y'all cool with me. We just don't agree.
We got that. Yeah, that's it. We got love for you. You know what I mean? We cool. Listen, man. If it's a situation where I'm trying to figure out something, bro, and if you got that information, don't hold it from me, man.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? I need for us to be able to feed each other, man, and help each other, man, and help each other get to that next level, and being able to take these blinders off so we can see how to maneuver through this thing, and so we can better prepare for it and battle against it. You know what I'm saying? Because if we're moving in these dark places with shades on that we cannot see through, what that is? Oh man, my bad. Hey, fam, it's been fun, but I got to go.
Great.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, man. Peace out.
All right.
Yeah, man. Love y'all, man. Yes, sir. Hey, Santos, I'm gonna text you, man.
Okay, bro. Appreciate
it. Hey, Pittsburgh. What I'm gonna say to you, brother, is I hear everything you said, and at the end of the day, we're gonna have to. It's good when we can disagree without being disagreeable. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I don't want to be disrespectful or start nothing. We just don't agree on this particular point. That's fine.
Right. Yeah.
We just don't see the same eye. I ride with you 100%, Mike. We just don't agree on this particular point with this particular contract, and that's fine. I mean, I could be wrong. You could be wrong. That's just an opinion.
Hey, here's the thing, and I will tell you, honest to goodness truth, I'm a realist, man. I really don't care about that. I mean, I don't care about what a man's getting. You know, I don't watch people's pockets. I don't watch folks' pockets. So really, the truth is, do I care about what kind of money he's getting? Not really. I do care about the fact that he's not being treated fairly. That's what I care about. The reality that unfair treatment, it resonates with me because I see what I've experienced in my life, but then what I've seen our people experience throughout our history here, and I don't think it can be described as unfair treatment.
Let's go down a different road, though, Mike. Now, let me ask you a question. Now, is it that we don't? This is where I think we part ways. I think we can have a broader conversation, a more specific conversation about this as far as business. We don't understand how business operates and the whole tactic behind business. So what would you say to the uneducation of business as a whole right now, to the black man or the black community?
What would I say about business?
Yes, and it's specifically the black people, how much we understand about business.
Okay, this is what I would say. You know what a substrate is?
No.
Let me explain. I'm an engineer, so this is what a substrate is. Like a substrate is like, just say it's the base level. It's like the foundation of your house, right?
Okay.
It's what your house is built on, the substrate, right? That's an example. Or like if they're going to make a chip, right? They'll pour the material for that chip They'll pour it into a substrate, and that'll give it its mold. It's like a mold or a basis for that chip. You understand? It's a molding pattern or the foundation. I would tell black people this, that the substrate of American society, that means everything that it's built on, everything that every system that you encounter has a substrate of white supremacy and racism and hatred. White supremacy, white privilege, and racism. That is the substrate of everything. So for us to really think that we're going to be human beings, have equal treatment as equal human beings, given a substrate like that, no matter what organization you get into that's built on that substrate, will have as its foundation white supremacy, white privilege, and discrimination and mistreatment of others. So in order for us to actually experience life as it should be, we're going to have to build our own. That's what I would say. That's business.
Okay. I mean, but how about this? Like, we don't move as, like, look, even like that brother who's got a more recent lawsuit against Tesla, or the brothers who had the people who had that lawsuit against Boeing, we'll get out there and we'll protest and we'll petition about rappers dying and go fall all out in the street about that. When it's real people, we don't show up. So we have a lack and a mental problem when it comes to that. You can root that back to slavery and the mental
That's exactly
problem.
what it is.
Yeah, you can root
That's
that all the way back. You can root it all the way back to that, and you can come forward with it. But that's the bigger issue when it comes to business. You can go all the way from there, you come all the way back, and you're dealing with that inferior mindset, and you're being treated like you're inferior because you're accepting that shit. And a lot of situations we don't have to accept that. It's not like it's some situations you deal with what leverage you have, but we give the leverage away and think that these people are going to be nice and they're going to deal with you fair. That's not how that's going to work.
There's some truth in what you just said. No question about that. And I think it goes back to what I was mentioning, that in their organizations have a substrate or a foundation that's been here since the beginning of white supremacy, racism, and mistreatment, and white privilege, and the mistreatment of others. That's the bottom line. That's what it's built on. And so for us to be in these systems or in these organizations that are built up from the foundation all the way to the very top with those same ideologies, those same principles, for us to think that we're going to be treated fairly in these environments, no matter how much you fight. Because here's the thing, you can go to the very top. You go to the Supreme Court, and they've got the laws changed where it's very hard to bring a discrimination suit against these corporations. Very difficult. Even the class action suit Winthrop Grumman. Winthrop Grumman, that huge defense contractor. Ketanji Brown Jackson, the one that Biden just Biden just nominated to go to the Supreme Court. She had 5,000 people, 5,000 black folks that came against Winthrop Grumman, the huge defense contractor, if I'm not saying the name right, had a class action suit against them for discrimination. And the class action suit had already been determined by a different federal court that they were liable for the damages to those people, those 5,000 black folks. It went into Ketanji Brown Jackson's, went into her courtroom for the finalization of the award that they will receive, the payment they received, right? Yep. She threw it out, denied the payment, and threw it out.
Best pugilist, you can't be taking these sabbaticals on us, bro.
That's why she's on the Supreme Court today.
Yo,
what's happening, bro?
Yeah, I've been trying to get on for a little minute now.
I'm getting ready to get off, pugilist.
I'm getting ready to get on for a minute, man. I was like, I want to interject into this so much, man. Y'all all on this, basically the same thing, and I understood from both points of views what was being said. But me and Pittsburgh, we've had this discussion, a similar discussion before, and I think what he was really saying was that when he's saying that this is business, meaning that the system as it's set up, because me and him had this discussion before, and as I always say, it's capitalism. We didn't come from capitalism. Capitalism is not our system. Capitalism is their system. So when he's saying that this is business, he's right. It is business. It's their business. This is how they get down. Our ancestors, they didn't come from a capitalistic system. They dealt in more of a barter type system. So when he says this is business, he's absolutely correct. Just as you said, Mike, the core foundation of their system, capitalism, is based in racism. Can't have capitalism without racism. That's why both of you guys were correct. So when he's saying that this is business, he's 100% correct. Whether you go back to slavery was business for them based on their capitalistic foundation. And within that, the very seeds of capitalism is racism. So when you dealing with a system like that, so when you say that that's not business, no, it is their business, because it's always been, because capitalism is racism. Capitalism is racism, straight up. Because we didn't come from that. Our ancestors didn't deal in that system. This is a new system that a Eurocentric that they introduced into their system once they overtook us. Once they overtook us, this is what they brought in. So both of you was right, but I think what y'all was missing each other at was that when he was saying it was business, that y'all missed the fact of just interjecting the terminology here, which is capitalism. That's the fucking problem.
Exactly.
Here's
what I'm gonna say, man. And when it's all said and done, I agree with what you said, but that's their definition of business, right? Slavery to them, like you mentioned, and I mentioned this as well. Slavery to them was just business. That's how they describe what they're doing, right? But for us to describe it as just business, that's not how we need to. That's not how we need to describe that. We need to describe it what it is. It's white supremacy. Yeah. It's white supremacy. It's capitalism, white supremacy, hatred, white privilege. It's demonic. That's how we need to describe it.
I agree with that. But
it ain't just business.
We need to put a face on it, but we got to put a face on it. Like, we can't.
No, that's why I said capitalism. That's why specifically I said capitalism. Because see, when I say capitalism, I specifically said that because capitalism encompasses all that. That's what it is. Capitalism is racist. It's demonic. It's all that. That's what it is. But people don't understand that. They don't understand that. But when I always like to make that clear. When I talk about capitalism and things like that, I make that clear that it's a racist principle from the start.
Yeah.
And it's not
the reason why you explain American capitalism as racist from the start is because our people, even today, but definitely when we first arrived here, we were not a part of that system. Let me
just say this real quick before you go any further, real quick. Okay, go ahead.
As far as functioning as capitalist, as far as functioning as capitalist and participating in the capitalistic system, we were never intended to do that. We were brought here as a commodity. As a commodity, we were to be sold, bought and sold on this within the confines of the system. We were never supposed to participate in it as capitalist.
Facts.
And that's what drives
1,000% on that part.
And that's what drives the realities that we live in today with the mistreatment.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Corporations.
Well, in that regard, I agree. You're 1,000% correct with that. But what I have to add in is not just brought here. We were here because, like I said, I have explained this before. In my family, particularly my mother's side, they was always indigenous. My mother and them never said that we got kidnapped. They was always. I was taught that shit since I was a little boy. And my mom's side, my parents, they're from Alabama. My mother and them was like, we was here. They didn't bring us here. We were the blacks that was here already. There were some that were brought here and kidnapped here, but we weren't them. We were the indigenous blacks that they mistakenly are calling Indians. That was us. And that shit been in my family since I was a little boy. I've been hearing that. That ain't no new shit. I've been hearing that, and I'm older than all of y'all on this panel. I'm 56. You understand what I'm saying? And that shit I've been hearing that since I was a little kid. So it's not just like I said, it was not just for just the kidnapping, because we got mixed in. We were mixed in with the blacks that was kidnapped and brought here. But we was here. And that's one of the greatest things and lies that they did, that they deceived the overwhelming majority of blacks in this country, is that we was not all brought here. The blacks, when they came across, them people they came across here that they mistakenly calling Indians, them was black folks. Them was not no other groups of people. Them was fucking black people who would be considered by some redneck motherfucker a nigger. That's who they came across here when they got here. Not these fictitious ass Indians you seeing. These white people who own fucking Foxwoods and shit like that. That was them $5 Indians that they paid to get on that dolls list. That's not the real people. That's us. And that's one of their greatest tools that they've used against us. That's why some white Karen can say to you, if you don't like it here, go back to your country. Because they made so many of us believe that we not from here. We native to this shit. The majority of blacks in America is native to this shit. They are not from a part of the chattel slave. That's a smaller percentage. They did a great job at deceiving us with that shit. So that's another thing that has to be made clear, that they took people and made and tricked them and dumbfounded them into believing that shit, when in actuality this is our actual land. The majority of us that's here in this country. You know, understand what I'm saying? So they did do a good job in deception. Like somebody, I think it was you used that terminology earlier, deception, and they did a great tool with that shit and deceiving our people. So capitalism, because they took the native people here, the native tribes that were here, and they imposed that ideology on them, as they did to the ones that they did actually take from the continent and brought over here as well. And they intermingled them together. And they used that capitalistic system, which is their system, and put it on these people who were by nature using a system of barter and sharing and in conjunction with nature and things of that sort, and put that system on them. And that's one of the reasons why we just don't thrive, because it is by nature a flawed system, a wicked system.
Yeah, it's built on exploitation.
A demonic system. Yeah, it by nature. So in that regard, so that's why, and that's another reason why we just don't do so well in it, because it's not natural to us, and it's because it's not natural to us being who we are genetically as a people. It's not that we stupid. It ain't got nothing to be with. It ain't got nothing to be with. Because most of black, like I take a brother like yourself, like you went even in this system, you still been able to achieve, got their degrees, did what you did in their system. So it ain't got shit to do with our intellect, but it do have to do with our DNA and our natural nature, and it has played a part in us being in the position that we are in. But just as anything, whenever we just get involved in something for real, we tend to be the best at it once we learn it, even if it's the wrong thing.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Even if it's the wrong thing, we tend to be the best at it. So, I just wanted to interject that point, but I think y'all all made very valid points. But I think y'all just was misconnecting on the system and the terminology. That's why I use that capital, because I'm like, like I was explaining this the other day to somebody. I said, capitalism is not our system, man. That's their wicked ass system. And that's part of the reason why we don't do as well at it as we should. But at its core, it's a racist, negative, evil thing designed to keep people like us where we are.
Right. 100%
for that shit.
Hey, let me ask you this question here, Pugilist. Let me ask you a question. Did you hear me when I said this is a spiritual thing?
Hell yeah, you was 100%
Okay, did you
right.
hear when I said that? Okay. Did you
Yeah.
hear when I said if you want to describe, just fundamentally describe, not in detail, but just fundamentally describe how it's spiritually based? You look on the back of your dollar bill and you describe what's happening with that pyramid. Did you hear me say that?
Yeah,
I
yeah, I
want you
caught
to
that
listen
part.
to that. What did you
Yeah, I
think
caught that
about
part.
what I said there? What I said was, I won't repeat it because I think I may ruffle some
Nah,
feathers.
I heard pretty much the most of it.
What
It
did
was
you
pretty
think
much
about
on.
what I said? Well, what did you think I
And
said,
look,
and then what did you think I said, and what do you think about it?
well, yeah, there's truth. There was definitely true statements on it in what you said, because if you simply know anything, if you've done any research, clearly you know that if that's supposed to be an American currency, right? This dollar bill is American currency, right? Why do you have a picture? Why would, first of all, like I told this to some teenagers about 3 weeks ago. I said, when you look at the back of the dollar bill, what do you notice? I said, you see that pyramid on there. Now that pyramid is clearly not here in America. That's from another continent. That's from back in Africa. Egypt is in Africa. It's in North Africa, right?
Yep.
So I said, why is that symbol on the back of an American currency? And they was like, wow, I hadn't really thought about it like that. And then so the mere fact of the matter is that I don't really got time to go into it in depth, but I'll just say this. For the most part, what you said was dead on. I'll leave it at that. But I don't really got time to go into any deeper.
Yeah.
But for
Okay.
the
I'll leave
most
it alone.
part,
Okay, we'll leave it alone.
yeah,
All right.
yeah, maybe we'll delve into that in another time. But for the most part, on the spiritual side, you're correct. I would say that's my personal opinion.
Here's I'm gonna leave it. This is why I could say, this is why I believe that it's 100% spiritual. Right? It's 100% spiritual. When you look at the people who created this system, who perpetuate the system through various means of death, force, death, destruction, and deception, they are a very, very small portion of the world's population. Right? So it's like you're talking about, you got a room full of 100 people, and you're saying that, you got 2 people out of that room that have maybe 5 other people that work for them directly, that coordinate together in order to control the dynamics of the other 93 people in that room, and really oppress the other 93 people in that room. And they're able to do that over a long period of time. There's no other way to do something like that, where you have effectively 7 people coordinating together to oppress the other 93 people in that room continuously without a level of deception that's not really of this world. You understand what I'm saying? When you when you have that kind, because that's effectively what's happening on the planet. That's effectively what's happening. You got a very, very small percentage of, very, very small percentage of the population that is projecting, perpetuating this system of white supremacy, of hatred, of discrimination, of white privilege, and the mistreatment of others on the rest of the world. And they're doing it effectively through a very long period of time, through centuries. How is that happening if not a wicked spiritual advantage to bring about that deception and to maintain that control? So I think it all, if you want to make it really simple, it's summed up here in the United States. It's summed up on the back of that dollar bill. What's really going on? And I'm gonna leave it there. I think that's why it's so important for people who want to live right, that we do our best to line up with the things that God would have us to do. with the universal God. I'm not talking about any particular religion. I'm talking about what the universal God, the creator of all the worlds, what he would have us to do. How would he have us to live? And talk to him and ask him, what should we do? How should we live this life? Because we have to be spiritually right, mentally right. We need to be physically right and emotionally right in order to deal with the system effectively. And I don't think that we can do that given all the damage that's happened to us psychologically, mentally, physically in this world, under the system of white supremacy and oppression, unless we connect with the universal creator. We have to connect with him and understand what he would have us to, how he would have us to live, so we can be repaired. We can be healed from a mental, spiritual, emotional, and even physical level.
I agree. Definitely need some work done. You got to make some kind of connection in the proper way to try to overcome this, because it's something that we really face. It's not a fictitious thing, and at some point you have to make the move. You know, we just have to make the proper move that's necessary to succeed as a people, and it has to be done by enough. It don't have to be everybody. That's got to be enough of us to make that move. You know, it's not. I don't think it's intended for everybody. You know, some people gonna come to it, some not. So, but if you really want to survive, you know, this is the things that you have to do. You got to find, you know, when is enough is enough. When you're gonna just do what needs to be done, and you know, the times are changing. I would say, you know, everything goes in cycles, man. We were once the rulers of all of this. You know, we ruled everything at one time. You know, things go through cycles. It went through the cycle change. We lost our position, but things could be turning now, and it's a matter of just to follow through. I would say at this point, just got to follow through and do our part. And natural nature will put us where we feel we need to be.
Yeah. Well, hey man, we're not gonna solve this problem tonight or this morning. So I'm gonna say good night to you guys, man. Santos Pugilist, haven't heard you on for a while, brother. Good to hear your voice. And then Pittsburgh, nice to meet you.
All right, Mike.
Yep. Y'all be good. Peace.
No doubt, brother. Yeah, stay safe.
Peace with. Hey, I'm on mute till I get this stuff out of my truck, and then I'll come back on. I had to take my little 10-minute power nap for a minute after I got here.
Yeah, it's all good. I'm about to be on mute too, because I'm getting out of here. I'm about to close up shop here and get up out of here. And so we're just there on until we can chop it. I'll be done in a few minutes. I'm doing the same. I'm about to get up out of here. So I'll be back on in a few minutes.
Going to that.
Pittsburgh.
Yeah, I'm still.
Yeah, I can hear you, bro. I move some stuff around.
Trying to do what I can on my end over here.
Yeah.
See what happens. I mean, that rateable fights this month, is it? I think that was the last one of this month that was supposed to be big. But they were fighting up.
Which one you talking about? That talking about the Paul and old boy?
Yeah, that was this month. I think that was it for this month. No, Broner. Broner's supposed to fight, ain't it? Ain't Broner supposed to fight?
Yeah.
Coming up too soon. Should be fighting soon too.
I think he's supposed to be fighting the 6th of August, right?
Yeah, sometime it's not this week, it's next week.
Okay.
It's got to be coming up. It's got to be coming up. He done messed up a lot of opportunities with his foolishness.
Yeah, he didn't capitalize or didn't stay on top when he was on top as far as financially.
I mean, even if he would have just showed up, if he would have showed up in that Pacquiao fight or a number of them other big fights, he'd been in a lot better place. He could have commanded, he'd have had some leverage. He just did what he did. He take all the other stuff out of it, come to the fight, he didn't perform to the level that people were expecting out of him.
Yeah, I expected him to perform better against Pacquiao. Not so much win, but better performance.
Yeah, he wasn't
what he gave.
It wasn't super competitive, put it like that.
Right.
And then he thought he won.
Let me mute for a second. I'm gonna get this stuff back on the truck. Hold on.
All right.
Oh shoot, man! I thought I was on mute, man. Shoot. I heard everything. All that noise. Yeah, pissed. No, that I piss at that next stop. Yeah, man. Yes, guys will cost themselves some money. But let's talk about the next few fights coming up.
Well, you see, Kambosa, what's his name was calling out Kambosa. Kambosa was calling out Teofimo over there. There was some more little drama that they had going on.
Again?
Yeah, I mean that was over the weekend. He was calling him out again. Going in.
He don't want to fight. He don't want to fight there, which I'm okay with that because there it wasn't no fight.
Which one are you talking about, Kambosa or Teofimo?
Kambosa's wasn't no fight against Dev.
Yeah, he won a rematch, if I'm mistaken. I think he won that rematch.
He do want the rematch? Or
he wanted the rematch, but Devin was trying to get a fight with Tank, somebody else, if I'm mistaken. He wanted a rematch. I mean, he probably wanted for the payday. I'm pretty sure he's looking at that payday no matter what.
Yeah.
Win and not win, he don't get that payday nowhere else. So it's not like he fighting Tank next. Orion he ain't fighting nobody, but he got to get what he can get. That's what he can get right now.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't know about that one. That's gonna play out how it's gonna play out. I don't see too much with that. I mean, the sad thing is you got Tank and what's the guy named Ryan Garcia? They going back and forth, but ain't nobody trying to fight Haney. Ain't no pressure on him to fight Haney, so that's what it is.
Yeah, I no, there's no pressure because I know Tank said he wanted to fight him before Ryan spoke up again about Tank. But at the same time, when Ryan did speak up and they seemed like they were a little bit serious about the fight, Tank got educated on the dollars and cents of the business, and so he's trying to see if that's going to come to fruition or not. I can't. I'm not on in this particular scenario. I'm not opposed to Tank getting that bag first and possibly beating Ryan, and I think he should beat Ryan. But at the same time, Ryan didn't look bad in his last fight, but that was a different opponent as well. So we got to see what was up.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, these guys in that weight division, and they kind of avoid each other, and it's a whole bunch of chest bumping, but ain't nothing really happening. People talking.
Yeah.
Ryan good at talking trash about he gonna do this and do that. No, don't do nothing. So I mean, I don't believe he gonna be in the fight until he get in the ring. Man. He be on some foolishness. Remember he canceled with Fortuna before, saying he had mental health issues.
Yeah.
Something stupid. Yeah. Something stupid.
Fortuna,
like, he be on some
Jojo
foolishness.
Diaz, and Tank. Three
he
fights
be
opponents in a row.
Oh, he did Tank too. He canceled Tank. I didn't know he canceled Tank. Yeah,
Canceled Tank. Canceled Jojo Diaz and Fortuna. He said he going. The reason he said he wasn't gonna fight Tank. Yeah, I'm gonna run his life. Oh, I made it. I caught the yellow. The reason he backed out the Tank fight, he said he was about to fight Pacquiao, which was a farce.
Oh yeah, he would never fight no Pacquiao, man.
Right, exactly.
Never fight no Pacquiao. But see, that's another thing. When Pacquiao was in, all these dudes was sitting around waiting on Pacquiao. They wouldn't fight nobody. They sit around and try to win the Pacquiao sweepstakes and see if they can fight. They weren't gonna fight Pacquiao. They ain't want no pressure. They just want, if they ain't want to take no loss, they just want to fight nobody. Sit around and wait, try to get Keith Thurman to see if they hit the lotto to fight Pacquiao. Because after Keith
that's kind
Thurman
of understandable.
took like 2 years off.
Yeah.
Something crazy like that. I mean, to a point, yeah, but then you can't come running back later when nobody don't want to. Well, now when the rabbit got it done and you under the same pressure, now you hollering and Keith Thurman out whooping the holler when you, yeah.
Thurman screwed up. Period. Now I don't. He wasn't sitting on them belts because of Pacquiao fight at first. He was sitting on them just out of he did have an injury, but at the same time after he healed up, he still was claiming injury when the true fact of my opinion, the true fact of the matter is he didn't want to take a chance on losing before he can get one of those legends in the ring.
Yeah. He had a lot of injuries, supposedly, according to him. According to him, he had a lot of injuries. Yeah, according to him, ain't nobody never seen him. Like Pacquiao was supposed to have shoulder surgery after the Floyd fight. There ain't nobody. He had this mysterious injury. Like
just out. Yeah.
According to Pacquiao had that. What he had? Shoulder? Was it shoulder? Elbow?
Rotator cuff. Rotator cuff. I think in the Floyd fight. Shoulder.
Yeah, some bullshit. Some surgery or some foolishness. Like, man, get out of here with that, man. I mean, it sounds like what it is. You lost. That's the end of it. Because on the other end of that, if he would have won, you'd have never heard about that shit.
Right.
Same with all these dudes. When the stuff don't go the way that they want to bring up all these excuses, man. You can't Can't do that. The shit didn't go your way. That's just the end of it. Nobody want to hear all that foolishness right there.
Yeah.
Man. You got an opportunity.
They
It
all
didn't work out
searching
for
for a
whatever
reason
reason.
why they didn't perform. They all do it. You know, they all, you know, they search for a reason why they didn't perform up to the standards because their opponent made them look less than what they had been looking against opponents. So,
It's not no one fighter that do it. Like I say, they all do that crap. It's really sad.
yeah.
They all trying to keep that. Nobody want to lose a fight now, and that's another problem where you won't. It's hard for these guys to take a real challenge because they all trying to keep a zero behind them numbers. They don't want to lose no fights.
Mm-hmm.
And even if they don't want to do it, the management team and all of them trying to guide their career in a way that they really, by the time they get to some point where they get some resistance, they on the back end, where they kind of like, they ain't got many fights left.
Oh, shoot. Hey, what's up, fellow?
These dudes be on some crazy. We'll see what happens with all this fight stuff. I just don't. The thing I don't like is all that Crawford, Spence, all that money talk and all that foolishness. Man, we don't know none of that, and I don't believe nobody when they start saying the sources and all that foolishness. We don't know because each side leaks stuff, and it's depending on what you want to believe is what you want to run with. Who knows?
Mm-hmm.
It just don't seem like that money is there as a whole as far as promotion goes, and I think that's a telltale sign of where the promotions is with boxing right now. And boxing got to take note because now you got so much entertainment going. If they're not giving people the fights they want to see, then it's going to be hard for them to compete just because they used to just throw anything out there and we just watch it. Now you got so much options. It's kind of hard to throw anything out there.
If boxing was like it used to be, and they were on these networks, these public non-subscription networks, they will have big sponsorships like other sports, and the money will be even more plentiful. But instead, you know, they're keeping it private. They go on the pay television way, and I'm sorry, you minimizing your exposure to the world. Kiss my leg. Most stuff here. So therefore, the likelihood of sponsorship is not that great. But you can get some sponsorship, but it's not going to be, everyone's not going to have 100 million, 50 million, 80 million, 70 million, 30 million just hand over to a single boxing card. You know what I'm saying? Most of the time they might want to do it in a sense of, hey, we'll sponsor you. We'll be willing to do X amount of fights, and they make a package deal out of it for so much money. But at the same time, they looking at the viewership versus networks.
Yeah. Well, like I said,
networks,
you heard me say
a lot of money. Go ahead.
If you heard me say plenty of times, I mean, that money coming into the boxing like that big money coming into boxing was a blessing and a curse. Because like I said, once those fights started, when Muhammad Ali and took the sport to the financial level where they was making over these millions of dollar purses and stuff like that, it was a blessing and a curse at the same time because ultimately it led to pay TV coming on like HBO. Right. HBO and these paid networks started getting into boxing. The regular networks, our traditional big three, which was NBC, CBS, and ABC, couldn't compete because they didn't have budgets just for boxing. They had budgets. Those were sports shows, and whether it was Sports Spectacular on CBS, Sports World, NBC, and obviously the Wild World of Sports on ABC. Those packages were for multiple sports, and boxing had a very small percentage of that. But then you come along, people like HBO, WHT, which is defunct, and these networks like that, these places came along, they had budgets purely for boxing, $1 million budgets. ABC whole budget would have been like $1.5 million 5 or something like that for all the sports that they was doing, which would be some damn skiing, boxing, or guys running on the logs and all that shit that they used to do in there. And then boxing had a
fencing.
Yeah, fencing. You liable to see anything on there, you know. So on these different networks. So once these pay networks came along and these cable networks, and they had full budgets just for boxing, that was pretty much it was like I said, it was a blessing and a curse, because ultimately it led to where we at now. And the sport is not as known public widely in the way in which it was, you know, where you can literally see fights every weekend. You know, we went through a period where we seen every weekend. We seen fights like a fight like Larry Holmes and Ken Norton. That's a pay-per-view fight today. You saw that shit on channel on ABC.
Yeah.
Bob Wallace, ABC Friday Night Boxing. You know?
Fights like sports was that dude. Saturday night fights and all that.
Yeah, or Sugar Ray Leonard versus Wilfred Benitez. That would have been today. That's a pay-per-view fight. So that on channel 7.
And the fighters look forward to fighting on networks, and that's part of what PBC kind of came when PBC sprouted up. They were kind of pushing that.
They were trying to push it back.
They were fighting on CBS, NBC, yeah.
Which is actually smart, because you know that's how you get actually smart, because you know free TV. You get a lot of casualty eyes. I mean casual eyes. Yeah. Free TV is the best marketable tool you have when it comes to marketing, like free TV. Because for as much people, let's say cable networks, take a look like HBO, being one of the most biggest ones. For as many people as have HBO now, there's still many people who don't. Still more people who don't have cable and shit.
Right.
You know, so, or don't have specific networks. So if you can cater to those people and get those people to follow your brand, whatever that may be, you can do well. You know? Oprah Winfrey did way better when she was on Channel 7 than she did since she's had her network. Her following isn't that big. Her following isn't that big. You know, but when you just turn on the channel, you can just turn on regular TV and see her on Channel 7 for free. Shit, that was a big thing. But now you have to have cable to see her network, to watch her and stuff like that. That's the best tool you can have. Those stars came from regular TV, turned into a big star. Eddie Murphy started on where? Saturday Night Live.
Right.
He became a movie star. Martin Lawrence started on Channel 5, his Martin show. Right? He became he was able to get into the movie.
Well, you know, he was in the movies first. Do the Right Thing and House Party and all that.
Yeah, but he wasn't a star there. He was like he had little parts. But those house party shit, but he had little roles in that. He became big when he got that show. That show took him to that superstar level.
Yeah. You know? Oh yeah, no doubt.
That's what took him up. A superstar.
He went to superstar status to the point he kind of lost it out there in LA.
Yeah.
Running in the street naked, dehydrated, they said.
Yeah, he went to superstar status. Yeah, superstar status. So when you do that, when you make that
nigga was on drugs, Santos. That nigga ain't.
I know. That's what they were saying to clean it up. I already know. Yeah, you know he was out there.
That nigga was out there. He said it when he did that stand up when he came back. He said he was out there on that ooh-wee. He said it.
What he said,
nigga was on drugs.
Hey, and look, when they got off at ooh-wee, he blew up his size. He got fat.
Yeah, he got fat. Yeah, they're making money. You know, they're making money and shit. They're making a lot of money. You know, they're making a ton of money.
You know what? Some of them start off getting them.
Eating good.
Some of them start off on them drugs just because they want to do it, but some of them legitimately, indirectly get on them because they been given a prescription to fight something else, and not being aware that medication they're getting and they're about that they're about to ride off of is addictive. You know what I'm saying?
I think it's more that don't do it than do, man. It's like when you work at your job, these niggas be getting high because that's what they do. And after a while, I mean, it's like anything. You smoke a pack of cigarettes, 2 packs of cigarettes a day. It's gonna be hard for you to stop that shit, man.
Yeah.
And that habit gonna keep on building.
I've seen some cats. They were getting high for them was like smoking weed, getting a little liquor buzz or something like that. They weren't really into the hardcore stuff. Then you don't see them for a little while. They go change up how they living. It might be for the good or for the bad. They get around some different people. They get influenced. Try some other stuff. Next thing you know, when you start seeing them on a regular basis, they strung out there on something hard, some hard drugs. You know what I'm saying? And some of it turns out to be some people culpability issues. They try to cope with something. They're using drugs as a crutch.
I don't think you got to be addicted though, Senzo, for it to be a problem, man. You don't got to be addicted for the shit to be a problem. You could just be a casual user, but like the job or the business you in don't accept that shit. You know, now you causing your livelihood behind that shit. That's a problem.
I'm not.
You ain't really got to be no hardcore. You ain't got to be no hardcore.
I'm totally against it myself personally. I'm not endorsing people using drugs. I'm totally against it myself. And I don't drink. Don't get high. Never have. Never will. Don't smoke. But what I am saying is, some people. I know a lot of people that are functioning alcoholics. I know a lot of people that are functioning drug use. Addicts. So it's possible
to a lot of like that. More people than you realize.
I'm tell you something. I work with some 6-figure guys, elbow to elbow, that was out there. Out there. When you see them in the workplace, you couldn't tell. They look like American. They look like all American boys, apple pies and all that. You know what I'm saying? Hiding the summer gun, and I couldn't even tell they were high. And I watched them get high, and I couldn't even tell.
Yeah, I've been around
quite a few people.
I've been around at meetings, at business meetings with lawyers and stuff, and like these lawyers and shit, man, they get high like a motherfucker, like from weed to coke, like you before. I was like,
don't smell like it, don't smell like it, don't look like another.
You see them, they suit and tie, the women dress nice. They leave there. We go to the W Hotel for a meeting. I was in some meetings. I was in some meetings with Frank, man, over the years.
Man, I was with some white cats. I was with some white cats, man. I'm the lowest paid person in the group, right? These cats making hella money, and before I get to know them, I'm thinking they just, living life right. You know what I'm saying? They look clean. They look unstained. Period. Then I get cool with them, get to hang with them. Man, they doing everything, and that's the same thing in junior high and high school. Same kind of folk. Man, let me tell you something. These guys I was working with though, they was smoking. Now we all know that the average white guy that we all know, when they smoke weed, they ain't smoking no bull crap. They on that blitz. And these white cats, I know, man, they smoking that blitz. It's strong and everything to me. I'm worried about it being in my clothes and all that.
But I mean, it ain't no problem to, like I said, mess up your money. Sometimes we start these habits and it's hard to, like, you got teenagers doing that shit. So before they even got to a job or a military or whatever the hell they trying to do, they are.
Is he there? Pittsburgh.
Hello?
Yeah,
Hello?
you hear me? Yeah, you hear me? There you go.
Yeah.
You hear me?
Yeah, we're on for a while. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I said you could do it until you can't do it. Like that Sha'Carri Richardson chick. You know, like she was doing it until she couldn't, you know, until she got to the Olympics when they piss testing her. She still was doing it. And then you have people jumping up and down saying that's not right because it should be legal and this and that. Man, that's the rules. And people not finna bend the rules for you. That's what it is. Same thing when you go on these jobs. Same thing when you driving. Same thing when you go in the military. Some of these military installations, that's just what it is. That's what you got to deal with. That's all good until if it don't apply to your life and how you make your money. If it apply to your life and how you make your money, then obviously you should not be doing that shit. That's a lot to risk. But I mean, everybody grown, they do what they want. But I know one thing about that drug shit, it's got to have a mean grasp on people. People not really trying to risk their livelihood like that, but it's got to be something about that shit where there's some people just they can't shake that shit. That's an individual thing, you know what I mean? It's hard to generalize, but that's got to be some strong shit if you can't get off of that shit and you know you can lose your livelihood.
Yeah, it is.
It's got to have a grasp on it. You know? Go ahead.
Yeah, you're very much right about that. When especially with the money, you see it in athletics all the time, guys. $1 million contracts. That's why punk ass Stephen A. Smith. It was funny though, but he was right. He said, "Over the game, weed. You can't stop weed and shit like that." Like, he was basically saying the same thing you were saying in that sense. Like that, damn, you willing to risk $1 million contract over smoking a blunt? Like y'all niggas is crazy.
What's in that weed though? What's in that weed though?
But when people, you know, addicted to that shit, it's not that simple. It's really
that's
not
what I'm
that
saying.
simple.
What's in that weed that's making you not want to get off of that shit? I mean, you're an adult. You're consciously knowing this shit's gonna cause a problem, but you can't stop. So I don't think it's that simple. It's like we was talking about Andy Garcia with the mental health shit. Like we can't like blanket people like that. It's got to be something.
But what's the full deal with that? Like what's the full deal with that mental health shit? Like I didn't get the full gist of that because I heard him mentioning it. I didn't see the interview, but he's supposedly saying that he had some mental health issues. Look, man. What did he didn't exactly. It's mental health shit. Like, look, depression ain't always mental health, man. Human beings been having depression for a very long time before this terminology got popular.
I said the same thing, Piers, but I'm gonna tell you, I had to change my statement on that, bro. I'm gonna tell you why.
No, you gotta watch it. You gotta go watch it.
You know, I'm going through this. You know, I just went through this divorce, right?
Mm-hmm.
And throughout the years of me being in love with my wife, I knew she suffered from some depression from time to time. I didn't realize how serious it was until after I was going through this divorce and thinking back on it. But at the same time, her youngest son, my stepson, has a form of schizophrenia, and they said that this mental health situation is hereditary. But also, not only does he have a form of schizophrenia, but the little girl who called the police on me, she's got some kind of mental issue. You know, the way she acted out that day. She got some mental issues. I had to think about
mental health though. See, but that's real mental health. See, I'm not talking about
that. I know, but I think it comes from my wife though. I think it all comes from my wife, and where she gets from, I don't know.
It probably come back, but it comes for her. That's not something that it's probably somebody from her. It's probably from her parents, like her father or somebody on his side.
Right, could be. See, I don't know. You know,
it could
I
be
didn't
like
know.
that.
I didn't get to know.
That's real though.
Her mom. See, I don't know.
Mental health.
My wife
calling mental health as an excuse now.
Now, my wife never said she had
people calling that shit as an excuse.
But I think that's what it was. But she never told me what the doctor was saying. Because I'm gonna tell you something, man. When I didn't think about it much then at all. But when I think about it now, I remember, man, she would be having these mood swings. She act out, man, and Then sometimes she'll be sitting there, we'll be laughing, talking. Then 5 minutes later, she's looking, she's staring into space. Then she's shaking her head and she's mumbling, pissed off. I'm like, what's up? Because I'm thinking I done something. I know I hadn't. And nothing. She never would discuss it with me. But then all of a sudden, she had these mood swings and all that. Then she said, well, I got to go to the doctor. I'm going to go see the doctor. And I need get my prescription. I don't know what the prescription was. I never read the bottle on purpose, I guess. She never discussed with me what was truly going on with her. So I do understand now what I was not paying attention to on purpose because I was blinded by love was a form of mental issue, mental issues. And whether or not it was depression or whatever, I don't know. But I think it had something to do along the lines of that.
Yeah, but like I said, I don't like the fact because I have, there are real mental issues that can happen a number of ways. It could be hereditary, or it could be fucking with drugs. The drugs can give you mental issues too. Like
that's true, but these were natural here. These people born this way.
But it could be hereditary too, But I say a lot of people like to try to call on that real quick because it's like a thing right now to call on that shit just when you're going through basic things that people go through. You understand what I'm saying? Like anybody that go through any form of depression, but that can happen to anybody. You could be the strongest mental-minded person in the world. You could be the most strongly mental-minded person in the world, and something could happen to you. You could go through some depression. Mm-hmm. That ain't the same as people who got real sick mental health issues. That's different. You got people that got real serious.
One thing I do know,
that shit.
I learned through dealing with my stepson and taking him to the doctors and all that. There are different types of mental issues, and depression has been put under that.
That's
under that umbrella.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, so that can happen to anybody, but there's different forms of that shit. Like schizophrenia is a real mental issue.
Yeah, and I'm gonna tell you something. There's different types of schizophrenia. There's different type of levels of depression, and different types of other mental issues. I gotta stop saying head cases. Mental issues.
Yeah, because
it is serious, man.
A certain way too. Like I don't think if you going from being very successful, let's say somebody in the case like my man Danny, for instance, you've been real successful, you was undefeated, you was doing great for a while, then you get a couple of losses and shit ain't the way that you was, and then you feeling away. To me, I'm not putting that shit as no mental fucking sickness, man. Because that shit happens to the best of people, man. You just got to know how to deal with people losing life. Shit don't always go your way. I teach my kids that shit since they was little. Things are not going to always go your way. It's not going to always be perfect.
Right.
You got to be able to deal with that shit. You can't just because your shit you ain't undefeated no more, you ain't the champion no more, you ain't good, you got lost. That don't mean that you went through some mental. You just went through some shit that human beings go through at times. Everything, most people, and that's the majority of people on the planet experience that. Things ain't gonna always go your way. But sometime in this world society that we live in, you get caught up in the fact of becoming like I heard Bruce Lee say something a long time ago, and I agree with that shit. Somebody asked him about him being a star. He's like, I ain't no star. That's some shit y'all made up. You understand? And I like how he broke that shit down. He's like, I ain't no star. That's something y'all made up. I don't want to be, I ain't no mega star, no superstar. That's some shit y'all people made up. Because he said, because of meaning that, because if you get caught up into that lifestyle of being whatever it is, if you lose yourself into being a champion, a star, or whatever you call that shit, and you separate yourself from humanity in that sense, that's when you start having them fucking problems. Because you can't deal with the reality that you're still a person, B. You're not different than nobody else in that sense, And I love how he brought. I can't remember that shit verbatim, but the way he broke that shit down, I thought that shit was summed it up great.
To me, he was a very wise and humble person, man, about who he was and his purpose here on earth. I think he realized all that.
Yeah, the way he broke that shit down I was like, yes, absolutely. So
he was all about them proverbs
like that. When you see people like that, And like I said, people using that shit as an excuse. Oh, my mind I ain't feeling right. I ain't think, nigga, that's just cause what? You know, don't get so caught up in getting caught up on these things. Like I said, like when Ryan Garcia was saying that shit, I ain't no fucking mental issue. He just caught up. He got all this stardom so young, and he ain't really doing shit. He ain't really do shit. When they going through issues, like if you're having a disagreement, with Oscar or some shit like that, shit ain't going your way. A lot of people want to quick to pull on that shit as a way, as an excuse and as a way out.
Well, see, some of them can't handle that. They can't handle that stuff.
If that was the case, every black person in America would be fucking with that shit. Because shit don't go our way as a people.
Right, that's true.
You understand
but a lot of us do have some kind of issues. I'm gonna tell you, my beliefs is each and every last one of us have our personal issues that's different from the next person. It might be
of course,
it might be labeled the same, but it's different from the next person. And I think that's part of what makes us individuals, because we've been all given gifts and talents. We all been given a thorn in our side to keep us humble at the same time. I got my issues. People, that know me real close, right? They tell me I'm crazy because, okay, now that I'm not married, folks come in my house, I want you to put some booties on or take your shoes off when you come in my house now. I've been wanting that forever, but my wife wouldn't let me push that rule around, right? Well, some people might think I'm crazy because I want my place clean and neat. Can you hear me?
Yeah. So I had my phone cut out for a second, so I can hear y'all.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I said some people may call me crazy because I want my house clean and neat. I want people to cover their shoes up with these shoe covers, or either come in and take your shoes off when they come in my crib, or I might be looking at you sideways if you're doing something. Look like you might get ready to spill something in my crib. You know what I'm saying? Some people might say that's crazy.
I don't look at feel like that as like I don't look at that as like no crazy or nothing.
No. I'm just that ain't a big deal to me either, but I'm just pointing that out. You see what I'm saying?
Some people you might be right.
Disagree with that.
I don't.
I see that as an issue. But see, some people that think alike don't see it as an issue. People that think differently do see it as an issue.
Even if I don't, even if I don't have to think like a person to do shit for what it is. Like some
DJ, if you up there, somebody trying to get on, somebody backstage, DJ, if you on here.
Like for me, I would say, like I know I went through some shit. I done went through some lowly shit in my life, but I would never use that shit as a justification to be some mental illness shit. Never, because to me it's a disrespect to people who really got that shit. You understand what I'm saying?
You and I, we think alike, man. We think alike. I
don't have some proof. I wanted to chuck all. I felt like I wanted to chuck all this shit and go walk out into the ocean and shit. But that was just me dealing with some shit I had to deal with as a man. You understand what I'm saying? But I would never use that shit to justify some mental. I'm not.
But we gotta remember everybody don't have the same tools, brother. Everybody don't got the same tools.
But the reason why I won't do that shit, because I would never I won't want to use that shit to justify for people who really got them real mental issues. Because there are people.
No, I get what you're saying. Yeah, I'm saying, but everybody remember.
Let me just say this real quick. One of my closest friends, he's one of my mentors. He's one of my big bros, right? One of my mentors. His sister. He one of the sharpest brothers I know. Put me on to a lot of information that I know about a lot of things and shit. As far as like, and as it relates to the consciousness of being black. He's from Jamaica originally, right? One of the sharpest brothers I know. Put me on to a lot of people that I got to. He put me on to information from Dr. John Henry Clark, Dr. Ben. I met some of them dudes going to events, but a whole bunch of shit like that, right? Now his younger sister, brilliant. She was brilliant. So she's going to school. She got all these fucking degrees. Right? I don't know what happened to that poor sister, man. One day I'm walking and I'm seeing her pushing a shopping cart with cans and water. I'm like, yo, is that fucking what I think it is? So I called him and I told him when I saw him, he was like, yeah, man, she just lost it. I think the pressure. He said he think the pressure of her trying to succeed in this system. She thought she was going to get all these degrees and it was going to make her fit into this system and society to be like her white counterparts. And when it didn't work, it like broke her. This girl got about at least 5 degrees that I know of, maybe more. High shit, she was getting busy in school, right? And just like that, she gone now. And I'm like, holy shit, like, and she was just as, she was normal. She showed no signs of the shit that you see now until it happened. So I know that it can happen because I seen it. You understand what I'm saying? And this is most recent. This is recent because I had another situation that I spoke on before with one of my best friends, one of my best childhood friends in my hood. It was this brother we used to see walking around. And now his mother.
Hold on, Peach. Hold on. Whoever's trying to get on, whoever's in backstage right now, whoever's trying to get on, I sent a text to DJ. Hopefully he gets it and he has time to put you in. So just hang out for a minute. All right. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I see this brother all the time, his older brother. We was younger and shit. He used to be another one walking around. He had the big store shopping cart, pushing it around with cans and clothes and all that bummy dude, right? And one day, my bro, he came clean to me. Now, his father was a pastor, had his own church and shit. Brooklyn. His mother's a teacher. And he was like, yo, that's my uncle. He was like, what? All these fucking years, we've been saying this dude, he never said nothing. He was ashamed. He was embarrassed. He was like, his brother, he said, yo, he got more degrees than my mom. I'm like, so how he get out here? Like, yo, the pressure of all that and him trying to succeed in this system and like this shit, it just broke him. And one day, he was just done, and he just went like that, and he never been the same. I was like, get the fuck out of here. You understand? So it can happen. So when I don't like my hardship that I went through, and my tough times when shit wasn't going right for me, and I was feeling lowly and down and out. But I never put myself in that category. I was like, that's just me going through the shit that people go through. But I'm not going to put myself in that category or that I'm going through some shit like those people who got those real mental issues. That was just me going through the shit that human beings go through, especially for people like us in this society who are in a society that's not set up for them. You understand? Because you're gonna being the so-called black man in America, you're gonna go through that shit. Ain't no way around it. None. The way this system is set up.
My ex-wife.
Acquiesce to that shit. You're gonna acquiesce
just
to
have
it.
moments. She had moments where she would just cry sometimes, bro. For no good reason.
That's probably genetic.
I think for sure she had I think she qualified for some mental issue, but I don't think she wanted to put it on that, where she's gonna register for a check or nothing.
If you saying that she was getting pills and you don't really know what it is because you didn't really want to know, that's probably what it was, yo.
Yeah, exactly. Once you get the pills and do a little therapy, it's better.
But remember, I don't think we could classify. You ain't got to always all the way go down to a mental breakdown and have mental issues. Some people just got fears and phobias that they really can't handle, like certain shit, like from certain animals they can't be around, to speaking in public, to going up and talking to somebody on the it's different. There's different levels of that shit. Like it's not
different levels. Because I've had levels. I've been depressed about a few things a few times in my life, but it's always been temporary. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Not one sit up crying or nothing like that. Just come in a little fun, can't get out of it.
Yeah.
And everybody not dealing with the same tools to be able to be handling that shit. Some people can handle those situations for a little bit, and some people that look like you would think it's a little shit, but it's like a string from a jacket. That one string just unraveled the whole fucking jacket. It just come all the way out. Right. That one little string. It don't take much for some people.
But I'm saying, should that be classified as a mental sickness? No, I don't think so.
That's just one of the things that make us unique, man. It's just I think some of these things, like we're saying, I think it's different levels and different degrees of this stuff.
Like broke glass make me feel away. Like a broke glass, like if I see a glass like cracked, something that's cracked, you know, like when glass is like shattered and it's cracked, like that shit be fucking with me, kid. I'm gonna want to go kick that shit out the window. Like if I see it,
Right.
like it takes everything for me. It takes everything for me not to just want to like push that shit out all the way, like kick it. Like if I see something cracked, and I'll be fighting mentally with that shit.
Yeah.
When I see that shit, like it bothers me bad. But I don't classify.
You at the level with that. You at the level with that where you can walk away, even though it irritates the mess out of you. So I got those kind of issues with certain little things like the house, or I to this day I still don't want to step on the line. But sometimes I try to refrain from looking down so I don't put myself in that kind of fun. You know, I'm telling you, man, we all got different little things about
different
us
shit
to make
going
us
on.
individual. Yeah, to make us individuals, make us unique to the next person. And we deal with it differently than others. Some people have a higher degree, a level of dealing. I mean, having to have to deal with that stuff. They go through a little bit more than we do, and can't fight it as much as we can, and they end up falling into that mental health category. Us,
but
we able to fight through it.
But we got to reclassify mental health because if, like, say for instance, your wife go to the store and she got to buy 3 and 4 of the same thing. And she knows she got shit, but it's like a habit and she just keep buying the shit. That's a mental health issue that start from that start from shit. Little shit like that we don't really think nothing of. It's a fucking it's just different. It's not a bigger deal, but it can lead to something else you never fucking know because remember, black community is like shunned upon beyond that mental health. The only time that people go and deal with mental health is when they finna get a fucking check from the military. Or they gonna get one from the kids. Then they go run down there, and now they want to, and then they want to get some bullshit ass. They don't care what it is because they trying to get a check, and they gonna fuck themselves up more. But they not. That's completely different than the people who really got an issue. They not really trying. We don't really speak of that, and then we know some people really got some issues. And what happened in the community, even in our own families, when we got those kids, nephews, nieces that got those issues. We kind of like, we just ignore them. We don't really spend no time with them. We're trying to get away from the motherfuckers because it's work to deal with them kind of people. Those people, like the kids that have autism, the kids that have mental illness, it's a lot of work to deal with those kids. Like even if that's your nephew, niece, or auntie, you're going to be there, like basic shit is going to be a big fucking deal. Trying to get them to eat, trying to get them to sit still. All that shit is like basic shit. For some people, they can't. Their brain, it just don't work that way. And you want them to get it, but their brain, it's not working. For whatever reason, the shit don't work. And it's a lot of effort. So those people who give them, those caregivers, shout out to them because that's some hard shit to be dealing with. It's got to be frustrating to see your loved one like that. And there's nothing you can do about it. And now you take your life and you put your shit on the back burner and deal with that.
And I think there's a difference between handicaps and mental issues versus sport. I'm gonna call what we have. What the guy like what Peter was talking about that irritates him, and what I was talking about that irritates me. I'm gonna say those are quirks. As people, a lot of us have different little quirks, and then you got your mental illness. That's to a different level of degree of some of the stuff we deal with, but they deal with it in a higher level where it's overwhelming to them. And then you got your what I call handicap, special needs, like autism. I don't look at that as a mental illness. I look at that as a handicap because we all know most people that we know that have autism, they are geniuses in other areas, excel in other areas.
Because my stepson was like with the computer, he was a whiz, yo. Yeah. He was a whiz, man, with that shit already.
Mm-hmm.
Right. ADHD, that's another one.
Handling the phone so easily, the computer so easily.
Yeah.
I was like, wow.
And I'll tell you, what you said on the other show earlier tonight, Pittsburgh, was so profound about we in the black community, we as black men need to start paying attention more to our younger people and our other people that deal with stuff like that. Because for years we have been classified and labeling that in the black community as crazy. We gotta stop saying that and really let understand that some people gotta be helped. We know crazy when we see crazy, But at the same time, that crazy has a mental issue going on. You know what I'm saying? Now, I'm gonna say this, man. I finished raising my oldest niece, like she's my own daughter, and I got her because my sister, which is her mother, was out there, you know, getting high, and I felt like she was neglecting my niece more than she should have been neglected, and I wanted my niece to have a better opportunity, you know. So I got my niece. Now my niece was she was intelligent, book-wise, graduated with light honors from high school, even after the fact of some issues that she incurred and made for herself. She was a standout in track and field, ranked in the nation. And the girl, you know, when I got her, she, you know, I kept her running year round. You know, she competed in the Junior Olympics, all that, you know. But man, what I was trying to save her from is the very thing she went to, man, to cope with life, drugs. But she's doing drugs way worse than her mother ever did them, man. Way worse.
Wow.
And she called me last week. Usually I'm always getting on to her when she's acting, you know, out, doing some, you know, out here I am again using that word crazy, doing some crazy stuff, you know. But the fact that man, the fact that what I realized that was going on in my marriage that I was blind to for many years, this mental health issue. When she called me and was reaching out to me to talk to me, instead of me jumping down her throat, I was listening. And I was being careful not to trigger her the wrong way. But at the same time, I'm still a tough love individual. I believe in tough love. I don't believe in pacifying and babying, you know, mature people. But at the same time, I had to listen to her. And she wants to meet with me and talk to me, this, that, and the third. I'm still willing to meet with her, but she also has been running with this young cat I haven't heard any positivity about this brother at all. They both out there getting high and doing whatever, you know. And the craziest thing about it, his father is supposed to be the chief of police.
Oh, wow.
You know, and he don't have any dealings with his dad. But at the same time, I told she talking about they want to get married and all that, but neither one of them got a pot to piss in on out of. They both getting high and all that. Just crazy. But this is and see, she's one of them females. Once she latches on to a dude, she get crazy about him. She go over the top with it. It's been like that since high school, man. I've been trying to, you know, I try to, you know, talk to her back then, but she don't listen. She just who she is. And man, she want me to sit down with her and him, and she want my blessings for them, and all this type of thing. But at the same token, I never met this cat, and I haven't heard anything good about him. And I told her, and I'm sure he was probably on the phone or sitting next to her or whatever. And I said, I can't bless no mess. I said, I'll be willing to sit and talk to you guys, but the only way I'm willing to sit and talk with him, present, is if his father is there as well. And she, oh no, we can't do that, Uncle. We can't do that. He's bad, not, you know, just give me every reason why that couldn't happen. I said, well, I tell you what, you got to get at least his mother. I said, I got to have one of his parents present because there's two sides to every story, and I need someone that knows him to sit there and give an honest assessment of who their son is and why he's doing some of the stuff I've heard about. Because I'm not going to, I can't give you an unbiased opinion about what I feel. And I'm not going to sit up here and say yes to you that I will bless this union that you're wanting to endeavor in when I know that to me right now, from what I'm hearing, is nothing good going to come of it. I mean, this girl just OD'd on some bad drugs recently. Was in the hospital and everything, you know. And I'm willing to sit and talk and listen and help in any way I can, providing that she wants to be helped. And I told her, I said, I don't care if it's drugs, if it's sex, if it's sodas, if it's food, it's whatever, vitamins. Until you are ready to make that change in your life yourself, as far as, you know, changing from abuse, it's not going to happen. No matter how many programs you go through, no matter how many people you listen to, it's not going to happen until you, the individual, truly want that to happen. When you really want that to happen, and you don't want, I mean, you really want to make that change, it'll happen. But you got to be willing and ready and want it to happen all the way. And I said, no matter how much I get onto you or talk to you or try to help you, I can't make you change. Only you can do that. So, you know, but thinking about her situation, it just brings tears. It tears my heart up, man. It brings tears. I'm telling you, this girl had it going on, bro. Had it going on. Just lost it all, man. She have 3 kids, don't have custody. Well, the oldest kid just turned 19. But the other 2 are minors, and she don't have custody of them. Hadn't had custody of them for a couple of years now. Maybe 3 years now. Matter of fact, her oldest child, I had custody of her for about a year. And from late 2019 to 2020. So it's just it's sad. It's really sad, man. This girl went from having her world as it was at that time in the palm of her hands to losing it all because she want to get high. She said, I just want to be honest with you and tell you why I've been upset with you all these years. And I want to be honest with you and tell you why I started using drugs and this, that, and the third. I mean, it's just now when I see her, she probably don't want to do all that. You see what I'm saying? Because it's been over a week now. We still hadn't had that talk. But I mean, she's bad off, man. Bad off, and I mean, what I want to say, she says she's not suffering from any mental issues. She says she don't believe that. She just thinking some stuff she's gone through, but it is mental issues. And then she said, I don't feel like I need to go talk to a therapist or, you know, anybody on the professional end because I don't feel like, you know, that my issues are to that level. I think I need to talk to a person or the people that love and care for me, and I need to pour myself out to them, and I think I can get help that way. Well, that's possible. And like I told her, I said, let me tell you something. I said, we're in the Black community. We got to stop feeling like talking to someone is a form of being crazy or whatever, because or it's foreign to it. Shouldn't be that way. I said, it's not what it is. I said, anytime you talk to a family member or a friend, anybody that you trust, you sit down and you talk to them about your issues that you're dealing with, that is a form of therapy. You know, we as Black people got to get that. We got to stop saying we're crazy just because we want to talk to somebody. Shoot, half of us need to talk to somebody every day, but we don't want to admit to it. Shoot, what we do out here when we're not talking boxing, we're talking about life. That's therapy. And a lot of people don't look at it that way until it's broken down to them a certain way, but it's the truth. You have to talk to somebody about some issues that you are dealing with. A lot of times people are able to hear our voices out here on these panels, talk about our own personal stuff, and it helps them because they don't have the courage to go talk to someone because of what the quote unquote labeling would be in the Black community or within that family unit. If other people find out that they're going to talk to someone about some issues that they're dealing with. But the realness is we all need to talk to someone sometimes, and probably some of us more often than others. There's nothing wrong with it. It's normal. It's human nature. When God created Adam, he saw that Adam didn't need to be alone. So he gave him Eve. Now they have someone to talk to. Therapy. We all need it. We all could use it. There's nothing wrong with it. And we need to understand that. You know, there's in most cases, in all living organisms, there's a male and female, or there's just but there's a mate, a pair, rather. And they a lot of times will stay together for a lifetime because we need each other. You know, even if you're not talking to each other, if you're just hanging out with each other, having a good time, kicking it, that's a form of therapy, whether you want to realize it or not. I don't have a degree on the books, but I tell everybody that, yes, I am a therapist because I don't mind listening, and I do talk to people, and I need therapy myself from time to time. And my wife actually said, so you're a therapist now. That's why you got a lot of females you talk to on the phone. I said, yes, I am. Because, I mean, these females I'm talking to, at first, I was talking to them to help them with their own relationships, and they were helping me with my relationship. You know, that was the gist of everything. But, of course, you know, things have changed since then. But that's what it was. But the thing about it, if you see one child by themselves, they'll be playing by themselves. That's the way they grow up. They'll create, they'll develop different little odd ways of carrying themselves through life. But when you put two of them together, watch the smile on each one of them's face when they come in one another's presence. I don't care if they're black, white, mixed, whatever. They are happy to see another human being because they feel like there's somebody that they can play with, communicate with, or just chop it over. However, you know, they have somebody to share that time and space with. And when you don't have someone to share that time and space with, it can run you crazy. That's why a lot of people seem to go crazy when they're isolated. And that's one of the main reasons when they put you in prison. They put you in prison and they put you in a box by yourself. That like if you go to segregation, the hole, while you're locked up, they mostly want to put you in a hole in a cell by yourself because they're messing with your mental. That's the punishment. Man is not created to be here alone. In the beginning, it was formed out that we should be sharing our space and time with another individual. Period. No matter if you're in love with that individual or you're just having companionship of some type of that individual. It could be a relative, close friend, or neither. As long as there's another individual there. Let me tell you something. You can put two people in the same space, take all the privileges away from them. These two people don't like each other because they're around each other. They don't talk to each other, they don't dive with each other. They want to go to each other's throat internally. But after so much time progresses, they don't realize they need each other. And guess what? They'll be talking and they'll be cool. You know, I've seen when I was on the inside, that white all over the tattoo all over the body. I've seen them put these guys these brothers, hardcore brothers, but they isolate like a summer gun. Nobody never them two. Don't be in there, you know, tearing the room up, trying to hurt and fight, kill each other. That ain't always the case unless they had some kind of underlying issues before they got in that cell together. I bet you after a couple of weeks, they're talking to one another. I've seen it too many times before. We need somebody out here. Don't be afraid to talk to somebody about your issues. Don't be that type of person. We all need to talk to somebody sometimes. It helps. It gets us from one point of life to the next point of life. It doesn't mean you're crazy. If anything, it means you're sane and that you are very much aware of your situation. So we just gotta understand, you know, we all go through some stuff, you know, but we can get through it. We can get past it. We can very well get past it and get through it. But it really hurt me when my niece, you know, reached out to me because for the first time, no, I'm not gonna say the first time that I listened to it without jumping down her throat, but I'm gonna say it was the first time that I did listen to her with sincerity and understanding that she's suffering mentally. I mean, from a mental issue. I want to recognize the situation and be more reserved about my words and how I deal with a person. Anthony Mazon said, can you please read my comment from before? Okay, Anthony said, let me turn it long ways. I didn't, there. Okay. Let's see. They said, for me, I still don't get why that's illegal, and they suspended Richardson from the Olympics for smoking weed. It's not like that's a performance enhancing drug. Yeah, I agree with you on that. But she also, I agree with you, Anthony, but she also knew the rules. And then it didn't help that the Russian chick had some issues, and they allowed her to go on and compete. I think she even won a gold medal. I hope that's the comment that you were referring to. If not, I'm gonna look to see if that's more. And Anthony also said, as sports friends, we need to stop thinking these people are superhuman, though, and think they're not human and have their own issues, or if they really do have mental problems. Okay, let me see if I see some more from you. Yeah, I got it's me in the chat tonight. I mean, in the next few minutes. LV Slugger said blacks coming together overtakes that spell they have over us. Power shift on the way. I feel it coming. All right. B. Cherry said, 1, educated our own. 2, create our own industries and institutions. 3, support our own industries and institutions. Facts. Yeah, we need to do those things. Educate our own, create our own institutions and industries and institutions. Yeah, I agree with all that. Let's see what else we got down. And then we got that bull crap that came up in the chat. Snacks Bay, what's up? I mean, Snacks B. He also was the host of Def Comedy Jam. I was talking about Martin Lawrence. That was a while ago. We were talking about Martin Lawrence. Okay. Let's see. Brother Cole said, salute to the boxing section. I had a job as caregiver at one point. People not necessarily crazy. Sometimes they can't handle life, and it stresses them out to a point of no return. Exactly. That's what we've been talking about too. I agree with some here. I believe in tough love. Same here. I believe in tough love. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, my man Anthony said, my previous comment is coming from a younger generation's point of view. I'm in my 30s. So that's why I said that comment earlier about stop thinking these athletes are superhuman. No, but you're right. You're right, Anthony. You said nothing wrong, my brother. Nothing wrong at all. Appreciate all y'all's comments. They're very important. I apologize. I get emotional sometimes on these airways because, you know, some things I can relate to in my own life. When I think about my niece, she don't know how dear she is to my heart. Like I said, I was raising her as my own. throughout her junior and high school years, and we went through a lot together. And I don't think she realizes, her shortcomings have really hurt me because it makes me feel like I failed her. But I do know that I did my best with her. I did it with love, did it with spirituality, and it was all on her, LV Slugger looking back up in the comments, he said blacks need to stop asking for equality and demand power, but we must come together. 100. System got Pittsburgh mean gone. Shaking my head, can't blame him. Can't blame him though. Oh yeah, I saw that earlier. Majority of us are not from Africa. We were already here. Yeah, these are some early comments from some of the brothers, sisters in the chat. And appreciate everybody's comments, of course. Anthony said, you think it's easier for athletes now to be open if they have serious issues in terms of either depression or mental issues, or it's still going to be hard for them to come out because of social media? Well, that's a strong point there to bring up. I think it's both. I think it's easier for them to come out about their mental issues, but I also think it's going to be tough in some cases too, depending on the individual, what form of sports that they're in, because some different sports bring on different types of pressure, and so it just really depends on the social life of that individual as well, because there's a lot of I don't know, man. It's just some people they want you to be superhuman, super emotionally able to deal with stuff in a non-human capacity, so to speak. Like the stuff that hurts you and I. Sometimes we put enough pressure on celebrities and athletes to they're not supposed to have to deal with stuff the same way we do because they may have a little bit more money than us and stuff like that, which is never a true thought of that situation. They're human just like we are. They run into problems just like we do, and they have to deal with them just like we do, and they may deal with them like we do. So it's all about the individual, This truck will not stop wobbling. Picasso. What's up, my brother Picasso? What's up with you? You got some tire issues or what? This truck. But yeah, it sounds like somebody don't came on the panel.
What's happening? Santos, I'm back on here. DJ got on.
Oh yeah, the brothers are back. The brothers are back. The boys are back in town. Yeah.
Yeah, but what I was saying on the other thing, I think we just got to be a little bit more sensitive to people, and I think more importantly, we just got to listen to people. Because people go if you get close to somebody that's got those kind of issues, they'll tell you what it is. It's not up to us to determine what those issues are. If they feel like opening up to you and telling you those situations, then we have to listen to it. And you never know if you're going to be in that position to maybe reach somebody at a point where maybe just listening to them, maybe you save their fucking life. I mean, that's literally quite possible. We just have no idea what kind of impact we can have. But a lot of times when people have those kind of issues, or even is perceived to have those issues, we just put like a 10-foot pole around them, and we just don't want to deal with it because it's too much work. We just want to have fun. We want to be entertained. We want to go to work. We want to watch our shows. We want to be entertained, and we don't want to put that kind of work in, especially when it's not your child, it's not your mother, it's not anybody close to you. So you figure, why the hell am I going to do that? But the community as a whole needs that. We all have to do a better effort when it comes to that, because sometimes the parents can't reach those kids, you know, and somebody from the outside could, and they might respect the person from the outside a little bit more than they would direct brother or sister or family member, because they might have just done went to the end of years and years, and they just done blocked them out. They don't even want to hear them no more. So sometimes a fresh face saying the same thing could be fucking everything. So we just got to be vigilant with it.
Yeah, man. But when it comes to those mental issues, one of my exes, you know, bless her soul, she passed a couple years ago. That was one of my absolute, you know, closest women I ever dealt with, man. She was I'm a man Frank would say all that in a bag of chips. Like she was, and she ended up getting her PhD, but her thing was in the clinical psychiatry, and she taught me a lot about the mental state of people, man. And she was like, she said the majority of people around you got some issues, yo. The overwhelming majority, the ones you see that's out functioning, they got jobs and they doing well and all that shit. A lot of them got issues that you can't comprehend. Yep. Used to tell me that shit. You said even though they doing well,
She's 100%
they doing
right.
well. She said they doing well. They got jobs and some of them were very successful. But she said, "But your old woman have issues, you know, when it comes to that, you know." Because she was teaching me that. She was telling me the difference between like, she was teaching me the difference between like a psychopath, a sociopath, and a narcissist. And she showed me all these different things that she was studying and stuff. And she was telling me, she said, but overall, she said, a lot of people you see, because she was telling me how like you know, people that's like psychopaths, she's like, they born that way. They lack empathy and certain so on and so forth, this and that. So, but she's like, people she said, but now sociopaths are made by trauma. She said a sociopath is made by trauma, and that could be any level of trauma. Because what may be bad to you, a trauma to you may not be a trauma to the next person.
Absolutely.
So it depends.
You know, that's why you know, that's what she was telling you is something I've been knowing for some years, man. Because you know, I'm gonna tell you, the three of us on this panel right now, and a whole lot of us that get on these panels, believe it or not, you know, you can listen to us speak, and we have learned a lot about the behaviors of people, and you know, the thinking of people and things like that. I learned from growing up around different types of people and having some issues of my own as a child. You know, they always told me they ain't told me, I knew it. I always had a short fuse when I was a kid, you know, and I go off about anything, you know what I'm saying? I think I told this story before, and now I'm gonna jump back. I'm gonna tell this story real quick. Then I'm gonna jump back to what I was saying. When I was a kid, my mother took me to the doctor. Right, it was a certain black clinic that most poor families took their kids to back home where I'm from, back in the 70s. And that clinic is still open to this day, matter of fact. But anyway, this lady was talking to me. She was checking me out, all that. She had to look at this, all the doctor apparel and schools and all that, right? And my mom was sitting there. She was quiet, and the lady was talking to me, talking to my mom. Then all of a sudden, she said, after a couple of hours of, you know, put me through this and put me through that, she said, you know, I think you got a little. You seem to me have a little slight cold, so I'm gonna give you something for your cold. All right. Now, I'm a kid. I don't know no better. This is a doctor talking to me. A doctor in my world was some of the most prolific and most educated people I knew, and they always had the answers, right? So I'm probably about 6 or 7 years old at the time. So I got these pills, and I'm having to take them, you know, once a day or something like that. I don't know what it is. I'm to this day, man, I really don't be caring about no medication because I don't like medication, period. And just like I was saying, I didn't read my wife's prescriptions, which I wish I had now, but I didn't do it on purpose because I got a phobia. And this phobia goes back to the story I'm telling y'all about now. So I don't try to study up on medications and drugs. Now I know street drugs. I know the ones I sold. I put it that way, but I don't really know drugs, if you get what I'm saying. And I try to stay away from them. Okay? So Anyway, this is why I had that phobia. The story I'm telling you. When she told me I had a little slight cold, she was giving me some medication, you know, for my cold, right? And you know, she looked at my mom saying something to her. I don't know what's going on. These, you know, grown up. I'm a kid. One's a doctor. You know, my mom's in there, so I feel safe. So anyway, we go home. Time go by. I'm taking this medication. I don't see no effects of it. I'm like, my cold been gone. I gotta keep taking this medication, but I ain't questioning nobody. You know what I'm saying? I'm saying this in my mind. And then one day, my sister pissed me off about something. My youngest aunt used to babysit us, right? When my mom was going to work or whatever. My sister pissed me off about something. I can't remember what it was, man. So I'm after her. I'm going off, right? Next thing you know, my sister's gonna holler out, "You better leave me alone. Get in there, take them crazy pills so you can start back." And there ain't no crazy pills.
That's crazy.
I said, there ain't no crazy pills. The doctor said I had a slight cold, so I'll take it.
Oh,
so, you know, so at the same time, you know, I went and took one, and I came out a few minutes later, I was smiling. I was smiling. And I see, told you them crazy pills.
Oh, shit.
So anyway, I was mad about it. So I asked my mom about it. My mom didn't give me no straight answer at all, man. I said, "Oh, okay."
Oh, wow.
So, man, after that,
Well,
man,
you knew what time it was then. You knew what time it was.
Yeah, I started throwing it, and I still didn't read what kind of pill. I just started dumping them pills, right? I wasn't taking them no more. I was done with them. I haven't liked drugs or medication since. See what I'm saying?
Damn.
So that's my phobia, and that's why I am the way I am. That's why I kind of turn a blind
So that
eye
makes
to what's
sense,
going on
man.
with my wife and stuff like that. Yeah.
Yeah, shit.
So,
That make all the sense in the
and
world now.
yeah, I'm like that to this day. Now, unless it's a prescription for me, I don't really worry about what everybody else takes. Now, my mom, she used to be on a lot of medication for her health. Now, I was reading that stuff because I felt like some of that medication was slowing her down, killing her. You know what I'm saying? And I told her, you got to get off this one. You need leaders or this, you know, that type of thing. But other than that, man, I just got that phobia about medication. I don't read, I don't study it on purpose. I just keep it away from me, period. You know? So anyway, when it come down, look, when they ask me about my blood pressure medication, stuff like that, I know it started with an O, man. You know, I'm gonna start or something. I was saying, you know, and they say the name, I say, yeah, that's it right there. You know what I'm saying? So I'm that type of dude. You know what I'm saying? And I ain't saying that's the way you should be. That's just how I deal with it. You know, because my childhood situation. I got a few childhood issues that determines how I deal with stuff today as an adult. And like needles. I can't stand needles. I don't even like going to the doctor's office, but I go now because I know I need to go. And I need to stay on top of my health issues. You know what I'm saying? And I just got into being advocate for going to the doctor on a regular basis, probably within the last 4 years. You know what I mean? 3 or 4 years. Now, I was going sporadically before that, everything, but I really took it more 4 years. So I try to, you know, quarterly, I try to make sure I get, and if I have to go in between that, I go as well. And but anyway, we all got something going on with this that's different from the next person. And depending on how we deal with it is going to determine what level of this degree, what level and degree of this, whatever it is, we deal with, how we deal with that. So I want to say this, like Pittsburgh has been saying all night, we got to be cognizant of that, and we got to deal with our folks. We got to pay more attention. We got to deal with these things differently. Let's stop saying this person's crazy, that person's crazy. Let's start recognizing what's going on with them and try to help. And let me say this, the situation with my niece, man, that's a touchy situation for me. I'm a no nonsense. I call myself a no nonsense, tough love type individual because that's the way I was raised, and I just felt like it was good for me because I think the way the people that were stern and hard on me coming up, I think has kept me from doing some real crazy acts, you know, taking lives and dealing with people. Because I'm gonna tell you, there's been some times when I was a kid, I used to think of some heinous things I can do to people. But because of, I always like to say my mother beat a conscience into me. And I truly believe that, because if she hadn't dealt with me the way she did and was hard on me the way she was, man, I would have done some stuff to some people, man, that's beyond mention, man. Real talk. So I thank God for her. And I thank God for, you know, putting somebody in my life to intervene with those devious ways I could have been thinking on how to do some people in. So I don't desire that kind of stuff for people anymore. Matter of fact, it bothers me to see people get done a certain way, you know, because of, you know, my mom didn't know what she was doing. She just called herself chastising me and raising me. But she did a whole lot more for me than she knows. Now, I'll never forget that.
Good, man.
And her tough love that she gave to me is why I am the way I am about a lot of things when I'm dealing with kids. I was very firm with my kids because I was fun when I was fun, but I was firm when I was firm because I didn't want them making the same mistakes I made, and I wanted to make sure that they didn't do something too crazy. You know what I'm saying? Because, you know, we hear about a lot of folks, you know, doing different little things out there, crazy stuff. Like I said, I could have got into if it wasn't for my mother. I wanted to make sure I deterred my kids from that. Now, I didn't just wake up and start beating on them and all that. It wasn't that type of thing. It's just, you know, I just felt like, you know, I had to be firm when I need to be firm. I had an uncle that fought in the Vietnam War. You know, he had his issues or whatever, but he was a firm guy. So, you know, he dealt with us firmly as well, you know. And so I just felt like, you know, some things from the way I was reared as a child were good, and some things weren't so good. So some of the things I thought were good, I kept, and I applied that with my own kids. But of course, as I get older, just like most people, we get a little wiser and a lot more patient. And I learned you got to have patience with kids. You got to be willing to listen to kids and deal with them. But before all that, the sternness in me is what kept my kids from confiding in me. You know, they'll talk to their mothers or their aunts. You know, they wouldn't talk to me about their issues because I was so firm and man, you know, that ain't the way to do it though. You got to cultivate, you got to lead by example, you got to show, you got to use different tactics to get through to people. You know what I'm saying? One thing I was good at, if I couldn't get through to a person, but I knew they needed somebody to talk to them about certain things, or confide in somebody else that I knew they respected and trusted, and talk to them about the issues that I'm dealing with that person, and have them to talk to them. Because I knew I wasn't the easiest guy to talk to. But all in all, throughout my childhood, throughout my adult life, dealing with various types of characteristics in people and different types of people in general, I learned to be very observant of the actions and ways of people. And I learned how to deal with people to a certain extent, which has helped me to, you know, stay alive to this day. It was part of the reason I'm still alive to this day, in my opinion, because I've learned how to deal with those situations and survive amongst those type of individuals, different types of individuals. But learning people from the mental outward is what I've, you know, learned to do. And when I did study psychology for a hot second, it was second nature to me. Because everything I read, I already understood and knew. And I'm not bragging, I'm just telling you the truth. And that's why when a person asks me, Folks think I'm crazy. When my wife asked me earlier this year if I was a therapist, I said yes. Sincerely, it meant what I said. And I don't claim to be a therapist that's degreed or with a job to say that I am. I'm saying that because I totally understand that you're not necessarily a therapist because you have a title, because you passed some exams, studied, a few courses, and you passing the exams and got licensed through a state. You can be a therapist because you have an open ear, open heart, open mind about what another individual is trying to convey to you verbally or physically. And you have an understanding of what this person is trying to convey to you. And you're giving this person an analysis, your opinion about how they can deal with something. I'm going to tell you real quick. If you got several persons coming to you to tell you about their issues or their problems or whatever you want to title those things, and they're looking to you for advice, that's not a coincidence. That is not a coincidence. They see something in you that you may not see in yourself. That's why they're coming to you. And apparently, if this is happening to you on a regular basis, that means you've helped some people along the way, not knowing that you have, or knowing that you have. It's part of my life. And guess what? Those same people that you've confided in, they need help from time to time. And they'll call on somebody to talk to them about their issues. Living proof is myself. And I'm telling you, just, I've told you guys over the years that we've been out here on this, the last year or two or whatever, we've been out here. Well, it's been almost 3 years now. The night shift been rolling together, but I'm going to say the last 2 years, time to time I'll get on the panel and say something. When I say I love you guys, I truly mean that. The ones of you that I don't love, you know who you are, because I don't let you know that also. But all in all, I love you guys because you guys help me. I don't sit around when I'm not on this panel and just start talking to people like this. I can if I'm in a setting like that. But those opportunities are not as great, But for individuals to contact me for advice, it's not uncommon. For me to contact other individuals for advice, it's not uncommon. It's a daily process that I deal with and live through every day of my life. So I talk a lot, and that's for a good reason, because it's therapeutic for me. I need to talk. I've been in those rooms by myself, whether, I've been in segregation is what it stands for. The whole, been there. And now I'm good by myself. I'm gonna be real with you. I'm good by myself. Do I like it? Heck no. I don't like it at all. Especially when the segregation is purposely forced on me. Now, if it's my choice, I'm good. If it's forced on me, I don't like it at all, because it's just not good for a human to be by themselves with no one to communicate, talk to, and none of that stuff. You know what I'm saying? So, just saying, let's stop telling each other that we're crazy. But let's start helping each other deal with whatever issues that we have, and try to make ourselves, make our friends, loved ones, or whatever. Let's help them be better. Because I'm telling you, people don't reach out to you just to be reaching out to you. They reach out to you for help. And the more we try to understand that, the better we are for ourselves as well as the individuals that's reaching out to us. It's real talk. And hey, Piers, I got a delivery. I'm going to walk over here and do this delivery real quick. And
yeah, all right.
Let me go on mute. I'm going to take the phone with me, though. I'll be listening. When I get back, I'll read those chats in between conversation, folks.
Oh, boy. I'm getting out the door. Yeah, but what you saying, man? A lot of valid points were made. You know, it's a lot that we got to contend with on a regular basis. A lot that we got to contend with. Regular basis, you know.
Hey, Pierce. Let me just tell everybody. Y'all hear my man when he was getting into his automobile? And notice I said automobile. See, some of us drive cars and some drive automobiles. Case in point, all them electronic sounds you were hearing coming out of Pierce's vehicle, that's because he's driving an automobile. Some of us, we get in our rides. If you're just driving a car, you ain't making all them different sounds. You gotta pay for that technology. You gotta pay for that technology, you understand? Hey, man, when I was in the car business,
yeah, I made it.
Me and my partner, then we were talking about automobiles versus cars. You know what I'm saying? you know. Sometimes, like if you were in high school or something, you get your first ride or whatever, or whenever you get your first ride, it might be a hoopty, right? What do you say? I got a car. But when you get out there and paying your own bills and you want something nice, then you know what I'm saying? You don't want just no car. You want something nice to ride in. See, me and my partner, we call them automobiles. There's a difference.
Yeah.
Hey, automobile, you riding. Hey, look here, you digging in the scene with a gangster in an automobile, in a car, trying to get from point A to point B. You know what I'm saying? See, my first car was smoking like a chimney, but you couldn't tell me I had my Jerry curl. Hey, I think I told y'all this story before, man. Me and my partner, my best friend, right? We go to this concert at the Municipal Auditorium in Nashville, right? A little old arena. And man, we got our Jerry curls, man. We're in my car. He on the passenger side. I'm driving. And I just keep the oil level low on purpose so it wouldn't smoke as bad. You know what I'm saying? So we pulled up, man, and we got caught up in a little traffic right there close to the arena, right? And so these girls walking, so my boy, he trying to holler, hey, look here, little mama, this and that. He spitting game at or whatnot. Then all of a sudden, we had to come to a complete stop. And while we were sitting there, the smoke came my direction. Now this was a Chevy Impala coupe, so you know it got them long doors. That smoke came on up in that car, man, choked the mess out of him on that. He was on the passenger side. He started, he's like, wait, hold on a second. He said, man, when you gonna get this car fixed? I'm trying to front me. And I said, man, Bumpy, you can get out and walk with them guys. But see, I was happy to have a car at that time, you know. And see, now I want to drive automobiles. You dig what I'm saying? But man, those were good old days, man. You know, you just happy to have you some wheels. You know what I'm saying? Shoot. I kept that song going with a nice wax job on it, man. Man, humbleness, man. But yeah, let's just. I said I'm gonna check them comments out. Let me check these comments out. Okay, in the comments, all we got is freak me, best adult dating site. The more I try to knock them off, man, the more they come back, bro.
Them bot with them damn troll bots.
Now JJ said salute to y'all. Where's the link? There, JJ. I don't think we got no link right now, brother. I'll see if I can get something for you, but it might not have. We'll see what we can do. If I can get one for y'all, try to put it in there for you. It's gonna be complicated. If I can copy and paste something. Okay, go on right here. Okay. All right, the young girl gonna put a link in for you, bro. Hopefully that's the link that works. I just put out that JJ. And we'll just try to see if we can raise DJ up to when you get in. If you get in, JJ, let us know you backstage. I'll check the private chat when you do that. Or either you can hit it on the front side, whatever, and then I'll try to hit DJ up. See if we can put you on. If you're still trying to get on, there is. See, we got it. See if I can remove. We're gonna report it. From this channel. All right. Let's see, we got something in private chat. Pittsburgh is backstage. It might have been a minute ago. It was at 5:20. Tony was trying to get on too a while ago at 5:08. Hey DJ, if you can hear me, we might have a few backstage. Or if you can just check it out for us, we'll appreciate that. Let's see. Okay, send something through. I just sent DJ a text. Maybe we can see something.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, it's I'm about to make my last stop on the Alabama side. Then I got to go to Tennessee. Take care of stuff on that end. I'm making good time, but I took me a little nap earlier, man. It kind of threw me off a little bit. But I'm good though. I hope these fools don't have any returns. They should not. Well, they could. We might have some battery, or probably batteries or something. But they just had some returns earlier that I took. So hopefully, we'll see. So yeah, man, I told you about Sally Walker, right?
Yeah.
Had to cancel her membership.
Yeah, no doubt. You was telling me.
Yeah.
It's what it is, man. She'll be calling back, though.
She probably will, but I ain't looking forward to if she do or don't. Cool with me, because I know I'm not calling them. Bump that.
Yeah, she'll be calling me before, like she did the last time. You know.
Mm-hmm. She knows she really crossed me. She know I was really upset with her, because I'm tired, man. I'm tired of that bull crap, man. And she's a likable. After you get to know her, she's a likable chick. You know what I'm saying? And I'm gonna keep real. She got a sexy body on her, man. I didn't see nothing first, but my eyes are open. I can see beyond the forest. You know what I'm saying? But body or not, nice body or not, no. And I'm gonna tell you, that's something gonna keep that hair wrapped up, man. When they let that hair down, though, bro. Yeah. It's sexy. That brings a little more sex appeal to it.
Yeah.
My daughter's mother wanted to see a picture because she's been hearing so many negative things from my daughter and my friend about her. So the most recent photos that she took when we hung out for boxing, I was able to show her those. She said, "She don't look as bad like that. She look like y'all try to say she was this, that, and that." I said, I said some days she don't look as good as others. she got so many different. Oh man, I swear you got to go through our Facebook page, man, because she got so many different looks, man. That's different, It's how you catch her. But naturally, she's cool. So she all right. But I can't be. I was telling her how sexy she was here lately, but she don't mess that up now. The only thing I'm gonna miss sucking on them titties though. I miss sucking on them tittle bitties. You got them tittle bitties on. Miss sucking on them tittle bitties. But it is what it is, man. I can't. Sooner or later, you got to cut some stuff off, man. You know what I'm saying? When the person don't get the message. I see, then it becomes a game to them. Feel like they can get away with it every time. And I can't allow that to continue, man.
Yeah, man. Okay. It is what it is, man. It got to be, especially coming out of what you coming out of, man. You don't need no hassle, man. Everything should be smooth sailing, sweet.
Man, that's what I'm saying. And that's why I was being extra careful with going too far with that relationship, you know what I'm saying? Because when I start seeing little signs and stuff like that, man, as bad as I be wanting to smash, man, I have to use my other head to think sometimes, is this worth it? If they're gonna act this way, act that way, I have to really check individual out, not just if I know it's not going to be a long-term situation, it's probably in most cases better for me not to smash, because once I smash, they're gonna get in their feelings and it's gonna change a whole lot of stuff. Next thing you know, have some flat tires, some broken windows, and all this bullcrap.
Yeah,
That's never
it
happened
ain't
to me.
working. Damn sure ain't working. All that.
Yeah, but back
It ain't
in the
working.
day when I was dating, I wasn't dealing with no late 40s and early 50-year-olds. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
These late 40 and 50-year-olds think they teenagers still. They still feel like they just as hot as any of these little young girls out here, man. But they mind is
Yeah,
on
you
different
don't need
level.
that
Not they
happen,
more,
man. Like,
yeah. They ain't afraid, what could happen to them or nothing like that. They set in their ways, man.
yeah, when they older like that, man. Older, man, you should be. You go through all that when you're young, man. You should be going through that.
Time for some
About
enjoyment,
40,
man.
50 years old. Nah, man.
Yeah. I'm
Sorry.
like red men around this joint. Time for some action.
I ain't with it. Fuck all that. Life too short. Like I said.
Absolutely.
Life too short, man. You gotta enjoy it in its proper perspective, man. Like I said, you got a certain age, the wisdom should be kicking in. You should be able to enjoy things in a better way.
You sound back in the background, bro.
How about you hear me? Hold on.
Yeah, that's better. That's better. Yeah, man. It's crazy, man. But yeah, I keep telling these folks, man, I ain't for no nonsense, man. I ain't for no arguing, attitudes, none of that. If you want, I like that nickname, side nigga. I chose that for a reason.
Yeah.
I ain't trying to, if you're gonna come with some problems, I don't want to be primary.
Yeah. Don't blame.
I want to be the fun dude. I might change my name to something else, more nerdy, like fun guy.
Yeah, absolutely. Never stick with you.
Hey, I put on Facebook about 3 weeks ago. I put on Facebook, call me the sixth man.
Yeah.
One of my aunts, she hit me up on Facebook and said, "What does this mean?" I couldn't even tell her. I couldn't even tell her publicly because I didn't want to put it out there publicly, right? I wanted to tell her privately. I talked to her yesterday and I forgot to tell her what it means. And the both of us got birthdays coming up.
Bring me in off the bench, goddammit.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if it's gonna be no need to hassle.
That's exactly what it means.
No hassle. Oh shit. I ain't with it.
Make me the first sub that you bring into the game.
Mm-hmm. First sub. Show you how to do the son. Ah, man, I just damn. My hip had been bothering me. I had to little, what you call it?
Yeah, what now?
My damn hip was bothering me. I had that little, what you call it?
What's up, KP from KC? Hey, everybody backstage, man. What the DJ at, man? Hey, I'm gonna try to get DJ.
Yeah, DJ said it. He said he was kind of busy, crazy at his job tonight.
Yeah.
So he was going. He said he was gonna be in and out. So he was
I'm
trying
gonna
to
try
get
to.
back.
Just hang on, fellas. Hey guys, I just sent him another text, man. Hopefully he'll see it and he'll respond. I wanna call his phone, but you know I gotta respect the man's at work. I think. Big Tex ATX Cletus Smith. What's up, Cletus? Been a minute since you've been on, bro. Yo, what's poppin', family? You got it, Cletus. Everything's everything. Real recognized real. Love is in the atmosphere. How you doing, brother? For those of you who don't know, I'm traveling through Alabama, Florence, Alabama, and I'm about to head back to the Tennessee side. Finish up my work on that end. Yeah, I just got awfully close to me in that pickup truck. He must not know about me. He must not know about me. Oh, we lost Pugilist. Oh man, lost my compadre. Lost my compadre. DJ. Hey, my DJ. What's my DJ? Hey man, if you can find a break in your flow, man, look us up, man. Look us up. Look us up. Say you've been going through it, Cletus. But man, God bless you, bro. We'll be praying for you for better times for you. And hey, we all can relate, bro. You know, I'm recently divorced, and that's what I've been dealing with this year. By the grace of God, it's finalized. And I understand, man. Totally understand, bro. So we all got it's kind of partly what we were talking about tonight outside of boxing, but it came from boxing. It was, I don't know if you saw the fight over the weekend where Danny Garcia was fighting Jose Benavidez. At the end of the fight, he gave a very touching testimony or interview or whatever about him dealing with some things in life the last 19 months or so, which was on the borderline of mental health issues. He's suffering from some things that making it hard for him, difficult in life on a daily basis. It may have just been a light, level of depression, but he seemed like he's working through it and understanding what he's dealing with and moving on from there. So, we've been talking about all that stuff. So, totally understand, brother. You're in good company. I can tell you that right now. I know I shouldn't be doing it, but I just started eating an apple. I'm trying not to kill the show just in case some of the homies get here. Oh, sorry to hear that, bro. Lost your pop, man. Yeah, I know you got knocked out, Pierce. I'm trying to. I sent him a text already, DJ. And I'm saying some words every now and then with his name in the group of words. I don't know if he's hearing me or not. I hate to call him, but I'm gonna have to call him in a minute. Hey man, please keep your head up, bro. I'm not gonna sit here and try to tell you it's gonna be easy. You're gonna have your days, man, your moments. But keep your head up. That's what I will tell you, man. You're gonna be all right. And I'm gonna say this. live the way you know your father would want you to live, man, and deal with the situation the way you know he would want you to deal with it. And that's the best advice I can give anybody when they lose someone so close. Okay? But we'll be praying for you, my man. And don't worry, man. It's gonna be all right. Just hey, if you find yourself having conversations mentally with your father, there's nothing crazy about it. That's normal. Trust me. I lost my father February the 6th of 2018. I lost my mother July the 18th of 2018. On a daily basis, I'm communicating with them some kind of way. If not communicating, hey, girl, you thick. That girl's thick. There. Sorry about that. But on even if I'm not communicating with them, I'm having a thought of them on a daily basis, man. But it's just a normalcy for me now, you know. But it's not uncommon for me to be riding this truck and all of a sudden I'm smiling because I'm having a pleasant conversation with my mother and my father. You know what I'm saying? No, I don't see anything wrong with it, man. We all deal with things differently than the next individual. So just do. Oh, bro, see, please, I just finalized my divorce with my wife, bro. Oh, bro, you got a double whammy there, bro. Man, hey, I'm not gonna tell you that's easy either, bro. I don't cry at a minute nights. I'm telling you, man, I'm good now, but hey, it is what it is, man. Just hey, man, I'm praying for you. Man, just I'm gonna put my number in the chat, man, because I gotta get out the panel now because this call coming in. But I'm gonna put my number. If you want to talk, bro, on a personal level, man, hit me up, man. I'm more than happy to talk to you. But hold on a second. Hey, Cletus, that's my number right there, bro. If you can see it, just hit me up anytime you feel like talking, man. We can talk about whatever you want to talk about. But I totally understand, man. Real talk. But you know you're part of this family, bro. So anytime, it's cool. If you want to share some time, just take my number down, save it, send me a text so I have your contact. I lock it in so I know who you are when you hit me up. We can do it like that. But you're in my prayers, my brother. Real talk. I totally understand. Oh man, yeah, I feel you, bro. I see your last comment. Yeah. Been I was in a hotel for 2.5 months, bro. Going through it, man. And that wasn't even the part of the divorce that I was dealing with. I got arrested in my living room, bro, in my own house. So it's crazy. Yeah. But look, I'm gonna jump off this panel, y'all. My calls are starting to come in, and y'all know how I am about certain calls, man. I gotta attend to them. It looked like somebody else came on.
What's happening, fellas?
He don't load the panel. Okay. Thanks, DJ, my brother. Hey, look, fellas. I'm gonna mute my phone and I'm gonna and go ahead and talk to this little tender line for a minute. And if y'all still out here, I'm gonna come back over here, man. Hey, give a shout out to Cletus Smith, man. He's going through some tough times right now. Lost his father, going through a divorce. I mean, he's got a double whammy, man, and he's part of the family, man. So let's just give a shout out to that brother, man, and keep him up in prayer or whatever. But anyway, I'll be back, fellas. I'm gonna see what's going on with this tenderloin over here. I gotta keep the assembly line going.
Salute to you.
I'll be back. Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Salute.
Sign the fellas, what y'all talking about?
Sound like we was basically talking about mental health and communication.
Yeah, that's it.
It sounds like what's
Big
really
one,
going
man.
on.
It's a big one, man. It's a big one. That's a big deal. Everybody got somebody in their family with some mental issues. Everybody. I think everybody goes through mental shit at some point.
I think we don't speak on it enough. I think especially in the black community, we don't really talk about it too much. That's one thing we don't really talk about, whether it's in our family or any, we really don't talk about that.
Nah, because sometimes people have these stern stances on that shit, and they don't want to waver on it, and they don't want to address the issues because it's too easy to have these crazy stances that don't really fit. Like when you have somebody that's got that stuff going on in your family, then you're more apt to listen. If it's your kid or your mother or whoever, then you're gonna listen. When it's not, and it's not really real to you, you can have these weird stances, crazy stances. But when it's somebody you really care about, you'll go look up what's ADHD or schizophrenia. You'll look that shit up, figure out how you can help that person. What do you need to do? And then you'll go talk to them and really listen to what the person needs, because it's not up to us to determine what that person needs. It's up to them. So we can't really come into it. I think we come into it with all this, like, we have these stupid rules that don't really apply to that individual. And a lot of times we'll push people away when they have those situations. And it's not that they don't want to change, they just don't have the ability to. A lot of times they can't deal with certain situations. And it could be, I mean, we all got people that deal with that kind of stuff. I think we just got to be a lot more sensitive when it comes to that.
I mean, I don't think we really believe in it that much. We don't, because a lot of times, me coming up, or a lot of times I hear all the time, like my kid ain't got nothing wrong with them. I took my kid to the doctor, man. They trying to tell him they got this and that going on. Ain't nothing wrong with that boy. Ain't nothing wrong with that girl. She just da. So we write things off sometimes. Now sometimes it may be true. Like sometimes they do try to give you things that maybe not right, but at other times it may be something that you need to pay attention to, but we don't.
We got to get more than one opinion. If you go take your kid somewhere and they tell your kid he got a mental health issue and you don't believe him, you need to take your kid to get another evaluation. Get you a couple of evaluations and compile all the information that you can and read up on the stuff that they're telling you and see if your kid identify with some of that stuff. Because a lot of that stuff is not conjecture anymore. They got studies where they have groups of people and they done studied them and they know the symptoms and they got a lot of information as far as ADHD, schizophrenia. They have a lot of information when it comes to people's phobias, and the information is out there. It ain't even about our opinions. The information is there. It's just that we don't take that, like you said, we don't take that stuff serious. The only time we take it serious is when we getting out of the military and we trying to get that 100% disability. Or are we trying to put our kid on those checks to get that money? That's the only time somebody will take their kid to a doctor and take it serious. We need to, like you said, we need to be serious about that stuff all the time. And when it's your kid, it's your child, you'll do anything for your child. You'll go sit at the therapy session. You'll do whatever the fuck you think you need to do. Once you can't, you done went to the point where you done did everything you need to do. You'll do everything that you thought you shouldn't do. You'll try that too, because that's your child or that's your mother. You'll try it. Most people will. We just got to go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, but what if you're like a more religious person? Like it's not, like God's gonna take care of it. Like you're not really like looking to doctors.
That kind of leads. That's all. That's what I'm saying. It's all in theory. Once it hits
home, you could pray. You then took them to type of shit, and you can't understand what the hell's going on. I mean, at some point, you're gonna have to try to do something different. You know what I mean? Because there's nothing that you want to try to do for your child. Absolutely nothing. And you're gonna have the same stance with your mother, with your father. Dementia is a big thing with elderly Black people. Dementia is a big thing. And dementia is one of those things where you can't tell a person got dementia. They talk normal. Can you hear me? Hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Hello?
You was breaking,
Can you hear me
yeah,
now?
you were breaking up. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I was saying dementia is another thing that's really big. Dementia is a big thing in our community. And people look completely normal. They talk normal. They just, their sense of where they at and the time period they in, it's just wrong. So you can't, like, it's, I don't know if anybody ever dealt with that. That shit is heartbreaking. And it's something
No, I
that
hear
you
what you're saying. No, you're right, because it could be just any moment. I remember I was with a guy I worked for, and we were fine working all day, and then we were leaving, and we were on the way home, and he just forgot where he was at. He didn't know how to get home, and I had to I didn't say nothing. That's another thing. Like, I didn't say anything to him. I just noticed, because they say you have early signs at times. Like, it don't just fall upon you at one time. Like, it's just like you just have like little lapses. But we were just going home from work, and we were like around the corner. He forgot where he was at. He didn't know how to get home. But I kind of thought to myself, like, man, maybe he is going through something, but nobody ever talks about it. And I didn't say anything. I just told him how to get home, and I just left it at that. But these are things, like I said, like all of it, communication goes hand in hand. If I didn't say nothing, probably nobody says anything. You know, I'm sure I'm not the only one that don't say anything.
I mean, as long as you can help, I don't think sometimes you don't have to say, you just be there for that person. You know what I mean? But sometimes when those people going through those situations, they might not need you to do all that extracurricular stuff. You know what I mean? Because if you ever see those caregivers that do that, a lot of them are the most patient people in the world that deal with those people. And the
Yeah,
most
true.
mundane tasks, they get frustrated. Those folks get frustrated because they know something is wrong, but they don't know what the hell it is. So you don't want to aggravate that situation and make it worse. So you just got to be patient sometimes. And then that is what it is. I mean, it might take, and that's another problem. It's hard for one person to do all that shit. Like the few people I know who've got kids got autism or special needs kids, their whole fucking family help them. The ones that keep their kids and are successful, they doing the rotations. I mean, more than one person is helping them. A lot of people don't have support. They try and do all that shit by themselves. It's hard to watch out for a special needs person if you're two parents. It's very difficult. It's not easy. It's like having a baby all day long.
Yeah, especially if you're working like a full-time job and you have other things, like obligations to do.
Yeah, it's hard. And even if the person isn't, let's say your wife or your girlfriend stay at home and she watch that child, that's still a lot. That's all day. Because when they're little, they can only get into so much. When you get to be, teenagers type of stuff, the dangers of things you can get into when you're not cognitive of what's dangerous and what's not dangerous, that shit can jump like 20 times. Imagine, with a teenager with the brain of like a 7-year-old. And all the harm they can do to themselves. It's fucking nuts. So it takes more than just, a lot of times, sometimes it takes more than what you're able to provide. And sometimes we just don't get enough support. People pass by, they'll ask, but they're not really trying to help you like that. You know what I mean? They ain't trying to come sit over there for an hour and give you a break. Let you just
right, because like you said, that's not their kid, it's your kid. So they'll do so much. But like you said, you do a little bit more. You go the extra mile when it's your kid.
Yeah,
well, that's what you're supposed to do.
Yeah, but I mean, it might not be that severe. It might just be, you going through a divorce, or you just lost your job, or You know, you had some kind of physical injury. Those are situations that everybody don't handle that stuff to get together the same, you know, and that can put you in some kind of mental state. So we have to, it's different levels of that stuff. Everybody need different levels of support. Some people might need a talking to, some people might need some real help. I mean, I would just say that we just got to start listening to people. And we can't just put people in the box and shout them down and tell them what they need. Listen to what people telling you when they having these situations, and don't make fun of them. Don't crack jokes, because the way you were able to handle it might not necessarily be the way that the other person is able to handle it. And I think when you get old enough and you get a little bit more mature and you bump into different people, you'll see that everybody is different. Everybody got different outlooks and everybody has different needs on what they need in their life. And we just have to be cognitive of it and not be so stiff where we just come up with these generic answers of telling people what to do and what not to do. And no, ain't nothing wrong with you. Like you say, ain't nothing wrong with you. Just listen to people, especially if you care about people. Because if you somebody I trust and I value your opinion, I tell you something and you say ain't nothing wrong with you, you all right. Fuck you crying for? You further pushing somebody further deeper over the edge. It's degrees of that stuff. And of course that comes with age, but we just got to be real careful how we communicate. Like you said, communicating with people. We got to be careful.
It's funny you said that. It was a young boy. That just got found in a washing machine. What was it, last week or something like that? With his father. They're investigating his foster parents, but I think that, like, do you think they should have stricter laws on, like, looking into, like, before they can vetting people on getting kids and things? I think sometimes these things happen when they just go getting these kids, like you were saying, and they're okay at first. It's almost like buying a puppy or buying something from the store, and then, like, when they get old enough to where, like, it's starting to have problems, now you don't want to deal with this person or this individual, and then you try to find ways to get rid of like that whole communication, or you don't feel like dealing with this person.
I mean, it's different ways too, because remember, like, this is the way I always look at that. Like, most of the abuse people have, that's by family. Most people are women that are abused, that's by a family member. That's not by like some stranger or some shit. So your family a lot of times do the most damage than anything. Some of the ignorant shit they did, and that's just because what they did, they feel like you should be able to go through the same thing. You know, there's plenty of stories of that. So I don't think it's a universal thing outside of foster kids. Foster kids is different, a different animal altogether.
Okay, I understand what you're saying. I was talking about as far as like with people like if you have problems, they don't want to deal with you.
Oh, okay.
Like, they find different ways to deal with you. Or like you said, if maybe a person's autistic or something, they don't know how to deal with them, or they tell them this and they tell them that. And they don't always handle the situation the right way.
Well, I mean, and then it could be something as simple as you just don't communicate well. Everybody don't talk well. Some people really freeze up and have like some real situations when they got to get up in front of people and speak. They really like shut down and freak out. And sometimes that look like them lashing out or them doing shit. You know, everybody don't handle the same situation the same exact way. I think we just got to be careful with that, with all of that mental health, and you have to listen to people. It's not what I think is mental health. It's not what you think is mental health. It's what these people who feel like they're going through something, then let that be their truth. That's that person's truth. It's not my truth. It's their truth.
Yeah, I agree on that. We definitely got to be more, I guess, more. Does it seem like why does it seem like now we have to be more sensitive than ever? Because before it's like, it's not like a lot of these things just happened about just recently. Like, these are things that has been going on since before we've been here. Or do you think that why do you think like it's more? Why is it more? It seems like it's more now than before.
Is it more now than before? I don't know if it is. You think it's more? I don't know if it is. Do we just got more information? I don't know if it is. You know what I mean?
Right, and that's the question. Like, is it more now, or is it just are we making more of a deal, a bigger deal of it now?
I don't know if we can say it's more. You know what I mean? It's harder to say that because I equate mental health to almost like women with rape. You know, they ain't necessarily saying women don't necessarily like those whole rape numbers. Those shits are wrong because most women don't report rape. Most people can have slight mental illness and never say anything because that's just embarrassing.
Facts. Like
You know, if
everybody
I
don't want to come out and say like, oh yeah, this person took advantage of me, like because it kind of make them just feel it's just as bad just saying something to somebody about that.
yeah, or think about if I got a phobia of there's people who got motion sickness to where they don't want to get in fucking cars. Not embarrassing that shit would be if I had to tell you that shit like that, how crazy you'd be looking at me.
No, and these things are true. I got an aunt. She goes now, but it's like it's a certain place you gotta go. Like you gotta go across this bridge. It's a big
can y'all
bridge.
hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm about to say I was talking up a storm a while ago.
Oh no, you couldn't hear you.
What's
man.
going on?
What's going on, DJ?
Top of the morning, top of the morning, everybody, man. How's everybody doing?
Good,
yeah, man. So what we on this morning? We talking about how
you just cut out again.
How the WBA trying to put that Ryan Garcia tank. Is it cutting out again?
Man, you can cut into it. Yeah, you just cut out again. But you say something about Ryan Garcia and Tank.
Yeah, man. Y'all see the games they playing. See how these sanctioning bodies trying to set that fight up.
Yeah, they tried it.
Oh man, boxing.
So what were they
What
saying?
where Pittsburgh go? Pittsburgh was on here. Oh man, he fell off. Best fusion. Nothing. They out of nowhere, right?
What's up, DJ?
He fell off. Pittsburgh, if you can't come back in. Yeah, man, out of nowhere, Ryan Garcia is the number one contender at 135, even though his last two fights ain't been at 135, and the man said he's moving up to 140. So out of nowhere, he's the number one contender at 135 in the WBA, and who holds the regular belt at 135? Tank Davis. Guess who has to defend that belt to all comers? Tank Davis.
Tank Davis. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought that shit was crazy.
Who did he beat to become the?
So what y'all?
Who did he beat to become the number one contender?
So what y'all think about that?
Who did he beat to become the number one contender?
Yeah, I'm just hearing about it, but it don't surprise me. But you know what time it is. You know what's behind that.
He just won his last.
You know who control the WBA?
He just beat Javier Fortuna in his last fight, and before that, he beat Emmanuel Tago. Even though his last two fights, I think he weighed in at 138 and 137, and he said he's moving up to 140. But they still put him at number one in the WBA rankings, even though that ranking has been vacant since Rolly lost a couple months ago.
I think he should fight Rolly.
Just the politics of the sport, man. You know who owns and controls the WBA, the group of individuals that's
Isn't
behind
that Mauricio Suleiman? Isn't that him?
Nah, he's WBC.
Okay.
He's WBC. But you know what that is, DJ. That's all that is. The business of boxing, as it is. You know? That's why they're pulling that on.
Yeah.
Do that now, you know.
Yeah, man. Once
but it's going. Are they going to get that?
Absolutely. Everybody see it. I think everybody see the games that's being played now.
Yeah. They want to get their boy up in there, but all they're going to do is get him blocked now, bro. You know, Ryan Garcia got a little challenge, but he ain't tough. He ain't built like somebody like Tank. He ain't got that toughness to beat him. And he ain't been in that type of fights to prepare him to face nobody like that. That's what what you do in this stage of your career. You got to put those guys in with the type of fighters that's going to build their mental toughness to be ready for somebody like Tank. You know, he ain't have that.
I think he wants to fight more than they want to fight. I think he thinks he can win, but I think they know that he's not ready for it. Like you just said, he's not. He hasn't went against.
Yeah, he been calling out Tank for a little while, just like Rolly.
Yeah, because when Devin got when I forgot who he beat, but when Devin got hopped in that ring and he was right in his face, he said he would fight Tank before he fought Devin. Devin was sitting right in front of me. He said, "I'm gonna go get this guy. I'm gonna get Tank. I'm gonna get that guy, and then we'll fight last." That's what he said when he was in that ring. When Devin called him out in that ring.
Yeah, that's just the business of boxing. You know how people.
Yeah, man. He don't want
organizations. A lot of these organizations is run by different Latin groups, and they want to get their dudes up there and so on and so forth. But like I said, they ain't gonna make a mistake because our boy gonna get rocked. He gonna get hurt by Tank. Tank gonna put him to sleep too. Just like he did Rolling.
Man, Tank gonna put this dude on Saturday, man.
And don't be surprised if it's quick because he gonna think he got a little bit of a punch and speed. He gonna try to come out there and attack Tank, and it's gonna feed right into Tank's hand. With that chin held up,
I say this all the time, right?
In the air, that chin high up in the air, exposed to those great accurate counters of Tank Davis. I see a short night, yo.
You know what? I say that all the time. I think it's crazy. I think it's crazy how all the Tank's opponents just seem to walk into shit.
They all underestimate him. Think he's just going for one punch power shot knockouts, and that's what they try to do. They try to just catch him with punches, and he catches them. He capitalizes on their mistakes because they come in underestimating him every single time. They think he's slow because they see how he talks, his mannerisms. They listen to all that, and they like, oh, he ain't nothing, and they go in there with that attitude, and that's what happens. Nobody ever really takes Tank serious.
Boy has a high boxing IQ. He's been trained excellent. Like I explained to you guys before, like most of the boxers from that area, good solid foundational boxers, man, from the DMV.
Absolutely.
And I see Ryan Garcia.
Hold on, I'm about to switch to my laptop. My phone acting up. I'll be right back.
Okay, he hasn't made no real improvements since he's been with Joe Goose, and he fight the same way. He keep his chin way too high in the air. Yeah, he got good hand speed and decent power, but he ain't been in with the level of opposition like Tank. Tank know how to get under them shots, and he got a good chin, but he know how to get under them shots and counter, and actually counter them shots, set his shots up.
It's another thing that you just said that people that nobody really talks about improvements. He's made improvements since in his last two fights, since even with the Cruz. The Isaac Cruz, he's made improvements since then to make sure that he didn't do what he did in that fight before. Like he makes improvements from his last fights. Like he learns. People don't give him that credit either.
Yeah, because he has a good boxing IQ. The kid has been well trained. Them guys from that area, from the DMV area, those guys have I've always known them to be from when I was fighting until even before that. Those guys, if you can go, like I said, you can go as far back as Sugar Ray Leonard all the way up to Tank. Like a lot of them guys from that area, very fundamentally sound boxers. A lot of them did very well as amateurs, and they have a far better boxing IQ. Even the ones who score a lot of knockouts like Tank, it's Tank's skill set that sets that up. Tank is a little dude in terms of his height and his reach in comparison to them guys he in there with. But it don't mean nothing because his skill set is better. And he happens to have a decent punch too. But he's quick-handed, but he set those shots up well. He don't just be out there winging wild shots. Them shots are set up with beautiful combination, quick-handed punches. he could move in the ring, and he showed his skill against Cruz. He won that fight with one hand, man.
And you know why? That was because he was able to make adjustments, and that's actually the reason why. That's why Chris Colbert. That's why he actually didn't win his last fight. He was doing fine, but then he's like when his guns wasn't working no more, he ain't had no more tools in the box. He gave up. It wasn't nothing else. He didn't know how to adjust to the situation. And like you said, like Tank could have easily quit after his hand was messed up, and he could have easily just lost that fight.
Facts.
But he made adjustments though, and I don't know if Ryan's going to be able to do that. But that's one thing that you got to be able to do in the ring. You got to be able to make adjustments on the fly, like because you don't have that many rounds. You got 12 rounds. You got to do something.
Absolutely. You got to be able to make those mental adjustments, and it's a mental thing. That's where it's at. To make those adjustments, it's mental. You know, the guy who can mentally make those adjustments is going to be the most successful, the most fluid boxer that can do. They can do that. That's why Floyd Mayweather was so successful. Floyd can make the adjustments he needed to make from round to round. But when you train properly like that, when your foundation is good like that, when you're getting trained properly, you can do that. You understand what I'm saying? Like when you're getting trained by people who know the game and they teach you how to actually box, and part of your training is to be mentally strong. Yeah, you know, you're gonna be able to do those things. And like I said, a lot of those guys from that area, the fighters I've known from that area, always pretty much very fundamentally sound. Many good trainers come from over there. And most of those kids, like Tank being one of them, all the way to the Russell brothers as well, all those guys, they come from good, solid, fundamental boxing training. They have generally have good amateur boxing pedigree where they learn how to actually box. And, you know, coming from where the majority of them come from, you know, they're coming from a very harsh, rough lifestyle anyway. And you combine all that, you can have some kids that can have some success, you know. And that's why Tank doing what he did, like in that Cruz fight, you know, it wasn't a surprise to me at all because, you know, I've been watching the kid for years, since before he just turned pro. And those guys was all good at, like I said, they was solid amateurs and they well coached. And they got good solid fundamentals. And that's why they have more tools in their arsenal to turn to.
Oh, why doesn't more trainers train like that? Because I see it in certain people, like I see it, but you don't see that a lot. Like I know that Ryan, I've seen Ryan fight and he fights one way, and not just him. I'm just using him as an example, but I've seen a lot of people that fight. Even AJ, like I mean, hopefully his coach now will be able to train him to do more. But he gets lost. Like if his guns don't work, he don't know what to do. Starts to panic and he don't know what to do.
Man, AJ finna get knocked out, man.
Yeah, that's the key with boxing, though. You know, you want to be able to teach these. You know, you want to be able to teach these things. You know, in the gym, and it starts with the basics. A lot of these things have been lost to be able to do that. Now, also, it has to factor in the actual individual too. But there is a lot that the trainers and the coaches can do to help put these as much as you can into a young fighter. You know, to help them develop so that they know that they got these things to turn to. Some of it is innate. It's innate with the actual fighter himself. But there are things that can be taught if you taught, you know, from the early stages as to what to look for and what to be prepared for. You'll have a far better chance to do that. But one thing you have to be able to do in a boxing match is make adjustments. You know, I was just looking at earlier this evening, I was looking at that part on the Four Kings on the Showtime series that they had on there, and they were showing and I remember it like it was yesterday because me and my father went to that fight in closed circuit, which was the Sugar Ray Leonard versus Tommy Hearns fight. My father was a big Tommy Hearns fan. I was a Leonard fan. And, you know, going into that fight, I remember it like it was yesterday, back in 81. Like, Leonard was looked at as the boxer. Hearns was looked at as the puncher, although Hearns was clearly, he was an excellent boxer too, but he was scoring all these knockouts. So everybody looked at him as a puncher, overlooking his boxing ability. Whereas, and this is where you have to know the whole history of a boxer, not just what you know as a pro. Because as an amateur, Hearns was more of a boxer. Hearns wasn't a big knockout artist until he turned pro. He won more of his boxing matches as a boxer, where they learned how to box was in the amateurs. So he had that ability to box, but he was just scoring knockouts because Emmanuel Stewart had him a little bit more aggressive, and they was working on getting knockouts. So Leonard was.
Do you think Tommy grew into his power? That's another thing as well. Maybe in the amateurs, he was very young in the amateurs, and maybe he didn't have the power. His body wasn't equipped to handle the power punching. Maybe he grew into it a lot quicker when he got into the pros, pugilist.
Yeah, I think that happened because he was young. He started boxing when he was 10. So yeah, of course, yeah. As he started to develop and grow, he grew into his man strength, and he became more of an effective puncher, But so sometimes you never know, like as far as adjustments in a fight. And that fight, I remember it like it was yesterday with me and my pop. Like I said, he was a big Hearns fan. I was a Leonard fan. And I remember that fight took a shift, whereas Hearns became the boxer, and Leonard became the stalker and the puncher in that fight. But Ray knew that he had to make that adjustment, because once he seen that Hearns was too long, too quick, and could outbox him because of his physical size. Because he was really like the only guy who got outboxed Sugar Ray Leonard, but a lot of that had to do with his physical size. He was taller, he had that long reach, and he was physically quick. And most of the boxers that came out of the amateurs in the 70s, they all have been taught a certain way of boxing. So that made it real difficult for Ray. So Ray made the adjustment that I got to attack him more. I got to fight him. I can't box him because he's going to get the best of me. And because of his physical size and his attributes, he was able to do that. So he made that adjustment. He started to fight him more.
Did we see more of the boxing skills when he fought Marvelous? When he fought Hagler? Because you didn't really see it a lot. Tommy Hearns.
Oh, no, well, I wouldn't say that. Well, because since Hearns most of those guys, they all knew Hearns was, because of his physical attributes, his height, his length, his quickness, and his ability to box. Once it was realized by the inside the game, just how good a boxer he actually was. Because you remember, he outboxed Wilfred Benitez and took that junior middleweight title. He outboxed Benitez. Benitez was considered one of the top boxers, best counter punchers in the game at that time, and one of the top boxers. But Hearns, even though Hearns was known as the knockout guy coming into that fight, he outboxed him. So once it became pretty much known that he could box the way that he did, some of them guys knew. Like when Marvin Hagler fought him, Hagler kept it a buck. I saw him in the interview. He was like, I wasn't going to outbox Tommy. That's why I took it to him. He wasn't trying to box him. That's why, if you remember, if you watch that fight, I just watched the beginning of that fight again earlier this evening. It was Marvin Hagler who set the tempo of that fight. Marvin Hagler came right out and threw his hardest, which was his power punch, his right hook. He didn't come out throwing a jab. He came right out throwing that right hook and forced Tommy to fight. And then Tommy's Hearns responded in kind. He responded in kind. He didn't try to box him because he knew a boxing match wouldn't favor him. So he came out. He came right out. The first shot Hagler threw was that heavy right hook, which was his power shot, his best power shot, and forced Hearns into a brawl.
Yeah, and you brought up training earlier. I want this on this question answered by all three of you. You think the reason why some of these elite trainers don't go to for example, like a guy like Tio or a guy like Devin, do you think the reason why they don't go to these elite trainers like a Joe Goosen don't want to deal with the helicopter parenting and like them correcting on how they want their son to be trained and stuff like that? Do you think that's why guys like Ronnie Shields or a guy like Joe Goosen doesn't want to or Sugar Hill doesn't want to train guys like Tio or Devin because of their fathers being helicopter parents and stuff like that, and telling them how to correcting these guys who've been in the game a long time to train their sons a certain way and stuff like that.
It's quite possible. It is quite possible. It wouldn't surprise me at all. It's very possible. But then again, you have somebody like Devin, for instance. Devin Haney was trained by Floyd Mayweather Sr. for a long time.
I think Floyd. No, that's the difference. There are certain trainers that maybe they can't. It's not that they can't deal with it. It's just that they don't they don't take that BS. They don't take the BS of the parent constantly correcting them how to train their son, and they might just walk out saying, I can't having them correct me every step of the way instead of letting me teach them.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. Well, Bill said that
as a trainer, I won't do that. You know, if I'm training a kid and I'm feeling like, you know, I'll have to deal with that, I'll let them know it's my way or the highway. I don't need to train your kid. I don't need to. There's thousands of other kids I can train where I don't have to deal with that hassle. So that could be the case. That could be very much the case. And you know, those parents, they tend to know who they want to work with their kids, who's going to listen to that and who's not. But that's very much a problem. That could be very much an issue in many regards.
Yeah, because I'm a big Teal fan, and I'm a big Teofimo fan, and that's what scares me about him, that his father is so controlling of his career that no elite trainer wants to deal with that helicopter parenting of them constantly being corrected by the parents saying you're training my son wrong and stuff like that. That's what scares me about Tio and his father, that Tio's father doesn't want to be having a second opinion. That's why Tio's old trainer left in the first place. My God, what was the guy's name? Oh my God, what's the trainer's name? He was known for training like Arturo. He was Arturo. Oh, Joey Gamache. Joey Gamache left because of that issue. He actually said it during an interview that he left because he couldn't deal with the constant. Even though he told the father not to do that, the father wouldn't listen and kept on correcting him how to train his son and stuff like that.
And that could possibly be one of the reasons why Tio is in the situation that he's in right now. And that's why
a good dude too.
Bill said that even though he's in the camp, he's not the main trainer. Like, he tries not to get in the way if he sees something better coming. That's a good thing that you said that. That's what makes the difference between Bill and Tio's dad. Like, it is a little bit of a difference, and it probably should be a line drawn as far as like how far you can take them from when they're young and coming up, and then as far as like taking them to that next level.
So Joe, do you think, like, I know it's going to be hard for Teal to do this, but do you think he might have to cut his father loose in the down the road so he can actually have a?
He may have to if he want to have more success again. It may be something he has to do, but will it happen? It may not. But anything is possible.
Mm-hmm.
Depending on the circumstances, like with Roy Jones Jr. and his father, you know, a circumstance came about that forced that to happen. So you never.
Did Sugar Ray which was Sugar Ray? Did Sugar Ray train his son Shane by chance?
No, Shane Mosley's father trained him, and his son, Sugar Shane, assisted his son a little bit in the beginning, but he didn't stay. They didn't really stay long like that, like how Shane was with his father. His father was his trainer up until.
No, that's what I'm saying. Did Shane Sr. get trained by Ray Leonard, Sugar Ray Leonard? Are they related by chance?
No.
Okay, I assumed they were related. Okay, thank you for correcting me. I've always assumed when I hear the name Sugar Ray Sugar Ray Leonard, I thought he was related in some way to Robinson as well.
Nah, the only thing they have in common is the sugar in front of them.
Hey, Joe. Joe.
I think you cut out.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Do you guys think? Oh wait, hey, pugilist. Do you think, as a trainer, how do you train your fighters? Do you train them to come forward like you see Robert Garcia, or do you train them to be boxers first, then come forward later?
Boxers first. You always start with that. That's the foundation.
Do you think
with
start
with the foundation.
Do you think that's what hurts?
Well, look,
Robert
different ethnic groups have a particular style of training that they use. You know, he's Mexican. They are of Mexican descent, so they fight according to that style. You know, Robert Garcia was an excellent boxer himself, man. I don't know if you ever saw him fight when he was young, but Robert Garcia was nice. The only thing to me he just didn't take the best punch, but skill-wise, he was nice. Like, his skill set was great. You know, he had good hand speed. He could box. He could move. And it's funny because the way he trains a lot of his guys, he really didn't fight like that. He was more of a boxer. But he had a heart. He would stand in there. He would stand in there and fight.
See, that's what I'm asking. What's the disconnect with Robert why doesn't he train his fighters like how he fought first and stuff like that? Like, where's the disconnect in Robert from how he fought as a fighter, then and when he transitioned to becoming a trainer and training his fighters like that, even though they were known, most of the guys he trained are known as high volume power punchers and stuff like that. Where's the disconnect in that training, pugilist? For Robert, where's the disconnect, you think, with Robert, being that he's a natural boxer?
I don't know. Like, but his father trained him. His father was a good trainer. He was an excellent trainer. He trained him. Also, Fernando Vargas and them. And but you know, the Mexican guys, they tough too. They got their heart and stuff. So, but he has some good fundamental boxing skills. He can, like, fast hands. He can move a bit. But if he got into a war, he would stand there to his detriment at times. You know. But I don't.
Do you think his style works? Do you actually think his style of training can work for the heavyweight division with AJ? Like that high volume power punch?
Not necessarily, but we're going to. I really don't see it, but you know, we're going to.
How about you, Jay? Do you see that working in the heavyweight division? That style?
I don't think AJ has the. I'm not sure, because AJ, he may not have the greatest chin. I mean, even though we can say that Ruiz got a lucky punch off of him, maybe not, but I don't see him as being a standing in the pocket type of fighter. But at the same time, I guess I don't know if he can teach him the distance and to stay busy while keeping distance. I mean, I think he'll be fine. But we're gonna find out.
No, that high volume. I'm talking about the high volume, because heavyweights are looking for the one punch to knock you out. They're very tasty. Do you really think that high volume, in terms of the heavyweight gas tank, can work? Is what I'm saying.
Right, yeah. If he's able to do so, because I think that's why he lost a lot. He didn't stay busy enough. He didn't have enough volume, like you said. I don't know if he can be taught that, especially in one training camp. But if he can, we're going to find out.
See, the one fighter for me, the one fighter that might be able to deal with that type of thing, with mixing the Sugar Hill style with that type of style, would be Tyson Fury. Tyson Fury can probably make that style work in the heavyweight division, but I don't think AJ, the way he fights I think that would be a detriment to him in the long run, in my honest opinion.
Yeah, because Tyson Fury has a stronger chin. I think he has a stronger chin than AJ, so he can take a little bit more. He can kind of stay in that pocket a little bit more and do a little bit more while he's in there. But
do you think Deontay would be able to deal with that type of style, or he?
And he have a different and also it's the mindset. He has a different disposition. See, and that plays a lot with any fighter, let alone a heavyweight. You have to have. See, I think the problem with AJ is he just doesn't have the real fight disposition to fight like that. Like he really just doesn't have that shit. That's why he's lost the fights that he's lost. Like
it's more
I can't believe I'm saying this. Pugilist, the heavyweight divisions can be very diva-esque. They're very diva, and so they're very finicky and stuff like that.
Yeah, because you got to be able to. One thing you got to be able to do as a heavyweight, more so than anything, you got to be able to take a punch, man. You got to be able. I'm the heaviest handed boxers in the sport, so you got to be able to take a shot, and you have to have a certain type of disposition. See, that's the thing. I just don't feel like AJ has the right disposition.
He might be a good
as a fighter. Period.
For me,
you know,
if it wasn't for his weight, I think AJ would benefit more as a cruiserweight and stuff like that. In the cruiserweight or bridgerweight division, because I don't think his, like you said, his mentality is a heavyweight mentality and stuff like that.
People say the same thing about Deontay Wilder though as well. They say that he would do better in the lighter weight class, and he always comes in lighter.
You have to have
that
mental disposition.
I think Deontay
I just don't feel like
isn't Deontay
Josh
like
will have.
225? Isn't Deontay like 225 or something like that?
Best, he was lightest, but he's been lighter than that. The first fight against Fury, he was 208 or something like that. He was light. He was coming in very light.
He was the same weight. Wait, am I hearing that correct? Were him and Tyson the same weight?
No. Tyson Fury was
Mike Tyson.
Mike Tyson? No. Mike Tyson was heavy. Mike Tyson was 221 when he won the title from Trevor Berbick, but he fought around. His best weight was around between 217 and 220. But Evander Holyfield was 208 when he beat Buster Douglas.
No, that's what I'm saying. I think honestly, that's why the bridgerweight division was created, in my honest opinion, for guys who can't really make that heavyweight limit and stuff like that. I think the heavyweight division for me is from 220 and above, in my honest opinion. If you can't stay at that weight, you shouldn't be in the heavyweight division. Like,
well, you got this. Well, my thing was this. It's funny because when you look at the whole history of the sport, you have, a big part of what makes boxing the sport that it is to see if our athletes and this guys in the ability can make certain things happen. Like a lot of the great fighters that were great heavyweights, they beat much bigger dudes that would have been super heavyweights today, like the super heavyweight division, which would be guys over 220 or 230, right? But you had like Joe Louis, for instance. Joe Louis was beating big ass men. Like he beat big dudes. Like the real biggest heavyweight champion prior to Tyson Fury was Primo Carnera. Primo Carnera was 6'7". He fought between 260 and 270 pounds back in the 30s. You understand? Joe Louis fought him. Joe Louis was 198 pounds, man, and knocked him out. He beat a lot of guys. He beat a lot of guys. He beat a lot of guys that was over 210, from 2-ton Tony Galento to Max Baer to Buddy Bear. Buddy Bear was 245 pounds when they fought. You understand what I'm saying?
Was Smoking Joe the lightest in his era? Was Smoking Joe the lightest in his era?
With Joe Frazier? Yeah, because he was lighter. He was about at his best. Joe Frazier at his best condition, he used to come in 205, maybe a little less. When he fought Muhammad Ali, he was like about 205. Ali was 215. So
I think
it's not.
I think the heaviest guy in that era was like Big George Foreman. I think he was
No,
big.
he wasn't. He wasn't. Buster Mathis was bigger than him. Buster Mathis Sr., who was actually the Olympic representative in 1964 and who had beat Joe Frazier in the Olympic trials but broke his hand and couldn't go to Tokyo to represent. Thus, Joe Frazier, who was the alternate, took his place in one gold. He was a big dude. He was amateur. He was like 300 pounds. He started training with Cus D'Amato. Cus D'Amato got him down to like 240. When he fought Joe Frazier for the New York State heavyweight title, he was like 238 pounds. Joe Frazier was small. You understand? Buster Mathis was bigger than George Foreman.
Did Buster end up doing did he win any major titles during his career?
Nah, he lost to Joe Frazier. Him and Joe Frazier fought for the New York State heavyweight title, and Joe Frazier knocked him out. Stopped him. It's a good fight. If you get a chance, go on YouTube. If you get a good chance, it's on YouTube. Go on YouTube and watch it. Entertaining fight.
People always bring up Sam Langford. Didn't he go all the way up to heavyweight?
Yeah, but he started at a lighter weight though, but he competed at heavyweight as well. But you always had big guys, man. So that's why I'm old school with that. I don't believe in this guys too big because, like I said, one of the man who's generally outside of Muhammad Ali, who's generally considered the greatest heavyweight champion, is Joe Louis, and Joe Louis beat much bigger men on a regular basis. At his prime, Joe Louis would have been a cruiserweight today at his prime. But he beat guys that was big dudes, 255, 245. That's big today.
So you think a guy like Primo? You think a guy like Primo? You think like a guy like Primo can beat a Tyson Fury?
No, he didn't have. I don't think he had the skill set to, but he was big. He was big enough to compete with him. But I think a guy like Tyson Fury has the skill set. You know what?
Wait, you say Tyson Fury can beat Primo Carnera?
Yeah, I think he has the skill set.
Yeah, the thing about Tyson Fury, like he awkward, but he's his skill set is on another level.
He got a decent skill set, man. He was training here. The reason why it worked so well with him and Sugar Hill is because he was already over here years ago working with Emmanuel Stewart. That's why. Because you remember his cousin Andy Lee. His cousin Andy Lee was living with Emmanuel Stewart.
So Tyson Fury, was Emmanuel still training Vlad when Tyson came over to the U.S.?
Yeah, it was all young. Yeah, it was young. It was all young heavyweight, young prospects. He worked with because he spoke about that the guys he thought was going to be potentially future heavyweight champions, and he said both Tyson Fury and Deontay Wilder. He said that himself. I heard the interview. You know, he said those guys had the potential, both of them, to be potential heavyweight champion. You know, so that's why it worked so well with Sugar Hill, because he had already been training under the Kronk philosophy. Because you remember Andy Lee, that's Tyson Fury's cousin. Andy Lee lived with Emmanuel Stewart. And he was the one who got him after the first fight, come get with Sugar. Because Sugar Hill was like, go back to the things that my uncle was working with you on, and we could do some things. You know?
Wasn't Lennox and Emmanuel Stewart guy too?
Yeah. He ended up going with Emmanuel as well. But so like I said, when it comes to the weight thing, I've never been a big proponent of that, because I've seen smaller heavyweights. It's about ultimately, because when I read Joe Louis' autobiographies, and I've shared this before on the show, it's a famous quote. One of the reporters asked him, because Primo Carnera was so much bigger than him, they asked him, you fighting this very big guy, man. Are you scared? Are you worried? You fighting such a big guy? His answer was simple, and I thought it was a brilliant answer. He was like, his weight can't fight me. Like, his weight can't fight me. And I thought that was a brilliant answer. Like, his weight can't fight me. He got to be able to fight me. And if he can't fight, he can't beat me. And I agree with that shit. Like, I don't care about how big. Like, I think that's an excuse. The only way a big guy going to beat you if he can fight, not just because he's big. He got to be able to fight. I don't give a fuck how big he is. If he's big and he can't fight, it don't matter. He got to be able to have skills to fight. You know, I watched years ago. I watched Michael Moorer beat a guy bigger than Tyson Fury. I watched him drop this guy a couple of times. He fought this guy named Mike the Giant White. Mike the Giant White was 6'10", and he weighed 275 pounds. Michael Moorer was about 217, 220. He was under 220. I said Michael Moorer dropped him a couple of times in that fight. So it ain't about just being big. You gotta have some skill with that shit. Go on YouTube and put in Michael Moorer versus Mike White, Mike the Giant White. That guy was 6'10". He was taller than Tyson Fury. And he was 275, and he didn't have that flabby, out of shape looking body like Tyson Fury. This guy had a nice physique for a guy that big to be boxing. And Michael Moorer handled him. Michael Moorer came up from light heavyweight. He wasn't even a natural heavyweight. You got to be able to fight, man. So the Bridger weight and all that shit, that's just money making shit. That's all it is. That's all it's about. It ain't about the size, because if you study the history of boxing, you should clearly know that shit has nothing to do with anybody's ability. Because every guy I just mentioned beat much bigger men. Like I said, Joe Frazier beat much bigger men. Muhammad Ali beat much bigger men. Larry Holmes, I watched him. I got a matter of fact in my Larry Holmes collection. It's like a fight on there where he fought Doug Jones. Larry Holmes was pound. Jones was 254. Larry Holmes beat the shit out of Doug Jones. Not Doug Jones. His name wasn't Doug. His first name was he was an undefeated guy too.
Is he one of the guys that Tyson fought?
Nah, this was years before. He was already done before Mike Tyson came around. I forget his first name. I just said it, but yeah. But he was a big dude. He was 254 pounds. Larry Holmes was 211. Larry Holmes whipped his, excuse my friend, ass that whole fight. You understand? Like, so it's really not. I don't like I said, I've never been one to go with this weight shit. Like, nah, it's about can you fight? Like Evander Holyfield, who we just mentioned. Evander Holyfield, he beat Buster Douglas, who was what?
Hello?
Yeah, I think it got cut off.
Hello?
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm back.
You were in the middle and you got cut off.
Yeah. So the weight thing is really not an issue. The size. It's about ultimately it boils down to that man's ability to fight.
No.
Mike Tyson, another prime example. Now I remember Mike, who I knew from our amateur days together. Mike wasn't a big dude. Mike is we damn near like the same height. Now, when I was a kid, I was training in the gym with James Bone Crusher Smith and them. Bro, the James Bone Crusher Smith was a big fucking man. I remember I was in the gym with him. He was a big dude. And Mike Tyson had him terrified, man. He held on almost that whole fight. That's why they was calling him the Bone Clutcher. James Bruce Smith was a big dude, man. So I'm not really.
So would you say this is an honest question? When you look at Mike, is he built the same? Would you say I'm not looking at the weight? I'm talking about the body. Would you say he's built like Tank, where he's like a fire hydrant kind of? Because Tank.
Nah, Mike was muscular. Mike was muscular. He was muscular, but if you compare him to the size of those bigger dudes, he's a much smaller dude. He just was muscular, but he ain't big like them. Like, I've been in the dressing room with Lennox Lewis. Lennox Lewis is a big dude. I think a 6'5", and his back looked like it was like a wide as all outdoors, man. Like, he looked like a big man to me, just like Bone Crusher Smith did when I saw them face to face. That they look big. Mike don't look big. Mike just was muscular, but he didn't look big like them.
In your opinion, why was
Different.
people
Those
so
guys
why
are
was people
super
so scared of him? Why was people so scared
heavy
of him? In your opinion, from what
because
you
of what he
observed?
could act, because he could actually fight, because of what he could do, not how he looked. It's because of how it's because of, that's what I'm talking about. It's because of what he actually could do, because he could actually fight, and he was good at what he did, and that created an aura of fear. His skill did that, because he ain't big like George Foreman and them. George Foreman and them guys is all 6'3" and taller. Mike Tyson is 5'11". He's small in comparison to those guys, but it's his actual skill set which was the opposing thing, was his skill, what he could actually do in the ring. But he ain't big like them. Them dudes is big men.
So
Like
so wait,
Holmes is
Mike is the same height as Oscar, basically.
5'11". Him and Joe Frazier. Yeah, he's 5'11".
Wow, I've always the way they like the way Mike looked on TV, I always thought he was like 6'1" or something.
Nah, Mike Tyson's 5'11".
Is it just that
Just
TV adds a little bit more?
Yeah, it make you look bigger than you really are, but he didn't look big when he was in there against them big dudes, though. When he was in there against Tony Tucker 6'4", no 6'5". He looked small in there against him. Mike looked small in there against those smaller guys, like Pinklin Thomas and them. Them guys is like 6'3" and better. Mike didn't look tall like that. He just he was muscular, but he didn't look bigger than them.
Wait, is Evander the same height as Mike?
Nah, he's taller than Mike. Evander's like 6'2".
Okay.
So
no.
Go back and look at those fights. Go back and look at those fights again when you get a chance, and you'll see what I'm talking about.
Yeah, and I'm gonna bring up a young guy that's in a lighter at 154. Sebastian Fundora is a perfect example of a kid.
I'm glad you brought him up.
Huh?
He's a freak of nature.
I'm glad you brought him up. I wanted to ask before. I'm gonna let you ask your question. Then I wanted to ask a question about him too. Honestly.
Yeah, no, he's a freak of nature. But when I look at Sebastian, he's the same height as Tyson Fury. But the reason why I said bring him up is maybe the reason why he doesn't.
He's close. He's close. He's not 6'9". He's 6'6".
No, he's the same height as
6'9".
No, my mistake.
No,
he's the same
Fundora is 6'6".
No,
yeah,
my
he's
mistake.
6'6".
Yeah, he's the same height as he's the same height as he's closer to the height of a Lennox Lewis. He's 1 inch taller than Lennox.
Yeah, like
No, but what I was saying,
1 inch shorter than Deontay Wilder.
The Klitschko's.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, but what I was gonna say is, I'm a big fan of Sebastian, and what I noticed is maybe the reason why he stayed at 154. Maybe he thinks his power is not going to transition into the bigger weight classes, or he can't handling like adding the weight. His body, he's good. When I look at him, his middle of his body reminds me a little of Tommy Hearns, kind of like very like string. Like he looks like a tall string bean.
You were actually getting to my question. I'm glad you said that. You get right to my question. I was just going to ask, do you think that he could be a Tommy Hearns because of his because you were just talking about size and how you were saying like it doesn't always matter being just because you're taller and everything like that meaning you're going to win. Do you think he could be a Tommy Hearns, Sebastian Fundora?
No, because he doesn't box like that. Hearns could box. See, even though Hearns was getting knockouts, it was based on his skill set. So in order for you to be able to knock somebody out, you got to have some kind of skill with that shit too, ultimately. Thomas Hearns was a good boxer. He had good solid foundation, great jab, excellent right hand.
He had elite
lightning hand speed. So his fundamentals was solid, and he had great physical tools. He had a heavyweight reach, 78 inches. That's a heavyweight reach, man. and he was fighting welterweight. You know, so he was tough. Now Fundora, on the other hand, he's not a boxer like that. He likes to get in there and go toe to toe with you. Ultimately, that's going to be his demise because he doesn't box the way he's physically. Because physically, you have to use your tools. What makes you a good boxer is your ability to use the physical gift, the physical tools that you have. So the name of the sport is boxing. That's what I teach all my kids and work. But the name of this sport is boxing, and I have them read the dictionary to tell me the definition of boxing. And you want to hit your opponent and not get hit. And him on the other hand, he willing to stand in there and trade and give guys chances to hit him that they shouldn't have, especially early on. That's why that fight with Lubin was as tough as it was for him, because had he been trained properly or he fought with the right style, he'd have kept Lubin on the end of the jab and made Lubin work harder to get in. Lubin really had to work too hard to get close to him.
No, he sat there the whole time.
Hands going. Yeah, he stood there. But if he was using his jab, and he is southpaw, so if he was pumping the jab and made it more difficult, he would really be a problem. But he doesn't fight like that. And ultimately, eventually, that's going to be his demise. Unless he makes the adjustment. Like something happens and he starts to realize that I got to box more. I got to work behind my jab and set my combinations up more before I start going toe-to-toe with guys early on. You could do that a little later in the fight. But he get into wars early in his fights.
Yeah, no, and this is where I'm gonna say this as a Sebastian fan. I think his trainer is not teaching him the right use his tools correctly. I think that's why he needs to go to like a Ronnie Shields or someone like that who teaches his fighters how to work behind a jab, or like maybe he would benefit from the Kronk style, like working with Sugar Hill. You agree?
Well, his physical
okay, so you were kind of alluding to the trainer too.
But you have to understand, what's his ethnic background?
He's Mexican, I believe.
He's from California.
Right. Yeah, but he's of Mexican descent. He fights like a Mexican. He fights like the typical aggressive Mexican style of fighter. That's why I told you. Most of the fighters fight. Most of the groups ethnic groups have a certain way that they're known to fight. Like a lot of black boxers are known to be slick boxer types. Boxer types of guys. That's why you got Sugar Ray Robinson, Sugar Ray Leonard, Floyd Mayweather, Muhammad Ali, Larry Holmes. Those guys all stick and move boxers.
And that's why you see a lot of Cubans. No, it's weird. And that's why you see a lot of Cubans becoming they're slick boxers, because they learn under the Eastern European style and stuff like that.
Fundora, that would be a big thing for him to make that type of judge. But if he did it, it would bode better for him to have a longer and more successful career. Because one thing that's not going to change, like I always tell people, and my students, and my young fighters, and anybody I'm training with, the geography of a fight is not going to change in the ring. If I come in the ring and I'm 6'3" and you're 5'2", you're not suddenly going to become 6'3". So I should be fighting in a certain style that makes it difficult for you to get to me, not in a style that makes it easier for you to engage in with me. And that's what he does. He fights in a style that makes it easy for his opponent to engage with him.
Yeah, he tries to fight small, and that's not a good thing.
See, and I have a question. I have a question for both of you. I noticed, since the Dominican Republic doesn't produce a lot of boxers, it seems like the Dominican boxing fans gravitate towards like the Mexican style of fighting. Why is that the Dominican boxing fans gravitate toward that style? And like the Puerto Rican and Dominican style of fighting instead of that slick boxing style, like the American boxers are, or the Cubans.
Well, actually, I have to disagree with you in that Dominicans do produce a lot of boxers. They just haven't had many that achieve superstar status, but they produce a lot of boxers, and they have for many years. Only a few have been good enough to make a name, though. That's what it's been. But they produce a lot of fighters. Matter of fact, when I won the Junior Olympic Championship when I was a kid, I fought under this team, the Santo Domingo boxing team. It's a lot of boxers that come from DR, but it just haven't been very many who've made it to superstar status.
No, that's what I'm
You know?
saying. We don't produce a lot of superstar fighters. We develop a lot of fighters into the pros, but they're not superstars. What I'm asking is, why is it that the Dominican boxing fan base gravitates towards that Mexican style of fighting instead of gravitating towards the slick boxer style? Is it because that's how they're trained in the DR?
I think it's the trainers. And that's
But I have to beg you
I
different
think it's
because
the trainers.
I'm a bit older than I'm a bit older than y'all, so I see it differently. Because most of the good boxers I knew from DR, they didn't fight the Mexican style. They were good boxers. They were good boxers. Those guys.
Yeah, I'm in my 30s. That's why I
Yeah.
asked.
Yeah, most of the good boxers I knew from DR, they were good boxers. They fundamentally sound, work behind the jab, and stuff like that. They didn't really fight Mexican style.
Do you think that's my generation of fighters that are following?
Yeah, that's
that?
more recent. That's something that would be more recent.
Speaking of that, you were saying something about the ethnicity playing a part as far as your fighting style. How do you think that's going to play a part as far as AJ getting his trainer to train him? Do you think that's going to change his style in any type of way? Ben, he got a trainer that usually trains Mexican fighters.
Personally, I think that was the wrong choice, but I wish the brother the best. I think there's other people he could have picked that would have suited him better. But he's desperate, so he gotta try to make something happen. But I think that was the wrong trainer for him. But
He said he went to a lot of different trainers.
Mm-hmm.
I think he went to Virgil Hunter's gym and a couple of other people's gym.
So you think there's going to be a cultural barrier because that's not the way AJ fights normally? Pugilists.
Yep. I certainly do.
So you think he would have benefited from like a Ronnie Shields more than a Robert?
That's what he should have been with. Ronnie Shields would have been much better for him.
Or Joe Goosen or something.
Maybe Goosen secondly, but Ronnie Shields first of those two.
Did Sugar Hill try to offer him some help? Somebody?
No.
Nah, he's not gonna do that because he worked with Tyson Fury. He ain't gonna do that. That's he a Tyson Fury guy.
No, these are the guys before he chose Robert Garcia. He went to Ismael Salas. He went to two Cuban trainers. He went to Ronnie Shields. He went to Virgil Hunter, like you said, and he went to Joe Goosen before.
Virgil Hunter might have helped him too.
Yeah, I believe so.
Do you think Ismael Salas would have worked for AJ?
Maybe. I think he would have did better than Garcia.
You think Ismael Salas would have did better than Robert Garcia?
Yeah. Stylistic.
Maybe so.
Why do you say you don't think the language barrier would have, because Ismael doesn't really talk a lick of English. That's the issue with Ismael. He's not a big he doesn't speak any. I don't think AJ speaks any Spanish, and I don't think Ismael speaks any English and stuff like that.
Because of the Cuban style is closer to the black style of boxing.
I know the style, but don't you think the language barrier is going to affect the way the training, because AJ can't speak any Spanish?
Not really. Not really, because you can have translators there. Look at Manny Pacquiao. When he first came to America, he didn't speak English well, but he did well with See, boxing is the type of thing you don't necessarily have to be able to speak the same language to train somebody properly. It's just what I'm talking about is just the style of training.
Yeah, it would be easy to It'd be easy to transition.
Yeah, so I'm talking about for the style. Now, yeah, it helps if you can speak that language, but if not, just stylistically, what matches up better with that particular fighter.
See, and this is where I think this is where I say a guy guys like Deontay and AJ are better with guys like Salas, Goosen, or Virgil Hunter or Ronnie Shields, not a guy like my God, not Robert Garcia. Because for me, the Mexican style doesn't seem to work with the heavyweights well, because the heavyweights are not really known for having a great gas tank in general. Am I being too simplistic, or is that actually an accurate analysis of the heavyweights?
No, most of them don't, and they don't move around a lot either. They're not the
in more recent
athletic
years.
person.
More so in more recent years. Historically,
The
it wasn't
Klitschko's
like
had a great gas. I think the Klitschko's had great gas tanks, right? Or not really? Vladimir and Vitaly.
I'm not sure. I didn't see a lot of their fights.
Did you see a lot of the pugilists? Did you see a lot of the Klitschko brothers fights?
Yeah, that's why I said Vitaly had the better gas tank. Vladimir would get tired sometimes.
Oh, Vlad had a little bit of a suspect gas tank, but his brother had a better, his brother can last throughout the fight.
Yeah, he had the better tank.
Okay.
But Vladimir, he would get tired. You can make a case like when he lost the WBO title the first time, it's because he got tired.
Do you guys think?
What's the name ass up?
Do you guys think this is a big what if? Do you think either Tyson Fury or AJ would have, or Deontay would have beat a prime Vladimir? Like if they came in a little bit earlier into boxing, turned pro earlier, around the time that the Klitschko brothers were actually in their dominant form?
It depends, because once Vladimir got with Emmanuel Stewart, his levels went up. Emmanuel Stewart took him to a much higher level as a fighter. He brought out more of his full potential.
And Sugar Hill is basically a protege of Emmanuel, right?
Yeah, he's a disciple of his uncle. He comes from the Kronk School of Trance, the Kronk Boxing School philosophy. He teach the same thing. He teach everything his uncle taught.
You know, it's weird. Danny Garcia, has that Kronk style, but I thought he would have for me, I thought Danny would have gravitated more towards the Mexican style of fighting. Am I honest? Danny Garcia, Swift.
Mm-hmm. Do you think it would have did him better to do so?
Yeah. Yes and no. Yes and no. I kind of wish he mixed it up. I kind of wish he at the beginning of his career he stayed with Emmanuel, that Kronk style. Then he moved over to Robert Garcia later on in his career and brought over some of that Kronk philosophy.
I don't know. I think he does. I think he did pretty well.
Who you talking about? Danny Garcia, who just fought this weekend?
Yeah, I think he did pretty well for himself as far as because the only faults he really lost was the fight.
But he's saying about the Kronk style. Danny Garcia ain't fight with no Kronk style. Danny Garcia father trained him. He father from Puerto Rico.
No, but Danny's
Danny
from
Garcia
Philly.
ain't from Garcia, huh? He from
No,
Philly. Yeah, he from Philly. They don't fight with the Kronk style.
I thought most of those fighters.
Nah, Kronk is Detroit. Philadelphia fighters fight totally different.
No, because I thought there's
it
trainers
is
in
different.
Philly that do that Kronk style as well.
Nah, they known for something totally different. A Philly
So
style
I'm
fighter is known for a certain
confused.
thing. They've been known in history for a certain thing. Philly
Yeah,
style
they got
fighters
their own
is known
style.
as blood and guts. They known as blood and guts fighters. I trained in Philadelphia, yo. Those sisters, they be having wars in there, man. They train them Philly dudes. They known for having wars.
Yeah,
Oh, so I'm mixing. So I'm mixing it up a little bit. Thank you for correcting me.
Yeah, they known for something different.
So you
Something
think
totally different.
So that's what I'm saying. Do you think Danny would have benefited instead of going to a different trainer, like starting out in the Philly style, then moving that Philly shell style? My mistake, the Philly shell and stuff like that, and then moving over to Robert Garcia or going to the Kronk gym and stuff like that.
No, I don't think so. I think he did. Look, sometimes guys is just better than you, yo.
Yeah, the only guys he lost against were people that were just better than him. He didn't really
Just
lose.
better than him. That's it. Like, it ain't get stylistic. Them guys were just better than him. You know, but he did well. He did well in his career. You know? I don't think it ain't got nothing really to do with that. Now, his father's a little off the hook, but his father a decent trainer, man. His father don't get the credit he get because he got a big mouth. But Danny Garcia is very skilled. See, sometimes that overrides with the man actually teach. But if you look at Danny Swift Garcia's style, he's good, man. He came up short against some really good other good boxers in his division when he moved up. But like I said, his father's a good trainer. He just got a big ass mouth. And it overrides. It takes away from the actual good trainer that he trained his son to be. His son's a good fighter. You know? So it's not so much that he needed to move to another trainer. No, his father good. Father good trainer.
That's
Solid.
a question. Actually, you're a trainer, right? What style do you train? Like what boxing style are you training your fighters? I know you teach them the fundamentals, but what style are you following? Are you following more the Kronk or the Philly shell style?
I'm from New York, B.
Oh,
so I don't follow either. Yeah, so I don't follow either.
What is the style that are
we teach the fundamentals? And we teach the fundamentals of boxing. We're teaching the fundamentals of boxing. A good fundamental style of boxing: work behind your jab, use the ring, try your best to hit and don't get hit. You know, that would be that's what our style of teaching would be based on. Any real good trainer from here. I don't, boxing as a whole. You look at like me, I've been involved in the sport for over 41 years now. So, I look at the whole, and I've seen a lot of boxing. So, I know that the way you can have the best success, anybody I'm working with, my ultimate goal for them would be to be a boxer puncher. Everything starts with the boxing as your foundation. You want to be able to use the fundamentals, which you start everybody off with, and I also assess what I'm physically seeing from that individual. I factor that in too. What I'm actually seeing from that individual, like what is this individual's physical gift? What can they do? Do they have fast hands? Do they have fast feet? Do they? I factor those things in as well. On top of the fact that you start with the basic fundamentals of boxing, which is the bread and butter. You start with the basics, and then based on that individual, what his actual gift is, you add on. So if you notice the kid,
so if he's the natural power puncher, you actually
if he's a natural power puncher, you work on those things. You work on teaching them how to use that shit properly, set up their punches better. Because just hitting hard itself doesn't mean nothing. If you can't land on your opponent, it means nothing. So you have to be able to teach them the proper technique to land on their opponent and what's going to set it up. And that's where the boxing aspect comes in. How you set up an opponent, how you work behind the jab. There's different ways you can use that. You can use the jab to go forward and then attack, or you can use the jab off the back foot in a defensive retreat. And there's different jabs you use at different times. But that's what's going to get you to your opponent.
Okay, this is an honest question. I've never gotten to ask a person who actually has been a trainer for a while. How do you teach? Let's say you're teaching a fighter who's a naturally awkward fighter, for example, like a Navarrete or maybe a guy like a Marcos Maidana. How do you teach them the fundamentals, being that they're naturally awkward fighters, on how they throw their punches and stuff like that?
No, you just basically you just have to keep working with them. It's repetition. Certain things when you're assessing a fighter like that, certain things you want to let stay like that. You understand? Because fundamentally sound, well-trained boxers can have a difficulty with guys that's awkward like that. Like to me, in my personal perspective, when Marcos Maidana, when he fought Floyd the first time, that was a tougher fight for Floyd, especially in the first half of the fight until Floyd made the adjustment the way in which he does. To me, the second fight was an easier fight because what happened to Maidana was that he trained with Garcia too long and he actually became a better boxer, and it hurted him. Because that unorthodox stuff that he did more of in the first fight, because he had been training with Garcia and them for a while, he lost that. You don't want to lose that. Some things you don't want to, when you got a guy like that, you don't want to lose certain awkward things about him, because you can't. It's harder for a well-trained fighter to practice for that. So I noticed in the fight, when I look at the rematch with Floyd, I felt that that Garcia actually hurt him because he trained longer. Because when he got with Garcia, they only had about, I think before he fought Floyd, he had only worked with Garcia maybe 1 or 2 fights. So he still had a lot of that raw style that he had.
Mm-hmm.
But by the time he got to that rematch with Floyd, more of Garcia and them technique was coming in, and to me it hurt him because he wasn't as awkward as he would have normally have been. And there's no way a non-awkward fighter was going to have any success against Floyd Mayweather. It's just not going to happen. The only for you to have success against Floyd Mayweather, a guy who fights who's a boxer first. Floyd Mayweather he's a boxer. He was a boxer puncher. If you look at the history of boxing, any of those guys who are boxers first have had difficulty with awkward fighters. Like one of Floyd's most toughest fights he ever had was against Emmanuel Burton, Emmanuel Justice. Right? He had a real awkward style. But any guy who won't stand in front of Floyd gonna take him apart. And that's why I felt like that when he trained, that he was training with Garcia too long. He got a little better in his technique, and that and ultimately hurt him. Because he was a little too straight, whereas before he would have been doing them more awkward and wide, and Floyd was just countering that shit easily.
So in your honest opinion, as a trainer for like 40 years, you don't think fundamentally, like,
well, I wasn't a trainer that whole time. I was a fighter first, and then I became a trainer. But that's not, when I say 41 years, that's my total time in the sport, from having been a fighter to a trainer.
Okay. Oh no, as a trainer, you don't. In your honest opinion, there is no way to teach an unnaturally awkward fighter. You think that would mess him up in the long run?
No, you can. You just got to keep the. No, you just have to keep the awkwardness. Like some things you don't change. You keep that. And this is where you make a personal assessment of that individual fighter.
Mm-hmm.
You give him certain things. To improve upon his style, but you don't want to take away the things that they're good at. That makes their style unique. Some of that awkward stuff you want to keep. You just have to put it in a proper perspective. But you don't want to take somebody who's too awkward and then make them too classical, because then they're gonna be a lot easier to figure out by another good boxer.
Yeah, and this is why I think a guy like Navarrete would cause serious issues if he moves up to 130 against Shakur Stevenson. Do you agree? Because of that awkward, weird way he throws his punches.
Could be interesting. It very well could be. He got that very awkward style, like, and it's proven it's been very successful thus far. You know, it could be very interesting to see. But see the thing, but Shakur is that what helps him is that, like Mayweather, he's a boxer first, and but since that's the core of his style, those guys tend to be able to make those adjustments in the middle of the fight. See, when a guy has to rely on his ability to box and set up his attack, his mind works different.
No, and it's fun. You brought up Floyd and the first Maidana fight. Floyd actually said in an interview recently, it took him to maybe the middle of the 11th round to really adjust to the awkwardness. Which is that seems like a long time to adjust to a fighter. Like,
yeah, well, you got to figure it out. Like, you watch that fight, you'll see those first 6 rounds or so, that awkwardness was presenting a problem with how Floyd was employing his strategy in that fight, and then he made the necessary adjustments. But Shakur Stevenson, but the guys who foundation is boxing first, the boxer punchers. Not the puncher boxers, but the boxer punchers tend to be able to make that adjustment. So yeah, Navarrete could prove to be an interesting thing, but Shakur Stevenson is to date has shown himself to be a very adaptable fighter. So it would make for a very interesting fight, though.
How long do you think? So you think Shakur is like Floyd in a sense? Do you think? In a sense, in terms of, like, you think it would take him 6 or 7 or maybe around the same time as Floyd, close to the end of the 11th round, to adjust to that awkward style and stuff like that?
Possibly. It's possible. You have to see. That's an individual thing for each fighter, you know, because stylistically, it's not just being awkward. It's how are you awkward? Because everybody is not awkward in the same way. See, you got a lot of different awkward fighters, but they're not all awkward in the same style, in the same way. So when you say awkward, it depends on which way.
Like, his awkwardness to me reminds me a little bit of Maidana. Marcos.
Yeah, but he's more smooth. Even though he got that awkwardness, he's not as wild with his shot all the time. Like, he still has a structure within his awkwardness. Like, sometimes Maidana just would be wild. He's doing wild overhand rights, wild hooks.
So I'm gonna say this: Navarrete is a more fluid awkward.
Yeah. To me, he's a more fluid awkward. Like when he throws, like the way he throws that right uppercut, that shit is awkward as hell, but it's still some fluidity in it. It's not like a wild punch.
So he's a boxer. He's an awkward fighter. He's an awkward boxer puncher.
Yeah, I think that's a good analysis of him. That would be a pretty good analysis of him. And he's southpaw, so that could present a problem.
So
like Shakur southpaw too, so you know he could counter off of that well, but he got good reflexes and timing. And like I said, he's a boxer first, so. Usually a guy that's a boxer first, but their IQ, the way their mind works, they basically figuring stuff out on the fly, and they picking up what they need to do on the fly.
Okay, this is a question for both you and Jay as boxing fans. For you guys, you had the experience from the inside the ring and being a trainer. For you, as analyzing the sport as long as you have, what two fighters, in your honest opinion? The first fighter is who underachieved based on their expectation that they were going to be a supreme, like the next big thing. Like, for example, there was a fighter in Oscar stable that they thought was going to be the next Golden Boy and stuff like that, but he never panned out. I can't remember the guy's name. And who overachieved based on their perceived lack of talent and that they were going to be a flake. They were going to be a flake out of the sport.
Hello?
Can you guys hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Can you hear my question?
Long just right now. Now I didn't finish up the last part of the question.
Okay. The first question is who underachieved based on the perception that they were going to be the next big superstar in the sport of boxing, and who underachieved based on the perception of the fans of them being a bum and having a perceived lack of talent.
We talking about in recent years?
Yeah, the last 10, 20 years.
Well, I would say who definitely underachieved, who fell short, was definitely Adrian Broner. It was definitely him, in my opinion, because he was in a position where he was being groomed to be that next big star, big thing, and everything crumbling down around him.
Oh, so you think he would have been the replacement for Floyd? You think?
Yeah, yeah, he would have been that. He would have been that dude. He'd have been the fighter you love to hate. He'd have been that dude. Big disappointment.
Who underachieved? Okay, who in the opposite direction? Who overachieved based on the perception from the fans that they had a lack of talent and was
okay. That's a good question too. Overachieved. Let me see.
Danny Garcia, maybe.
I'm sure some people would say that, but I don't see it that way. I think Danny Garcia has, he's talented dude. I think he's talented dude. A lot of people saying that he catches a bad rap.
My mistake, Mikey Garcia, Mikey.
It was a time I would have said him, because that's actually the first person that jumped in my mind, but I shooed it away. Because when I first saw Mikey Garcia early in his career, I didn't think he was going to be as good as he turned out to be. But he ended up being much better. He ended up becoming a much better fighter than I initially thought he was going to be. To be completely honest with you, that was my first thought that jumped in my head. But he ended up becoming a pretty good fighter, man. But I wouldn't say he kind of overachieved to me, but I don't know how many other people would have felt that way.
Yeah,
but,
for me, I'm going to bring up a guy
I could think of.
Because of his lack of discipline and stuff like that. The guy I bring up is Prince Nassim, because of he had all the talent in the world, but he had no discipline and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
He underachieved based on the potential.
Yeah, Prince Nassim was a talented dude, man. He just didn't. I just think fundamentally he wasn't as solid fundamentally as the talent that he had. He could have been more fundamentally sound. He would have went a lot further. But I could see somebody making that argument before him because he was becoming a star. He had that mouth. He had that big mouth. And he had power, He had a bit of athleticism. So I could see that, why somebody would say him.
And my overachiever, my overachiever is going to be, my God, what's the guy's name? Oh, Chris Bird.
Nah, Chris Bird wasn't an overachiever to me. Chris Bird was a fucking Olympic silver medalist. You ain't overachieved. You ain't overachieved when you was a silver medalist.
No, based on the guys
now,
who...
You might say the fact that...
based on the talent that surrounded him is what I'm saying. Based on like the fighting the Klitschko
Well,
brothers.
yeah, I guess if you said that he fought, if you said that because he was middleweight, he won his gold medal, he won his silver medal at middleweight, and the fact that he fought heavyweight, that was impressive, you know. And I got to see him fight in the flesh at a heavyweight, like he was like a magician in there, man. Hard to hit, you know. So I guess you can use that because he definitely, in that sense, because he didn't turn pro at heavyweight. He won his silver medal at the middleweight division in amateur. So I guess that I could see that being said.
Okay. And this is a question since you're a trainer and a boxer, being that you've done both. This is a question I've always wanted to ask someone who's done both. Do you think mixing, seeing that, have you noticed that these guys are bigger than their actual weight classes? Do you think being that they're transitioning from the amateurs and the amateurs combines multiple weights can cause these kids to be bigger than their actual weight classes? Do you think that's hurting these kids in the long run, being that the amateurs is combining multiple weight classes together and stuff like that?
Yeah, I don't like some of that stuff. I haven't agreed with it with them cutting out when they first started cutting out certain weight classes in the amateurs and making guys squeeze into these other weight classes. I never agreed with it. With a lot of that European shit, I always felt like there should be more, keep the traditional weight classes so that these kids can have more options and won't have to hurt their bodies. You know, you take a kid who should have been fighting 147 pounds and making him squeeze down to 141. To me, that was bullshit.
Or
you know,
for me, the super heavyweights, the heavyweights in the amateurs would have been the cruiserweights in the pros, correct? Am I correct?
Yes.
And super heavyweights,
201.
Super heavyweights would have been the heavyweight division in the pros. If I'm doing my math correctly. Am I doing my math correctly?
Yeah, you got because the amateurs, the amateur boxing, they set up the division of the super heavyweights before the pros brung in, and the cruiserweight and all that stuff. That the amateurs had the super heavyweight, but you had the traditional heavyweight, and the amateur was 201 pounds, up to 201. Anybody above 201 is technically a super heavyweight.
Okay, so so light heavyweight in the amateurs was 168.
178. No, 178.
178 to 198 or 199.
Yes. Yeah, 198. That would have been. So technically, up until you would be light heavyweight up until about. So they can do an over the weight bout. They may do that up to maybe as high as maybe even 185. But generally speaking, above that, you're going to be considered a heavyweight.
So they never had a super. So the guys who fight at 168 would have just fought at middleweight in the amateurs, correct?
Yeah, that's 165 because it's 165 in the amateur. That's the traditional full middleweight. And then you had the light middleweight, which is 156 pounds. Which I feel at 156
that
and
would be
165.
super welterweight in the pros.
Yeah, light middleweight or junior middleweight. Junior middleweight or the amateur, they call it light middleweight, 156.
156.
You have one. Yeah, you got let's start from 125. You have start from 119, you got 112, 119.
Okay.
126, 125 in the amateur, which is where Floyd competed at. 125.
Well, wait a minute.
Lightweight.
Wait. I have a question actually. So, 110 and 108 don't exist in the amateurs and stuff like that.
Yeah, they could do it. Yeah, they could do it. They do it now. Yeah. Back in the days, you had the flyweight because it started basically flyweight, but now they got these weights in here now.
Like
atom weight exist back then. Yeah, that didn't exist back then. And they make exceptions. Like let's say, for instance, you have kids fighting in the juniors, like in the Junior Olympics and stuff like that. They have weight classes for them too, and their age range, and their weight classes. But you talking about on a bigger level, with most tournaments, you would have like the flyweight up. We're starting at flyweight.
So from this is when in boxing, when does the Junior Olympics in boxing transition to the regular Olympics? Is that at 17 or is that
Yep.
at 16?
17.
Okay, so it's a rare case that you see a 16-year-old transit. That's a special case and stuff like that.
Yeah, you don't see that. Yeah, 17, because you go from a junior into a senior.
When you were boxing, did you know anybody in your class that did that? Like in your Olympic trials that was like in the Junior Olympics that transitioned for like they didn't even turn 17 yet, but they were so good at 16 that they actually moved into the regular.
Not in a
Olympics.
tournament. They wouldn't do it in a tournament, but if you was doing like regular club fights, I was seeing guys that was 16 for that was like 17, 18, over 19. But that's a regular club fight though. But in a tournament, they wasn't allowing that shit though.
So in the Olympic amateur tournaments, they didn't allow 16-year-olds to fight 17 or 18.
None of the tournaments that was controlled by the Amateur Boxing Federation, they didn't really allow that. But in some shows, some local shows, you may have that.
Oh, Jay's backstage.
Call me, I gotta take this call, man. Hello? Hello? Well, what the hell happened? Anybody done fell off? Oh, Jay fell off too. They all backstage. Yeah, fellas, I'm about to cut it, man. I got to get off, man. I gotta take that call. It's my lady calling me. I gotta give her time. Yeah, man. So shout out to everybody who came into the chat. The chat this evening. You know. So y'all all stay safe out there, man. Enjoy y'all day. And because we'll be looking to do this. We'll be looking to do this again. Later on tonight, just you know the routine, same back time, same back channel as we do. And with that, I bid you guys adieu. Stay safe. Peace.